ceremony. First of all, I represent Financial Supervisory Commission. Would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Taiwan Financial Services Roundtable and Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance for gathering distinguished guests and participants here with us to discuss these important topics over FinTech development. This event wouldn't be achieved without their effort and without all of your participation. The rise of FinTech has allowed financial service providers to offer innovative services through cutting-edge technologies. This has lowered the barriers of entry for consumers accessing financial services, eliminated limitations related to time and space, and effectively created a more inclusive financial environment. After the COVID-19 pandemic started, and with the implementation to social distancing, quarantines, working from home, and other pandemic prevention measures, the development of digital finance and e-commerce has been accelerated. The use of digital finance service, such as online account opening, payments, and online transactions, tremendously reduce the risk of human contact transmission. The pandemic had greatly impacted our lives. However, it also speed up the digitalization and report published by WEF in 2020, the major issues the world must face in the next 10 years include information security risks, personal data leakage, and privacy protection. Facing the FinTech innovations and the risk challenging the FSC's stance is to strike balance between innovation and stability.
是管理创新，同时维持稳定。金管会致力于创造友善的金融科技发展生态，同时也要确保金融稳定与资讯安全。这是金管会觉得最重要的事。为了鼓励创新，金管会推出许多措施，至今已有显著成效。金融科技专法于2018年施行后，我们建立了监理沙盒及称为业务示范的机制，来促进创新。直至2021年9月底，一共收到15件监理沙盒申请案，并通过了9件。此外，共收到39件业务示范申请，其中通过了27件。我们成立金融
and anti-money laundering as well. A friendly access and convenience use of financial services, plus cybersecurity and consumer protection are crucial for financial services to develop a resilient and a sustainable business model. The development of digital finance is cross-sectoral and cross-border in nature. The FSC actively networks and partners with the rest of the world to learn from each other through the exchange of information and cooperation between supervising bodies. Regulators may collect information and capture development trends more effectively. Authorities may also build strong relationships that are mutually beneficial. The FSC very appreciates that all of you are able to join us at this great event. And I hope that closer partnership can be formed through these exchanges, allowing us to cooperate together to foster more innovative and stable fintech development. Lastly, I wish all the success to participants. Wish you all enjoy the forum, and thank you for your participation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you once again to Madame Jean Chu. 我们请副主委留步，我们接下来要一起合影留念。So we'd like to take the opportunity to invite the following guests to come to the stage for a group photo. So we have Madame Jean Chu, Vice Chairperson of the Financial Supervisory Commission. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Zhang Yaoxu, Chairperson of Taiwan Financial Services Roundtable, as well as Dr. Zhongshu Wu, Chairman of Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance, and also Mr. Jay Wu, Secretary General of Taiwan Financial Services Roundtable, and Dr. Hank Huang, President of Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance. So I'd like to invite all of the guests to stand on stage for a group photo. And please do remove your masks. 台上的贵宾可以先将口罩取下，我们共同合影留念。So please do smile for the cameras. 我们先请大家看场中央的摄影镜头。
Please look at the camera and smile.
And now please to your right. 请看右手边。
Please look to your right. Please look to your left.
Thank you very much. So can I have everybody put your thumbs up for FinTech Taipei 2021? 我们也不免俗的一起比个赞。Thank you. Round of applause for all of the guests on stage. 谢谢，非常谢谢台上的所有贵宾。
Please give them a round of applause.
With that, we will proceed to the first keynote speech of FinTech Taipei 2021. For the first keynote today, we are thrilled to have Mr. Zbigniew Wilinski, Director of the FinTech Department of Polish Financial Supervision Authority, who will be talking about developments in global digital governance. So, ladies and gentlemen, online viewers, please join me to welcome Mr. Wilinski.
Hello to all of you during the FinTech Taipei conference in the 2021. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zbigniew Wilinski. I'm director in FinTech department in Polish Financial Supervision Authority. It is a big honor and pleasure to be here in such a prestigious event in the FinTech sector. During my short presentation, I would like to clarify the approach of Polish supervision in data governance. I hope you will find my contribution on this topic interesting. First of all, it is important to point out what exactly digital governance is. The digital governance is our point of view, a framework for establishing accountability, roles and decision-making authority for an organization's digital presence. Using simple words, it's the definition of an approach to managing an organization's online presence. What does it mean exactly? It means governmental website, mobile sites, social channels, and any other internet and web-enabled products and services. In order to manage the digital governance, a digital strategy is highly needed. The purpose of this kind of document is to ensure the functionality digital governance. It is necessary to prepare a strategic document that defines goals, principles, accountability, or even the division of roles. What is important and why digital governance is so important nowadays? First of all, digital governments help to keep organization agile and adaptable, which is necessary in today's age of evolution and disruption. A focus on digital governance will also help streamline and support digital development. Furthermore, digital governance serves two main purposes. First, it ensures that companies are performing digital activities in an ethical manner. By ensuring ethical behavior, companies can prevent lawsuits and other legal problems. Cybercrime has risen to a level that it's not just whether a cyber attack will happen, but it will happen, and whether the victimized company is prepared to handle it. Second, companies that fail to think through and put the proper processes in place for digital governance prevent themselves from being able to grow and change, which will allow the competition to gain a competitive edge. To sum up, if the organization wants to be up to date, it must implement digital governance. It is inevitable. Having a well-designed digital governance framework minimizes the number of tactical debates regarding the nature and management of an organization's digital presence. A digital strategy shows an organization approach to leveraging the capabilities, the internet and the World Wide Web. The digital strategy expresses the organization approach to how to make advantage of the opportunities offered by internet. The digital governance framework facilitates the management of, for example, a website, social channels, or it can define the rules for accessing various sources via internet. A digital strategy has two phases: guiding principles and performance objectives. Guiding principles provide stakeholders with a streamlined, qualitative expression of your organization, high-level digital in business intent and values. Performance objectives quantitatively define what digital success means for an organization. And let's jump to the next slide. What about financial sector? I would like to introduce to you our approach in Polish Financial Supervision Authority, KNF. The KNF office undertakes a number of activities supporting the development. We are aware of the challenges that we have to face in connection with development and technology. We have prepared a number of official papers to support entities implementing various types of documents in regard to technology. And to be more specific, we published a position paper on the use of cloud computing. We also issued a position paper on robo-advice. And finally, we participate in consultation process in the European Union regarding the Digital Operation Resilience Act, DORA. And a little bit more about our plans. On this slide, I will explain what are our plans as KNF office for the near future, and I will provide a brief look at the government's action and approach. We are going to publish an official guidelines on the use of the artificial intelligence in the financial market. Work on this document is already at an advanced level. We believe that thanks to these guidelines, we will reduce the number of doubts in the market. Currently, we preparing a virtual sandbox for the DLT blockchain technology in order to gain knowledge about technology, solution, etc., and also to support functioning of innovative entities, and creating virtual environment is under process. Recently, the government published an opinion on the possibility of using the cloud computing by public administration entities. Furthermore, a strategy document for the development of artificial intelligence in Poland was adopted as well. It must be underlined that the Polish government sees the need to include the use of artificial intelligence in the legal framework. In our opinion, the key aspect for digital governance is to define the rules of conduct in the field of AI policy. We think AI can cause many positive effects. For example, lower credits, better products. But on the other hand, it can also be associated with threats, for example, financial exclusion and inability to take a loan. For this reason, we believe that the area of AI should be subject of our interest and focus in the next following years. Approaching the end, it's practically everything we wanted to convey in this short speech. In case of any additional question, please don't hesitate to get in touch with us. please find email address on the slide. And I said at the beginning, I'm really proud to be here, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present Polish point of view of digital governance. In my opinion, it is the great chance to share opinions in this matter. Furthermore, I would like to wish you a good conference, full of great speeches, and I hope that we will meet again and be able to exchange views of many other issues related to FinTech. Thank you once more. Greetings from Poland, and see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you once again to Mr. Wilinski for shedding light on the issue of developments in global digital governance. And with that, we will proceed to the panel on challenges and opportunities in digital governance from international FinTech development. So for this session, it's a pleasure to have Madame Jean Chu, Vice Chairperson of the Financial Supervisory Commission, moderate the panel discussion. We are also delighted to have Head of Finance, Digital Israel National Bureau, Ministry of Economics, Ala Cantor-Levy, join us. At the same time, we have Commercial Officer of AIT, Clint Brewer, as well as Professor of University of Washington, Jane Wynn, and also Chairman of Taiwan Insurance Guarantee Fund, Michael Lin, and also Director of Research Center for Information Technology Innovation at Academia Sinica, Huang Yannan. Join us in the discussion of challenges and opportunities in digital governance from international FinTech development. And with that, let me give the floor over to the moderator, Madame Chu.
Thank you. Welcome all of you to join this forum. First of all, I would like to offer my sincere gratitude to all the participants and the 5 or 6 panelists for your participation. And welcome to this forum. First of all, I would like to introduce the panelists joined today. First one, Ms. Ala Cantor-Levy, online. Please wave your hands with us. Thank you. Mrs. Cantor-Levy is Head of Finance at the Digital Israel National Bureau under the Israel Ministry of Economics. She has extensive experience in integrating interministerial cooperation, collaboration on financial and digital transformation. Her prominent work includes several initiatives on Israel, open banking, health insurance, digitalization, and digital financial service for the public sector. Welcome. And secondly, we have Clint Brewer. Mr. Brewer is currently Commercial Officer at American Institute in Taiwan. He is primarily in charge of the FinTech-related industries in the United States. Before joining AIT, he was the Regional Commercial Officer of Southeast Asia at the U.S. Embassy in Singapore. He is well-versed in the digital economy and the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Brewer was also the head of finance business in the United States. Welcome. And secondly, we have 2 panelists from academia. Dr. Wen, please raise your hand. Dr. Wen is a professor of University of Washington in the U.S. He held a PhD in Harvard Law School and has been teaching at the University of Washington Law School since year 2002, over 20 years. Dr. Wen has vast experience in both practice and academia and is a world-renowned expert in the field of e-commerce law, and regulatory governance on issues arising from technology innovation. Thank you for coming and online. And next, we have Dr. Yan Yunan. Please, he is coming person. Thank you. Dr. Wang currently serves as a director at the Research Center for Information Technology Innovation at Academia Sinica in Taiwan. He is an international technology expert who provides consultations for Taiwanese government on various technology development policies. He advocates for the promotion of a digital government. And Dr. Huang is one of the most important figures in Taiwan's technology development and governance. Lastly, we have expert from the industry side, Mr. Michael Lin. Mr. Lin is currently chairman of the Taiwan Insurance Guarantee Fund, and before joining the fund, he was chairman of Central Deposit Insurance Corporation. Those two all are safety net of Taiwan's insurance and the banking industry. Mr. Lin has substantial experience in financial inspection and supervision. During his tenure at CDIC, Mr. Lin was involved in the supervision and governance of Taiwan's internet-only banks and has practical insights on internet-only banking governance. Before the proceeding of this panel, as a moderator, I suggest that because we only have 45 minutes, can I suggest that each panelist have 5 minutes to present your views and exchange views with us, and then we can take questions from the audience we prepared in advance collected, and each one panelist have one question, and then we have a web app, and each panelist, you can have 1 or 2 minutes for the final remarks, and we can remarks the section. Is that okay for all of you panelists?
That's great.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the preceding suggestion. Now, let's give the floor to Ms. Kenta Levy to share with us her view. Ms. Kenta Levy, please, this floor is yours. The connection have some technical problem. We can connect with Ella. Ella, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Okay. So we can wait 1 or 2 minutes for the Ella.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, very clear. So please, the floor is yours.
No.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yeah, okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Ana Cantalevi. I'm the head of finance at the Digital National Bureau. I've previously worked in banking and finance at various executive levels in the private sector. In describing the role of the Digital Israel Bureau, I would like to share the challenges associated with promoting digital governance in Israel. Next one, please. Next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, thank you. In 2014, the Digital Israel Initiative was established by a government's resolution and became a reality. In 2017, the National Digital Strategy was approved by the government. Yes, our main goals. Next one, please. reducing bureaucracy for business and residents, a data-based public sector, and digital for all make another leap in the quality of social services. We see digital as a means, not an end in itself. Digital Israel Financial Department implements the Israel Digital National Enterprise within some government ministries and financial regulators. We seek to increase competition, streamline the financial sector, and improve consumer choice in banking, capital markets, and insurance. Next one, please. In 2014, we saw two major gaps in the public sector services. Israel is the startup nation, but when we talk about government services, it doesn't feel that way. As we talk about bureaucracy, we're discussing the need for citizens to feel confident in government services. If the public gets fast and efficient service in the private sector, but has to send a fax in the public sector, we won't be able to increase public trust. Furthermore, we must also close the gap between IT departments and professional departments within government ministries. We understood that those two gaps can be filled by combining human capital with digital transformation. Next one, please. The first tier focuses on increasing the commitment and abilities of senior management, developing skills for current employees, and establishing a supportive organizational culture. In the second tier, we import digital skills from outside the government by bringing knowledge and work methods from the private sector, such as myself. By adjusting government, we attract and manage talents, all while making the government an exciting place to work. And another one. Another slide, a new slide. It's all about the people, the rest is technology. The government and other organizations rarely talk to their customers. Most governments plan their entire service from their offices, assuming they know better than customers what the problems and pitfalls are. One of the key roles of Digital Israel is to link the needs of citizens to government services. We're not doing digitalization projects, we're doing digital transformation. By transforming government bodies, we allow them to leverage the digital revolution and achieve their goals. We ask the tough questions like, why is this firm needed since it may be redundant? Or why are there so many questions in the form? After that, we will try to understand the inner processes with the government bureaucracy and change them too. We use Google design sprints to understand service and the problems users face while using it, and then validate a prototype with real users. It prevents us from developing bad solutions. New one. Thank you. We use Google. Yes. Do not view each of your service as a single process. For example, in Israel, moving apartments involves more than 15 different bureaucratic processes. Our services must be viewed as a package, and each one represents a different life event. Anyone? Again. Anyone, please. Yes. When designing services, we know that we have the foundation for what we need: digital identification, a data highway, financial transactions, and much more. The platforms and infrastructure we use reduce the need for new solutions every time. Through this tool, we can focus on the pain our citizens experience when using our services while making their lives easier. Anyone, please. In recent years, have seen a lot of change in the financial system, both globally and here in Israel. We have seen the emerge of new financial entities and technologies. The government and regulations must also recognize that the financial system must undergo substantial reforms to adapt to those developments. By switching to digital means, financial transactions have become more accessible and convenience, as well as providing more access to financial information for all citizens while reducing costs. Public satisfaction with digital methods is high in all of those respects. Over the next few years, we expect to see an improvement in the quality and accessibility of financial services for consumers through innovation and digital transformation. So this was my 6 minutes. I hope I didn't go too fast. It will be a pleasure to keep in touch with you all about our project and our activities in Digital Israel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ella, to share with us how the government of Israel use the technology to increase a better service to the public. Thank you. And next we will have Brewer. It's your turn. You can have your view with us.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Madam Chu for hosting this panel and for inviting AIT to be a part of it, and also co-panelists. It's great to be here with you all to present on this important topic. My name is Clint Brewer, and I'm with the AIT Commercial Section, which is an extension of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And so we are part of the International Trade Administration. And our mission is to help small and medium-sized U.S. companies export their products and services overseas. And we also work with companies here in Taiwan and all over the world where we have commercial service teams to invest in the United States. And we've actually worked with FinTech space in the past on that particular initiative to find startups here in Taiwan that are interested in expanding outside of Taiwan and going to the United States. So we've partnered with FinTech space in that capacity in the past, and I want to applaud the work that TABF is doing to train young professionals, banking professionals on modern banking and the certifications that you all offer, because when we talk to a lot of companies about what their needs are, there's always a need for human capital. And people that have the skills, digital analysts, engineers, folks that have the abilities to come on to financial institutions and different firms and assist in the digitization of their work. So digital governments is the topic of the panel today. And from the Department of Commerce perspective, we recognize the importance of these transformation, the transformation happening to digitalization. And one program that we developed that's related is our Digital Attaché program. And so we have about 12 digital attaché officers placed all over the world. I was the digital attaché in Singapore for 3 years. And the purpose of that program is to help companies in different industries, including FinTech, succeed overseas. So that's about export promotion of their products and services, help them find financial institutions overseas to partner with. But then also, there's a policy and a regulatory component to it. So our digital attachés, including myself, we work with the governments in the host countries or territories where we operate to make sure that there are not any barriers to trade that exist related to the international e-commerce, including cross-border data flows, things like that, any regulatory compliance issues that may hinder these companies operating overseas. So on the topic of cross-border data flows, that's something that we work hard on. The Cross-Border Privacy Shield, Cross-Border Privacy Rules, CBPR, is a framework that the Department of Commerce has worked hard on to find like-minded partners. This is an APEC-related framework, so several countries that are in APEC are part of the CBPR. Taiwan is party to it as well, so we applaud the great work being done here in Taiwan to be a part of the framework, and we're actually working hard with the leadership of our Secretary of Commerce, Secretary Gina Raimondo, to expand even beyond the APEC countries. And so the CBPR is something that I'd like to just throw out there as a way by which we could continue to expand and have companies be able to share data related to personnel or sales across borders, because from the U.S. perspective, we feel that that will facilitate growth, economic growth, and facilitate trade. Also on the topic of cloud computing, the largest cloud service office companies that offer those services are from the United States. And so we work hard with the governments overseas to make sure that they can operate and offer their top quality services in the countries and territories that we operate in. Cybersecurity is a key part of digital governance as well. So protecting citizens' data and making sure that it's secure. We have the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, is part of the Department of Commerce as well. And so they have developed some very powerful tools and frameworks for foreign governments to consider adopting, including the cybersecurity framework, or just called the framework now. And so the cybersecurity is another thing that I wanted to mention that's key as a part of it. And I'll just close by saying I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we've heard from the speakers this morning that the COVID-19 pandemic has been obviously a big challenge for everyone all over the world, but it's pushed innovation in a lot of ways. And there's a trend that I don't see slowing down anytime soon. And so it creates a lot of opportunities for fintechs and also governments to be forward-thinking and to keep up with the pace of innovation. And so I'm excited also about fintech being a force for good in the world. Financial inclusion is an area that I explore a lot with my team that's here today, Shu Wei Dui. They are here with me, and we look at ways by which we could bring more unbanked people into the fold. Also, closing the gender gap. Yesterday, MeCash, a U.S. fintech out of Boston, Massachusetts, presented on its crowdsourcing or micro-lending platform that targets female or women entrepreneurs and that are trying to get their businesses up and running, and it's an exchange of small microloans. So products like that excite me. Climate change is another area, green finance, where fintech can get involved, so we can get away from just the convenience of the user through apps, but also just bringing more folks into the fold. And so those are things that we're working on at the Department of Commerce. Again, thank you, Madam Chu, for hosting this panel and for inviting AIT. And I look forward to hearing from the other panelists. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer, to share with us about, he emphasized the free flow of data and very importantly about regulatory harmonization and, and about the broad usage, utilization of digitalization and bring the convenience to our lives and everything. And thank you. And next one, we will invite Professor Dr. Wen. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 非常感谢这个研讨会的组织者给我这个机会，跟台湾的朋友讨论这些问题。不好意思，我的台湾的老师非常好，可是我不是他的学生，都忘记我的国语。Okay, so I have been interested in Taiwan for more than 30 years, and so I'm happy to have this chance to discuss fintech law and policy in digital governance. Next. So the gentleman from Poland provided a definition of digital governance, I also wondered about that term. My sense is different than his. I noticed, this is from Google Ngram, I noticed that digital governance is becoming a popular term, and it's replacing information technology management. So the two processes are very similar. And the question I have is, does it matter that people are using a new term? So I think it does. And my comments are addressing what might be different. Next. So I think when people change from talking about management to talking about governance, it's because they are aware that globalization is eroding the power of national regulators to control their national economies. And as regulators try to meet the needs of their citizens with less power, they adopt digital governance strategies. So financial regulators around the world struggle to address a regulatory trilemma. They have incompatible demands placed on them, and it's impossible to maximize all three results. So I've been looking at the problem of regulatory trilemmas in financial services for a long time. I personally have come to the conclusion that there is no high-level systemic policy that can address this. The only solution is evidence-based problem solving or continuous improvement. So what is that process? It's a process of diagnosing a problem, articulating a guiding policy, deciding on coherent actions to advance that policy, carrying out the policy, measuring the results, and then making adjustments either in the goal or the guiding policy or the specific actions in light of what you learn. So my belief is that only regulators that practice evidence-based problem solving can effectively and credibly meet the challenges of FinTech. So regulators that use old-fashioned policy instruments, command and control policy instruments, will be disappointed with the results. So, so I tried to find the Chinese on the internet. So I came up with 德性领导 is to lead by example, to lead by virtuous example. So that's my basic idea. Next. So one of the questions I was asked to address is like, who's successful? What can regulators learn from the efforts of regulators in other countries? So I noticed that in the UK, there is a Khalifa review of FinTech. And I looked at that document. I came to the conclusion that that's industrial policy. That's not financial regulation. Because Mr. Khalifa, with his review of FinTech, was talking about promoting economic opportunities for the United Kingdom. It was not talking about the regulatory trilemma that the Financial Conduct Authority and Bank of England face. So that, that talked about FinTech, but I don't think it's really about digital governance. By contrast, I saw the report of the Bank of England on data collection strategy, and the conclusion they reached is that regulators need to get the data they require to fulfill their regulatory mission at the lowest possible cost to industry. So that's actually evidence-based problem solving. They're conscious of the trade-off between the responsibility of the regulators and the burden on industry to serve the public. So I believe that conclusion is the result of more than a year of public consultations. To get a statement of their goal that concise took more than a year. In the United States, financial services are within the political system. We recognize that there's a political element to financial services, and President Biden has suggested that the chief federal regulator might be someone who has proposed American citizens should be allowed to have their own individual personal bank accounts at the Fed. That's innovation in financial services. Now, maybe she won't be appointed, but that's an example of Americans thinking about democracy and financial services. I've been studying European Union law and policy for decades, and there's a lot of documents published by the European Union, but as far as I can tell, there's not actually any digital governance policy. The goals of European Union law reform and policy analyses are about building the internal market. And so they pursue that goal in a single-minded fashion in a way that's incompatible with FinTech innovation. So although the European Union publishes many papers, I don't believe they actually have a viable policy for digital governance in FinTech. So that's, oh, and I was going to say, when I look at the policies of the European Union for addressing digital transformation, I'm reminded of the letter from the Qianlong Emperor to the King of England, in which he said, "We have no need of your innovations." We know how that went. So those are my observations on digital governance in FinTech. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wen. I watched your YouTube online, and you said yearly you will come to Taiwan. Because of pandemic, you can come. I hope in the very near future you can come here and we can see you in person. And thank you very much to share with us your evidence problem solving. This very effective way to face the challenges. Thank you very much. And next, we will have Dr. Huang. Is that right? Michael Lin. We will have Michael Lin, Chairman of Insurance Guarantee Fund. This floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chu, and all the participants. This section, I will introduce the using FinTech to enhance supervision of the Internet-only bank. As I mentioned in the formal, I am chairman of the Central Deposit Insurance Corporation, and under the supervised by the FSC, and we developed a new system. That means we want to create the new way for the supervision of the new Internet-only bank. And the new bank have a characteristic of the Internet bank is the non-physical branches, and all the financial services are conducted online and via mobile device. So the FSC implemented the more strict monitoring measures on liquidity risk. The Central Deposit Insurance Corporation, we call the CDIC, was entrusted to develop a new system using the modern technology for collection and analysis of the reported data. So what I mean is we separate the two methods. One is the correction process, and the other is the analysis of the data. So we choose the new way. Traditional, all the bank should report the financial data through the single window financial reporting system. So for the internet-only bank, also want to submit all the business and the financial data to this center. But for the liquidity control, we want the internet-only bank must report the additional data. That means we focus on the liquidity, and we also concerned about the liquidity risk. So we just develop a new system. That means the internet-only banking supervision. At first, we must establish the data warehouse. So all the reported data should store in the internet-only banking supervision system established in the CDIC. We also download all the data from the FSC, the single window reporting system, and store it in the CDIC's legacy. The data was extracted, transferred, and loaded to our database. And then next, I want to introduce that is the structure for our supervision system. All the financial institutions report to the platform of the CDIC. At first, we choose the API platform. All the data transfer to the CDIC, then we just collect all the data and validation of the data and into our data warehouse. Then we choose some of the more important data to the data market. That means if you want to analyze all the data, it's more quickly from the data market to the dashboard reporting. That's why we choose this way. And next one, I want to introduce the API method because we are not an expert. So at first, we must outsourcing this technology from the outside firm. So we choose the Industrial Technology Research Institute for technology assistant because they are expert for choose the API way. The next one I want to introduce about the supervision system. We have the two different reporting systems. One is the periodical regulatory data report. That means the daily, weekly, and the semi-monthly and the monthly report. There are a lot of the data from the financial institution. And the second one, we must choose the unique way to control the liquidity risk. So that means we have the real-time reporting system. That means when the deposit transaction cannot be executed for more than 10 minutes, then the institution must report immediately through the API to the CDIC. The second one is the liquidity issue happen. A warning detector on the interbank fund transfer guarantee special account. That means this account, all the financial institutions must have the balance in this account. If the interbank transaction is more and more, and the bank don't have enough money, then the system will be notified via the system to the CDIC. And that is the next one is the quarterly report. This we want to analyze the risk with assets data. That means all the financial institutions should report to the regulator for their credit risk, market risk, and operating risk. In the past, those data was in written reported to the regulator. But if you want to establish a long-term big data, we should ask the bank to report those data through the API. Then we can analyze the more easily. And this is the last one for the collection data. That means visualize the supervision data dashboard. From the data market, we can retrieve the data more easy to get our result. That is, we generate all the data based on our monitoring need. And the next one is the function about the instant message alert. As I mentioned, we have two functions. It's ask to real-time reporting. One is the deposit transaction cannot be exit. The second one is the liquidity issue is happen. During these two issues, we should ask the bank to report immediately to the CDIC. So that means the regulator, we pass this issue or message to the Financial Supervision Commission or to the central bank to control its liquidity problem. And I want to mention about the issues and the challenge facing the financial regulatory authority. The first one is the disagreement of the internal and the external shareholder on a common vision. My existing due to the different interest in data culture and the legacy thinking. That's why you want to transfer the old one to the new one. We must face this kind of the situation. The second one is the both financial authority and the financial institution have legacy system. That means they are wrong at the moment, but we want to migrate all the process. We need to take time and effort. The third one is the technology-related issue arise in the regulatory reporting process involving the use of the technology. That's why I mentioned we need outsourcing for the export. The first one is the implementation of the new regulatory reporting approach, require revising existing regulation. That means we must change the reporting, we must new definition of the reporting way, so that's the new regulation. The fifth one is the cost of the implementation of the new regulatory reporting system are relatively highly on the smaller financial institution than bigger one. That means some of the smaller financial institution, they must pay more money to ingest this new system. The last one is the innovation in regulatory reporting require different types of the skill set for both financial authority and the financial institution. That means actually we need to have more training for those kind of people. And the last one is the potential next step for the CDIC. And the first one is enhance the use of the artificial intelligence to assist its risk control of the insecure institution. The second one is to use more granular data to improve comparable across institution and the business over time. The third one is introduce the big data analysis to enhance CDI's risk management. And that's for my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lin. Thank you for sharing. Chairman Lin is a long-time safety net keeper. This liquidity dashboard program is the first FSC introduced to monitoring the liquidity risk for the internet-only bank. This is a real-time reporting. Thank you for sharing with us. Next, we will have Dr. Wang to share.
Okay, Vice Chairperson Cho and distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to be here to share my experience and my view on the digital governance. Okay, let me first introduce myself. I'm leading the research in Academia Sinica, and my group is doing research on AI, including the FinTech and security and also Internet of Things. And I also have some joint appointment with university. And what I want to mention here is, slides, move. Okay, I want to share my experience. Actually, I worked for AT&T for 18 years, and starting as a researcher in AT&T, and then become a manager in AT&T. And that was between late 80 and about year 2000. That was the time that we see the big change in the telecom industry. Okay, and then now briefly describe that. And also that I was working for some private company, and then I also worked for the government for 5 years as the Science and Technology Office, and pushing for cloud computing initiative and open data initiative. And so I will share with you this, is coming. You know, we see actually the very important keyword here is called digital transformation. And the reason I mentioned that is when I was AT&T, when I joined AT&T, it has more than 350,000 people. By the time when it's actually all AT&T was purchased by SBC. By the time it was purchased by SBC, it has less than 50,000 people. So you can see the big changes on the telecom industry, and not only telecom industry. And later on, we see I put a symbol there. Probably people are over 30, 40 years old remember this symbol called Blockbuster. And now it's replaced by Netflix. So the reason that it was not done well, or this is a big disruptive technology coming, is called the digital transformation, which I would like to mention a little bit my experience and witness the change of the telecom industry. And I think the changes are still coming to many industries. Okay, so what I want to say, digital transformation is actually involved a number of steps, and sometimes those steps are not, need to be done well in order to be successful. First of all, we have to take data. We have a lot of data. First step is to do data digitization, and even that is not easy. Okay, we take a lot of analog data and then convert to digital, or we take the documents, which is handwritten document, convert to digital, and this all requires a good tool and a good process to do it. Then the next important thing is once we have those data, we need to do well on the data governance. I mentioned, what the challenge of data governance. And then once you have all the data available, then we have to optimize data. We have to select the data and to do the next step, which is called digital governance. So we need, to do a digital governance, we need good data, okay? And that, the reason you need that is you need to have this as a good data in order to help to set up a lot of decision, okay? And that is very important, relies on the data. So my slide was, hello? Okay, can you remove this signals? Somehow it comes up. Okay, it was block my slides. I don't know what is going on. So what I want to say is actually digital transformation is not easy. Also, there was last year there was a report by McKinsey saying that actually very few percentage, only about less than 30% of companies surveyed say they are successful in the digital transformation. And if you look at this, actually including digital savvy companies. But if you look at most other companies, actually they are sometimes less than 4%, saying that they are being successful in the digital transformation. So what I want to say today here is that there are a number of steps I mentioned that in order to do a digital transformation. The very important step, we can do data digitization, but the next step is very important. It's called data governance, because we need to make sure the data we have is a good data, okay? And also not only good data, correct data, but also if we need to deal with privacy issues, security issues, what is standard we use to generalize the data and able to exchange the data and so on. And then where to put the data. I want to make sure the data fairness, we don't want to be biased that are creating the bias in our decisions. So these are all very important steps. And then of course, we need to do the warehousing, where to put the data, whether to put the cloud or put it on the local, and how do we use the data and how to exchange the data and so on. So these are the issues that need to be addressed in the data governance. My group, actually, I pay a lot of attention in the security and privacy issue because I think that's very important. Let me speed up a little bit. Okay, so I think the emphasis today is digital governance. And for that, also, there are a number of important things we all mentioned here: regulation, policies, technology. They are all very important. How to put together data, use data to make decisions. And this is actually requires a lot of. One thing I would like to mention is the culture change, because I think at the end, what it really makes the change of the whole companies or whole country is a culture. We have to be able to take risk because everything will be new. Okay, we have to something we never seen before. So has to take risk. And the people are probably the most important here, because people going to lead the digital governance has a strong determination, is able to do the coordination, can sometimes have to compromise leadership. That's always important. And the organization had to have the right organization to do it. So now companies would have something called chief digital officer and so on. This is actually, I think it's very important to have that. So finally, I think that for the FinTech, I like to say that, as I mentioned, that because I witnessed the change or the disruptive change of the telecom industry 30 years ago, and I believe this is coming for financial industry. And so whoever can do well on the digital transformation will win the market. Okay, so I think this is coming. And I mentioned here is actually for the financial industry, another important thing to do is because of compliance issues, you have to be able to recognize, identify each person using on the internet, using wireless devices. And so we need a tool to do it. And I know that the government is pushing EID, which I think is very important for the whole digital transformation. And of course, there are other standards like FIDO. They also been adopted by some bank in Taiwan. And I think these are all important technology need to be deployed in our digital governments for the FinTech in the future. Because time is limited, I might comment here.
Thank you. Thank you for Dr. Huang's share about data, good data governance, and then we have a good decision. Thank you. And because the time is limited, I suggest that we can combine the Q&A session and the final remarks. And each panelist, we can have 1 or 2 minutes because the questions we collect in advance focus on how we can grab the most opportunity, and at the same time, we can face the challenging with a feasible way. Each panelist, you can have some view or experience set from the government side or private side. That's, you can decide on your own. And we can move to the final remarks, and in combination with Q&A section from the from the Ella. Okay, Ella, please. Oh, we can hear you.
Now?
Great, okay. Please.
I wanted to say that I agree completely with the previous speaker that there will be a shocking changes in the financial system in the next couple of years. I can say that in comparison to traditional banks, fintech firms have a startup culture, a lack of legacy, technology infrastructure, and an environment that allows them to focus more on product development and consumer experience. I want to say a few words about the open banking reform in Israel as an example of fintech's contribution to the financial system. I'm pretty sure that this will increase competition, reduce concentration by allowing third parties, such as fintech companies, to access the financial information of customers with their consent, of course, and provide more customized and tailored services. We all think here in Israel that the economic benefits of the reform include increasing competition and reducing living costs, discharge financial system as opposed to one-stop shop. This will have the ability to track and compare competitors And of course, innovative technology allows all service to be accessed by the push of the button. All of those reforms, it's not an easy way, but in the long term, I'm sure that it will contribute to Israel's financial system. That's it. Thank you very much.
And next, may I call Mr. Brewer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chu. So my question that was given was about how regulators from different economies can work together to work on interoperability where feasible and also ensure effective competition. So I can just answer my views on that and weave that in with my final remarks as well. I think it starts at home. I think investing in innovation and similar to what's happening here in Taiwan through FinTech space with the accelerator, basically the government partnering with industry, the companies that are on the ground trying to sell their products and services and solutions can help to inform regulators on be the process. And there's several different programs around the world that you could point to that are examples of that. But yeah, it starts at home and investing in the development here. And then identifying like-minded partners and regulators to come together and to work with in an international context. It could be bilateral or multilateral. I mentioned before the cross-border privacy rules framework. That could be a starting place. Free trade agreements is another way to go about the goal of bringing governments together. But lastly, I'll just say that United States is a strong partner to Taiwan, and we look forward to continuing these discussions on regulations and FinTech, all of these different areas where we can cooperate and work together. Again, thank you for allowing us a seat on the panel today. Thanks.
We're glad to work with regulators around the world. Of course, US, AIT. Okay, thank you. And next, we will have Dr. Wen with us. Dr. Wen, this is your floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So I learned something very important today from Chairman Lin's talk about the CDIC. I have been asking regulators and experts in the West about when are regulators going to publish APIs, and I can't find any examples except regulators use APIs to release statistical data to the public, but they, maybe the SEC and Commodities Future Trading Commission are using them with their data analysis, but I'm not aware of any regulators in the West who are as advanced as Taiwan. So my example about evidence-based problem solving, any regulator that can publish and use an API would be understanding the actual conditions that regulated industry face. As far as I can tell, the Commission in the European Union does not receive any information through APIs, but they use command and control to force the banks to publish them without knowing how difficult it is. So congratulations to the regulators in Taiwan. Now I really want to come back to visit Taiwan to learn more about what's happening.
Thank you, Dr. Wen. CDIC's program, this is FSC's first one, but it will not be the last one. Underway, we'll put another one and other two. Thank you. And lastly, we have Chairman Lin.
Well, thank you for your compliment. And when the CDIC received the order to establish the new system, actually we are anxiety about all the technology. But when we go through all the process, actually we learn a lot. And what I mentioned is can the banking industry can conduct the risk control in the similar way, just like the CDIC. What I want to answer is yes, because all the individual banks should establish the long-term data. That means they must establish the big data. Then follow this data. They can use the big data to conduct the long-term trend. And if the data is derived from the long-term trend, actually they can get a lot from this message. I think it's very important. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lin. And you are the last. And there's Mr. Dr. Wang.
Okay.
Wang.
Thank you. Okay. I have a question about how to do well in the digital governance. And again, I would emphasize there are many key factors to be successful in the digital governance, but I think the most important factor is what I highlight at the end is the people and the organization. I think we need to find the right people to lead the digital governance in the company or in the country. And the person, then you set up a right organization, and basically the person has to able to coordinate to lead the whole efforts in the digitization, including what I said, the culture change, and that including the taking the risk. So that's why I'm saying that probably to get the right people on the right organization to do the right thing is probably the most important in the digital governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I wrap up, I will again thank you all the panelists. You did a great job. You are very generous to share with us all what you see inside and what your experience. I think all the audience in person or online will have very fruitful achievement or fruitful for today's suggestion. And lastly, in the web app, I would say what we have done today to discuss, to share experience and exchange views. The only thing we will achieve is to offer a better service to our people, to our government, to the public and to the customers, and to grab opportunity and to face physically and face visibly about the changes we face. And this is endless mission, because in the way, there's many opportunities waiting us to grab. There are challenges waiting for us to find a better way to solve it. And there is no finish line. Yearly, we review what we have done. Last year, well, remind us every progress we made, even is a small step, building up all the progress, we can make a big difference. That is what all we have done today. And this is great for the public and all the financial inclusion and for the customers. And thank you, the panelists today and the participants today. Hope you find this forum useful for you and useful for your thinking, and because everything starts from the thinking and the implementation and action. Let's moving forward and working together to the better service and make the world a better place. That's what we think we will moving forward, and we'll continue to do it. Thank you, all the participants and panelists. The section is closed right now, but our efforts, our actions will never stop. Thank you. And let us wave our hand to the panelists online and say Goodbye to everyone, and we'll meet you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Chu, and also the panelists. Before we sign off, I'd like to invite the panelists and also Madame Chu on the floor, and also the 2 panelists online to join us for a group photograph. 我们是不是请舞台上的贵宾，我们一起起身，请副主委至舞台的中央。And for the 2 panelists that have joined us online, please do look into your camera. We will do a screenshot. 我们就请现场还有线上的来宾们共同合影留念。And also, please do remove your masks. 也请台上的贵宾，我们将口罩取下。我们现在已经可以取下口罩合影了。So smile for the cameras. 同时，我们现在在线上收看直播的朋友们，也欢迎大家能够到 FinTech Taipei 的脸书专页来参与我们今天的抽奖活动。大家可以在观看的时候，荧幕截图，并且留下您这次参与的心得感想，就可以参与我们的抽奖活动。非常欢迎大家。Thank you once again to Madame Chu and also all the panelists. Thank you very much. And with that, we will proceed to the second keynote of the morning to focus on global digital trends. So next up, it is a pleasure to have Mr. Barry Liu, who is Associate Director of Boston Consulting Group, to talk about global digital trends. And the keynote will then be followed by a panel. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Barry Liu, Associate Director of Boston Consulting Group.
各位金融业的先进和
Distinguished friends from financial sector, I'm Barry Liu from BCG Gamma Associate of Boston Consulting Group. It's my honor to join the discussion of FinTech Taipei Forum 2021 on behalf of BCG. As you all know, that BCG is a management consultancy firm that assists clients in planning strategies, and digital technology has evolved rapidly in recent years. So making digital capability, building that capability is a very important part of your competitiveness. Therefore, we have a digital BCG, which was established by DCG to provide our clients consulting services in terms of digital transformation. I work within digital BCG. It's called BCG Gamma. So I lead a team of data scientists to help enterprises to use machine learning and advanced analysis to promote and drive digital transformation to realize business potential. In the past 30 years, we have seen there are 4 digital trends in financial sector. At the beginning of 1991, we saw a trend of electronization. So a lot of people start to use electronic system to replace manual work. So we see this has come to pretty much an end as most of the business has been electronized. In 2010, we see a rapid adoption of smartphones. And we have seen the application of smartphones has been adopted by financial sector. And by 2015, this open trend was beginning to taking off in the UK. And we also see that many banks have already opened up its industry, its product, and client base to connect with the ecosystem. And the latest trend is the leveraging of big data, AI, and cloud computing. So we can see a highly personalized service and intellectualization experience. So now we see the trend coming to merge mobilization and opening up and intellectualization as well as electronization. So we see that with these 4 trends, we see that we continue to see changes. And BCG has conducted a survey with more than 100 news agencies. We have discovered that more than 90% of digital transformation projects were customer-facing business-driven, and about 75% of these projects were not initiated by CIOs or CTOs.
第三，大约有
Instead, they were driven by business executives, and about 80% of these transformational projects were aiming to realize financial self-sufficiency with the results of these projects. So we see that in terms of digitalization, global financial sectors has come to a mature stage, and 80% of these respondents think that it is a priority to conduct digital transformation. And automation is very important and should be prioritized, especially in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, from this survey, we have identified these trends, and we are going to talk about the first trend. In terms of digital transformation, we see that it's more cleaning and inclining toward customer-facing business. And I would like to talk more about that. And we see there are 4 trends in terms of digital transformation. The first wave, we see intellectualization. We see businesses using a lot of advanced analysis for customization, personalization, auto risk monitoring, customer retention, and attrition management. These are very common scenarios for the application. And in terms of revenue, we see an increase of by 20 to 30%, a reduction of customer service costs by 25%, and we also see a dramatic increase in net promotional score. And we can see that financial sector is a very wide inclusion of industries. Therefore, I would like to take banking industry as example, so we can see how advanced analysis can be applied. The horizontal axis covers the front end marketing, customer management, product management, and credit monitoring. And in terms of vertical axis, we see it covers different functions in business like consumer banking, private banking, and corporate banking. So we can see 23 types of very common scenarios for application. For example, personalized services, cross-selling product recommendations, customer attrition management, customized pricing, line of credit management, auto risk monitoring. So there are so many different scenarios. Where should we start? One way is that we can actually decide depending on the scale of impact on business and feasibility. So here we can see potential impact on business. So we take the consistency of overall strategies and improvement of customer experience and increase of competitiveness advantage into consideration. In terms of feasibility, we need to take into account that whether the IT system supports the intellectualization process and whether our colleagues' skill sets can catch up with these procedures. The level of maturity is important. So to the top right of the graph, we can see these are the scenarios that can bring big impact and with high feasibility. So we have these 8 scenarios where the banking industry should top as their priority, including personalization and cross-selling product recommendations. So I would like to start with personalized scenarios. First, to share with you a survey we did in consumer banking. We see that a lot of clients, they have new ways of envisioning banking services. So we would like to use analogy to imply what they're looking for. First is that I would like to see my bank working as Amazon, which is like an e-commerce platform that automatically provides some advice. Second is that the bank can work as a personal shopper. So when I don't know where to start, it can give me some tailor-made advice. And third, I would like to see my bank working as a supermarket, which offers everything you can think of. Maybe I cannot find what I want the most, but I can definitely find something I can make use of. And fourth is a clinic where I do not like to go, but I have to go probably on frequent basis. And the fifth one is gym. So it's a part of our daily life. So we see 30% of our respondents expecting its bank more like Amazon, and 29% of respondents hoping their bank works like a personal shopper. So more than 70% of the respondents hope that their bank can know more about them and can know better than they do about what they really want. So they are looking at a bank that can provide personalized services. So what exactly is personalization experience? So that means that personalization experience is providing a great experience in a suitable time, space, at the right time, through the right way to interact with customer. For example, in a certain season or at a certain big life event with the right speed, right pace, through the right channel, a bank can provide the care and support a client need the most. So we have seen personalized services working in financial sector for many years, but we can see that has been changing all the time. And with intellectualization, smart systems, we can see that result has been improved dramatically. About digital-driven personalized experience, we can see there are many ways to achieve that. We can take a look through 3 steps. First, we collect all clients' information. It's their data, the frequency and amount of their transactions, and how they respond to marketing campaigns. So all these data combined together would become account DNA, and that will be the base of big data analysis. And with advanced analysis, we can conduct customer segmentation. Through customer segmentation, we can adopt different strategies. The third step is to use evolutionary algorithm for analysis to give recommendation on the best product solutions. For example, type A customer may be interested in the choice of type B customer, and those who choose solution A might also choose solution B. So we can identify these patterns. And now with the model, we can see that we can actually identify the purchase inclination of our customers. In this way, we can see that how we can spend our digital project more wisely at the right place. And here we also realize that digital transformation is not a walk in the park for everyone. So a lot of financial players have met a lot of challenges along the way of digital transformation, from the roadmap design to kicking off to the scaling up stage. We see there is a gap actually between the expectation and the actual results. So at the roadmap designing stage, we see digital investment does not necessarily lead to financial values. So we see a lot of digital projects taking place everywhere, but we lack holistic strategies, and that lead to a loss of focus. And in terms of kicking off stage, we see that KPIs cannot be aligned and resource allocations cannot be aligned, and also different digital talents not necessarily can work very well with traditional talents. So these are some of the problems, and people are probably taking sideline, and these are some of the reasons that cause our momentum at the kicking off stage. And in terms of scaling up stage, we see some of the issues, including IT system lacking flexibility, and the organization does not have digital talents. We also see that digital businesses fail to bring effective results, and that cannot lead to scaling up operation. Therefore, to address these issues, we propose a concept which is called bionic organization. Inside a bionic organization, we would like to see a close-knit relationship between human and technologies, and the two can work more closely. By combining intelligent analysis, advanced tools, together with human beings' flexibility, adaptability, and experiences, we can build a smart organization that can learn, can grow, and can also connect with external ecosystems. So this can become a mutually benefiting mechanism, and we can actually evolve and work with our clients as they change along the way. And in order to build a bionic organization, we also need to see a big shift in business thinking. So we actually need to shift our mindset from working on an account, developing customers, to actually working with the users, because a lot of the times the clients focus more on cost effectiveness. And while we are providing services to the users, we really need to walk in their shoes, what kind of values or what kind of experiences they're looking for. And we have to strike a balance between financial services and life for our customers. And also we need to shift our focus from sales to services and experiences. So we need to take different perspectives into consideration, from customer introduction, acquisition, retention, so we can increase and improve customers' affinity and activeness. And in terms of account management, we need to make a shift toward data-driven intelligent decision so we can enhance our performance. So we see a lot of financial institutions, organizations have been working hard to make the shift into bionic organization. However, in addition to these digital technologies, thinking mindset is very important. Human-centric mindset is very important so that we can have a good result. Therefore, I would like to wrap up with this slide. While we were talking about digital transformation, we always focus on a new tool, a new platform, or a new mobile app, or a new algorithm. Of course, these are very important. But also, we see that for digital transformation, being digital is very easy, but transformation is difficult. So 10% of our energy, or I can say that the success of digital transformation, 10% of it relies on strong algorithm, powerful algorithm. 20% of that depends on data collection, digital platform building, and 70% goes to realignment and adjustment of business processes and talent development, as well as the revolution of operational model management. It's really my honor and pleasure to talk to you all about BCG's perspectives and observations on global financial sector digital transformation. So if you're interested in the content that I talked about today, you would like to know more, you would like to talk to us, I welcome you to reach out to us, including digital transformation methods and the application of events analysis or the establishment of bionic organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you from BCG for giving us an overview of the global digital trends. And after listening to global digital trends, let's now move on to cover international digital transformation cases. For this session, we're very happy to have Mr. Damian Moody, who is Managing Director of APEC, Head of Aladdin Wealth Tech, BlackRock Solutions, give us a talk on international digital transformation cases. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Mooney.
大家好. I am delighted to be invited to FinTech Taipei 2021 to share my views on digital transformation cases, and I really hope you all find my remarks interesting and hopefully helpful. Over the next 10 minutes or so, I will outline examples and experiences of digital transformation initiatives from across the asset management and wealth management industries. In order to do this, I'll first set the context for digitization today, and why the need by business leaders for focus and urgency has never been higher. Then I will outline 4 major themes that challenge or impede digital transformation programs. Finally, I will share my observations on the implications for business strategy, the why, implementation approaches, the how, and organization and talent, the who. My name is Damien Mooney, and I've lived and worked in Asia for the past 15 years. I'm currently responsible for leading the wealth technology business for BlackRock in the Asia-Pacific region. But before I begin, it's important to highlight that as an asset manager, the money BlackRock manages is not our own. It belongs to the people in dozens of countries planning to finance long-term goals like retirement, putting their children through school and college, or buying a first home. And we have a deep fiduciary responsibility to these institutions and individuals, teachers, firefighters, doctors, business people, and many others, to promote long-term value so that they can reach their financial goals. Our clients depend on us to account for long-term risks that affect their investments, and it is with this in mind that we invest so much in our own technology and analytics. We are a leading global asset management firm, but we also provide our proprietary digital and technology solutions to asset management companies and other financial institutions, including wealth management firms around the world, so that they too have access to our investment and risk management platforms. So BlackRock Solutions is the technology division for the firm, and our mission is to help our clients transform their business through technology. Our technology unit has become a core driver of growth for us, and we now have over 4,500 technologists across the firm, the majority of which work on our Aladdin Risk Analytics and Portfolio Management platform. This has required a technologist mindset and an ability to adapt, and I'd like to share some of our learnings with you today. Let me start with some brief remarks and context, which no doubt will be familiar to all of you. Digital transformation is now an imperative, particularly for so-called traditional financial institutions, where their focus is much now on relevancy and survival, given the pace being set by new fintechs disrupting all parts of the financial services ecosystem. Although the context for digital transformation has been well known for many years, it's likely fair to say that within the context of financial services in the world of asset and wealth management, this part of the industry really has been more of a laggard in terms of disruption. But today, now, it's prime time for disruption. And the global pandemic, frankly, has catalyzed this to the extent it's really hard to envisage this pace of change slowing down from here. In earlier years, the emergence of agile fintech firms likely was not really taken that seriously by the incumbents in the industry. Robinhood was not a household name in 2019, for example. Now, it's a really different story, with expectations for highly personalized and omni-channel customer experiences being the norm, but with traditional players scrambling to future-proof their businesses via digital change or digital transformation programs. So the industry is now playing catch-up on digital transformation. And this topic is now at the top of the CEO agenda as leaders acknowledge the imperative to go digital. A remarkable statistic from research undertaken by Roubini Thought Labs investment study recently bears this out. In 2020, their survey results revealed that only 24% of CEOs said that digital transformation was unimportant or slightly important. This year, 96% of CEOs responded that digital transformation was not only important, but was central to their businesses. As Lao Tzu once said, if you do not change direction, you may end up where you're heading. And we know this from experience. Real change is really difficult. There are so many challenges and impediments to digital transformation, but I would like to briefly highlight 4 major obstacles which I have observed through my professional experiences. First off, culture. Let's start with the single most difficult challenge facing organizations wanting to transform digitally: culture. I will come back to this, but firms that lack vision and top-down leadership on change programs really struggle to effectively innovate and change. The second one is legacy. My colleagues and I oftentimes joke that the biggest competitor we face when trying to sell in new technology solutions is the in-house IT department and/or Excel spreadsheets. I mean, all jokes aside, the challenges of legacy system architecture and infrastructure are all too real today. Modernizing and overhauling core systems is a slow and hugely expensive process. Thirdly, data. Linking to the point I just mentioned on legacy systems, the proliferation of disparate data sources, likely housed in information silos across multiple systems, obstructs data movement. The platformization of the industry is driving data consolidation and connectivity, but again, it's slow and laborious. Which brings me to my fourth point, which is inertia. Last but by no means least, the reluctance of firms to change due to concerns oftentimes about low uptake. Will the investment be worth the payback? And this manifests itself in many ways, but certainly pre-pandemic, reluctance to risk investing in new technology was quite high. It now feels like firms are more willing to break this inertia given the seismic changes we have now seen, particularly around customer behavior and expectations. Again, going back to my point earlier about it being now an imperative. So thus far, my remarks have been about setting the context, but now I want to bring those observations to life in terms of the implications that this has on digital transformation in today's business environment, in terms of that why, how, and who. So let's start with the why. A few minutes ago, I described culture as being one of the potential obstacles for digital transformation. There is no doubt in my mind that businesses that have defined their digital ambitions clearly are much more likely to succeed. But what do I mean by this? Well, first, bridging that gap between the business and technology is crucial for defining this digital vision. It's really about setting this ambition from the firm's kind of leadership level through a top-down goal and vision statement and strategy, but then combining this with a bottom-up approach to how you think about implementation and execution, ensuring that broad organizational alignment takes place. To achieve this, firms need leaders with real conviction in digital and, importantly, the ability to support the business case for transformation. In the way in which there have been, I guess, 1,000, maybe 100,000 case studies built using Apple as an exemplar for customer-centric design products. More often in our region today, industry experts will single out someone like Piyush Gupta of DBS as a visionary digital leader, and he is. In fact, DBS, as an example, have made huge strides in the digitization journey. After all, their corporate strapline is now live more, bank less. However, it's not just about having a strong leader with the longer-term vision and strategy. Clearly, that's important. The underlying culture needs to be one of innovation and collaboration. Most, if not all, the firms that we work with seeking change need to be willing to experiment, frankly, to fail, but also to partner with external firms such as fintechs. And all this, particularly for traditional firms, requires a cultural mindset shift. It's very easy to say, it's much, much harder to actually accomplish. Moreover, strong executive sponsor remains a critical element of a successful digital transformation strategy. I've referred to this before. The tone from the top really does make a digital difference. Now let's turn to the how. Successful digital transformations don't happen by themselves. Of course they don't. They require sophisticated and complex, oftentimes multi-year implementation programs. And there are so many ways to approach this how. But again, based on my own personal experiences, I propose to highlight 5 ways, 5 areas. First off, number 1, before you start, determine actually where you are on the digital maturity spectrum. Is your firm at the beginning stage, or are you on some transition path to digital leadership in your own industry category? This is really, really important to sort of benchmark where you are as a start point. And this can really best be defined by assessing your firm's current strengths and weaknesses at meeting customer expectations today. I've mentioned this before, this expectation by customers is moving so fast. But once you've made this assessment, build your path and your plan. Number 2, as you design the implementation plan, place your customer or client at the heart of your planning. For example, what is the right model for your redesigned customer experience? Will it be 100% digital? Will it be hybrid? What will the customer journeys look like in terms of personas? What will be your measures of client success around important aspects such as engagement and commercialization? Thirdly, Think about digital transformation as a process of continual or continuous improvement. Effective transformations can often depend on cross-functional teams with a startup or entrepreneurial approach, with broad ownership of the customer experience. This is becoming so important. To do that, really defining smart collaboration models with third parties, be they partnerships with large tech players or even nimble startups or a combination of both, that's really crucial. But also thinking about how you do that and deliver internally, innovation labs or other internal initiatives that can augment innovation and foster digital development. Fourthly, I mentioned data. I'm back at data again. How do you manage and leverage data effectively? In our experiences, partnering with financial institutions, data management is typically the most underestimated, but the most complex problem. Data is typically now the most valuable asset a firm can have, but unless there's a defined plan to unify the data sets or create data lakes to underpin the digital plans, they can quickly fail. And on top of that, but needless to say, there is a need for a bulletproof cybersecurity plan. That's a must. Know which data needs to be protected, have systems installed to protect this critical data, know that detection is as important as protection, and of course have best-in-class response and recovery plans. And fifth and finally, define the right technology stack and keep abreast of all the latest technology developments. I think it's important to systematically track because there is so much emerging technology which is coming through all the time. Migration of legacy systems these days to cloud will generally allow for the ease of ability to drive future-forward solutions, which are more and more using APIs, machine learning, artificial intelligence, potentially distributed ledger technology, and other smart technologies. A lot to consider there. Thirdly, the who. This is where the best designed digital transformation strategies can flounder and fail. The most successful companies establish cross-functional teams, as I referred to before, for the business transformation initiatives. However, the experience in financial services mirrors the talent challenges in the digital transformations of other sectors. The key is having the right blend of talent to lead and implement successful transformations programs. For example, in asset and wealth management as an industry, talent with both investment expertise and deep digital knowledge is really not that commonplace. Those with extensive digital and technology skills perhaps could be more likely to build careers in pure technology companies rather than in financial services. In addition, pure play tech talent oftentimes comes with a different mindset. The non-regulated, fail-fast variety, for example, compared to the more conservative and highly regulated environments within financial services, there's often a cultural challenge there in blending this talent together. Therefore, developing thoughtful human resource plans to attract and develop digital talent is now a critical element of every business facing the challenges of digital disruption and transformation. And in addition, as I discussed earlier around the challenge of culture change, new ways of working definitely are required and need to be introduced to sort of catalyze and support business transformation. You heard the term these days of agile working approaches, and these really are becoming much more of the norm. They have to be. These newer working approaches are so commonplace in financial institutions. We talk about agile product teams aligned around value streams, and really the design and delivery of minimum viable product approaches, which revolves around iterative prototyping, sprints with feedback where you course correct, pilots, and of course POCs, a proof of concepts. But these new ways of working and managing, frankly, the talent challenge traditional functional organizational structures, but they're really essential to driving change across firms because of that requirement for agile and the multidisciplinary approach. There's never been a more exciting time to be involved in digital transformation. It has evolved really from being a feature-led change bit here and there initiative to a fully fledged whole business change program. As I mentioned earlier, it's now about continuing improvement. The advancements in business models, FinTech participation and disruption, the really big change in client expectations, and of course technology developments, these are all combining to create this really heady mix within which firms must adapt and plan for. Of course, but frankly, the global pandemic has actually accentuated this volatile environment such that digitization, as I said, is now an imperative. Without change, firms will lose relevancy and fall way behind. We all now know this. In simple terms, digital transformation in the asset and wealth industries was underway, but the pandemic has given it a huge push in terms of implementation and adoption. The success of digital transformation requires a firm to adjust its culture to a digital mindset with strong leadership from the top. Implementation programs require multidisciplinary and cross-functional teams to collaborate effectively with internal stakeholders and, of course, external partners. How firms shape their organization for such transformations will in large part determine their success or their failure. Thank you for watching.
Thank you once again to Mooney for giving us an overview of the international cases in digital transformation. We will now shift gear to focus on transformation strategies in Taiwan. And for this talk, we are glad to have Deputy Director and also Research Fellow of Financial Research Institute at Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance, Dr. Zhang Kai-jun, share with us transformation strategies in Taiwan. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Zhang.
好，吴董事长，在座。
Distinguished guests and also our viewers online. I am Zhang Kai-jun from TABF. It is my honor to talk to you about the talent capacity building plan for digital transformation of financial industry. I think we first, before we start, need to answer a question. Why do we need to build capabilities? Of course, because that is the key to our success. And technology is not just the key. We also have talent as the key. And maybe the talents play even more important role. I think we can buy all technologies. However, who decides what kind of technologies we should buy and how to use them correctly? And how to combine these different technologies so we can create new business models, so we can reach the real financial transformation and innovation. And that all boils down to talents. And since talents are so important, so far for financial institutions, when it comes to the recruitment of financial talents or fintech talents, how well have we been doing? So from last year, we have a news article just from the topic of the headline of this news cover, we can tell that we have a big shortage of fintech talents. Every year, we have a survey and research into the needs of fintech talents, and we would do this survey with financial institutions. So based on our recent survey, we have learned that 70% of financial institutions think we have a shortage of fintech talents. And in terms of the supply and demand of fintech talents, another question we have to ask is that whether we have an issue of talent transformation in response to fintech development. We found that over 50% of financial institutions do not think there is an issue with talent transformation. So we can take a positive view. The most positive perspective is that for more than 50% of financial institutions, they are confident that they can actually respond to this digital transformation. If we want to take a negative view and a passive view that less than 50% of financial institutions think they are ready, so we cannot really tell further details from the research. Indeed, in terms of talent transformation issue, even though lots of these financial institutions think they do have the issue of talent transformation. So it's more than 40% of the respondents. So it's actually still a quite big number. The reason why I'm showing the chart over here is because to the right, to the question, are there any employee transformation issues in response to development of fintech? So part of the employees, they can directly become fintech talents. We are not asking all of our employees become fintech talents. because it still requires coordination skills in response to the rise of AI. So if we have half of our employees becoming fintech talents, then maybe they can come to address this issue of talent shortage. The reason why we adopt this thinking is because when we look into the shortage cost, first because the payment, the compensation is far behind tech industry's compensation. And second reason is because for tech people, it's difficult for them to adapt to the corporate culture of financial institutions. So for current financial sector practitioners, we can give them certain training and then we can certify them and validate their capabilities as fintech talents. First, these people, they won't have the issue of adaptation to the new environment. And second, I think maybe very few people, even after professional certification and training, even the tech industry will covet talent like this. But I think it's going to be rare. So still the IT major students will still be very attractive to IT industries, and because they are getting higher compensation from tech industry. So if we can train our own practitioners within our own sector, I think in this way we can address the shortage to a certain level. So these are some of the more obvious issues we face. However, we do have another less obvious issue. Actually, we do have a big urge to attract more fintech talents. However, the entire industry or the sector does not know how to really apply these talents. They don't know how to assess their capabilities. So for tech people, when they enter a financial institution, then they would feel at loss because they don't know where their career would lead them. And for the HR department, they don't really know how to build their core capabilities for a tech talent. So these are some of the reasons leading to the difficulty of financial sector attracting fintech talents. Of course, we cannot address these issues overnight. And in order to facilitate the recruitment of fintech talents for financial sector, the only one way to open up the source of our talents is to widely cast our net. We need to first improve our equipment. So we need to find a better fishing ground. If I want to draw an analogy, I need to find a bigger fishing ground. So realizing this as an issue, so FSC has identified capability building as one of the 8 themes of fintech development roadmap. So we need to build a certification training system to encourage collaboration between industry and academy, so we can build a bigger pool of fintech talent. For example, for financial practitioners, they can actually be trained through tech module. They can receive examination on computer. They can have a hand-on test. And for IT engineers, they need to receive training inside a financial model. So if they performance very well, then they can they can join the fintech talent pool. So talents from both sides will need to receive different topical trainings. So people with business and commercial backgrounds, after they receive the training, they can join the fintech talent pool. So this is just an illustration of how we picture the framework of talent pool. We are supposed to have people coming from different backgrounds, and with appropriate training given, they can be included into our fintech talent pool. So we can achieve this goal. These talents can come from financial background, or they can come from technology background, or these people are still like a graduate to be, so they can actually enter our talent pool via different channels. And a part of FinTech competency building for FSC and ILA. So we have worked together to build a FinTech competency certification mechanism. Before I talk about the mechanism, so we can see this is actually the FinTech Park conducted the survey with the FinTech companies in the park. So this is a question about the main shortage of talent types. So all the survey results came back very similarly. For example, we can see we lack the talent of data structure, strategic design, innovative financial product designers, integrated digital marketing talents, etc. So this is our certification mechanism of FinTech competency. So we can see there are 2 layers. So we have the basic foundations, and then so the upper part we have expertise capabilities. So you first have to pass your basic foundation certification. So what do basic capabilities cover? So it's the FinTech capability, finance capability, and programming capability. And then once you have the base covered, you can move on to the expertise area by different line of business. So there are different lines of function. Take the banking industry, for example. So we have 6 functions: business analytics, digital product design, data analysis, UI UX, compliance technology, and digital marketing. And each one of the banking functions will lead to specialized subjects. For example, for digital product design, it leads to AI, applications of new tech, methods of product design. And how do we pass the certification? First, you need to pass the test of your basic capabilities. And then once you acquire all the capabilities required for specific functions, then you can pass the certification. For example, if we do have this person who has passed this basic test, and he or she acquires the capability of AI capability, application of new tech, and methods of product design, and this talent can be certified. So for the same name, for example, AI, it's applicable across different subjects. For example, if one of these talent passes test of big data analysis while acquiring AI capability, so that means that this person acquired the certification of data analysis capability. On top of these 2 capabilities, naturally this person can acquire certification of this function, and this person acquire another digital marketing strategies capability, and this person can be certified as a talent for digital marketing. So we have this test by different subjects, but we have a combined capability test and certification. So after this training, does that mean that after you join financial sector or banking industry, then you have enough of competency for your work? So if you only know how to leverage AI, new tech application, and product design, given the acquisition of all these capabilities, we do have specialized educational institutions for domain knowledge. For example, TABF gives training to business and banking sector talents. Since we do have specialized training agencies, so we did not include domain knowledge into the certification mechanism. So back to my previous example, if we do have a person who has acquired the certification of digital product design, so this person is being entrusted to design a trust product, but he lacks this understanding of the subject matter, so he can actually go to the specialized agency to acquire the new knowledge, and on top of the already obtained capabilities, this person supposedly is able to design the entrusted product type. So this is the overall certification mechanism of FinTech talents. And what are the characteristics of a mechanism like this? The first is that so we do this design by functions. For example, we want to see our very talented employees to know where they can apply their specialty or capabilities. So for general financial institutions, for the HR department, they don't know that well on how to really put the right talent to the right place when it comes to fintech. So these talents, when they know what kind of capabilities they have, they know where would be their area or scope of work. So they can have a very clear view of their own career development. So at least they won't feel at loss. So this is what we have taken into consideration into the certification mechanism. Instead of piling up one subject after another, and this is actually a gradual process because we want to first equip them with the basics. And of course, the functions would expand beyond the 6 functions we have listed here. So when these people, they pass these certification, they will be included into the talent pool. For example, that we do have talent who may have added skills, for example, in data analysis. So at least this person can have this foundation. They have the basic skills. And for those financial institutions looking for a certain type of talent, they can actually come to the talent pool, the database, and look for the kind of talent they want. On top of that, basically, we combine training and certification together because we do have specialized agencies that would offer specialized courses, and that certification will be combined together with the courses. For example, there will be exams in the process of the courses as if you're taking a course from a college or university, and they have to submit reports, homeworks, and take AI, for example, or big data analysis, for example, that emphasize the importance of hands-on experience. So they have to also have hand-on exercise on computer. For those people who do not have IT background, as long as you're willing and you have the passion, we have a very clear career path for those who are interested in obtaining more fintech skill sets. So we have this roadmap design for those people who are interested in fintech area. And for different functions, we have consolidated different subjects or subject matters. So we would like to see like a cross function certification, and that certification applies to different industry. For example, we have a structure for insurance business over here. It seems that it's quite a very busy slide, but we can actually see there are overlapped areas between banking and insurance industry. So for the exceptions are, for example, in terms of compliance and risk control, varies from industry to industry. So we have to separate them. And take marketing, for example, because we do have a unique ecosystem for insurance, so they have to be separated. And also for investment and trust industry, they also have their specialized requirements. And in conclusion, we hope that with the certification mechanism being launched, we can really help financial institutions. So we can give them a criteria for recruitment, and also we can help those financial practitioners a second expertise of FinTech for financial participations. So we also would like to build a talent pool for the financial sector. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
张副所长, thank you once again to Dr. Zhang. And with that, we will proceed to the panel discussion to focus on how Taiwan's finance industry can adapt to global digital transformation. And for this session, we are delighted to have Dr. Zhongshu Wu, who is chairman of the Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance, moderate the session. And we will have Secretary of Financial Holdings Business Committee, the Bankers Association of the Republic of China, Wang Deyan, as one of the panelists. We also have Chairperson of Technology Application E-Commerce Committee of the Life Insurance Association, Linda Zhou, and also Advisor of FinTech Program of Taiwan Securities Association, Mei-Ling Kuo, share with us their thoughts on how Taiwan's finance industry can adapt to global digital transformation. And with that, I think I'd like to give the floor over to Dr. Wu.
Thank you. 在场的
Our guests online and here with me, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, all of our friends, for joining us in this event. I am probably the most fortunate moderator of all today because sitting on my left-hand side, I have three beautifully and incredibly talented colleagues to share with us their insights. And in this panel, the reason that we have invited them was not because of their beauty. We didn't know that beforehand. But now seeing them in person, I know I shall have a very happy morning. Now, to my left-hand side is Secretary of Financial Holdings Business Committee, Wang Deyan. She graduated MA from Massachusetts and joined Cathay Financial Holdings in 2001, and currently a director of administrations at Cathay Financial Holdings. Welcome to our event. Our second panelist is Zhou Chunyi, Linda Zhou. She graduated with a law degree in master's law degree from Sheffield University, and she's currently the chairman of Technology Application E-Commerce Committee at the Life Insurance Association and currently working at Kangjian Insurance Company. Cigna Insurance Company. And our third panelist is Guo Mei-Ling. She graduated from Jinchi University with a master's in business management, currently an advisor of FinTech Program of Taiwan Securities Association and an executive director at Yuanda, and also working at Yuanda Financial Holdings as the CEO of their digital finance. Our topic for this session is on how Taiwan's finance industry can adapt to global digital transformation. First of all, we know that technological development and changes in consumer behaviors, as well as innovative commerce patterns, has caused financial institutions around the world to pursue digital transformation. We would like to ask our panelists to share with us their insights from the perspectives of banks insurance company and securities companies on how they approach this theme. And also, our friends this morning also talked about the most important part of digital transformation is probably the corporate culture. So perhaps our panelists can share with us from your respective industries, how are you transforming this corporate culture to adapt to the digital transformation we're facing now? And also, we know that fintech is widely applied to the operation or design of finance and the promotion. And fintech is now the most popular battlefield with the most resources invested in. So from your respective industries, do you have any examples to share with us as success stories? Now, in the interest of time, we would like to invite each of our panelists to spend 7 minutes on your respective experiences or insights. And if we have time, we will take questions. We will now start with Ms. Wong. Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator, for your introduction, and thank you, organizer, for inviting me. I think those three are very important questions. I actually have slides prepared, but in the interest of time, I would like to share more on, for example, the HR issue, because this is something we talked about talent. So I think perhaps I should focus on the second question that you proposed. So when we are trying to promote digital transformation, one of our friends this morning talked about digital is easy, transformation is hard. So in our past few years of experiences in digital transformation, we naturally think about, okay, I need to introduce some new technology, new tools, new talents. But talent and technology introduction does not necessarily mean it will work successfully and effectively in an organization. So the key is actually the corporate culture and the other existing staff. Can we really change their mindset and the way they work? So I would like to share with you some of our experiences. First of all, I think to promote digital transformation, it must be top-down approach. So the senior management, in addition to coming up with the strategy, they must be hands-on in this transformation process. So for example, in the organization, you would like to promote more direct communications or cross-level, cross-functional discussions, which replaces the layered communication structure that is prevalent in the traditional financial institutions. And also, we need to hire more staff that require more technology. So we see a lot of banks that adopts the RPA process. We hold these different talks regarding RPA to see what kind of processes they can automate within their organization. So we also have members that hire people to teach their own staff to write the automation process. So if we can really introduce this process, the staff will also learn how to write the codes or how to really do a good inventory of all the services they have. So they will be more adaptable in the future and more agile and flexible in the future, and be able to further lead that transformation within the organization. And thirdly, I think we should encourage diverse learning. Finance is a very large industry with different sectors with expertise in certain sectors, but in the process of transformation, a lot of the problems that we face is difficult because you cannot solve it by one single sector. Now, in this new age, it's all about connecting the data, connecting the different services, and cross-discipline, cross-functional communication and collaboration. So we encourage diverse learning by introducing a lot of external learning resources so that our staff can choose the topics that they're interested in to be trained in that. But in reality, most of them are interested in learning digital analysis or digital marketing. We also encourage in our organization people to share their experiences of learning, and we even hold small competitions. So we try to foster this culture and atmosphere of diverse learning and sharing to change the culture of that corporate, to change your mindset and also to broaden your horizon and vision. And ultimately, I think it's about to improve the experience of your staff, because a lot of the times in the transformation, we focus on improving the customer experience and the customer journey. And we invest a lot of resources in it. But what we do in our organization is at the same time, we try to improve our staff experience and staff journey. It doesn't mean that we're giving them more benefits or more money. What we're doing is we see our staff as our own customers, and we look at our staff and employee journey to do a proper inventory to see in their daily works, in the process of their daily works, what are the pain points for them. And after such inventory, we also look at some of the changes in our systems or our tools, or introducing new financial tools. After our past few years, we can see that the daily workflow of our staff is more agile and more simplified, so their efficiency is improved. And also, in the process of digital transformation, there are certain units that face the biggest impact because they are customer facing. So, for example, some of the front end office, they would be more impacted, but the back end office would be less impacted. However, the staff is the customer of these back end offices. So we ask all of them to participate in this process to really understand what digital transformation is all about. And also, when we are promoting staff experience and staff journey, it's something that all of our staff experience, and they can really feel the overall change of our corporate culture. Thank you very much, Ms. Wong, for sharing with us your experiences at Cathay Financial Holdings and how you promote the digital transformation in your organization. Yes, indeed, the entire digital transformation process is easy to say, but difficult to actually do. So how to come up with a very concrete strategy and to have the plans that come with it and to be able to implement it in practice to really change that culture so that we can promote digital transformation to every unit in the organization that is critical to digital transformation. Next, we would like to invite our second panelist, Ms. Zhou.
Thank you, moderator. And first, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to such a great event. And I would like to share my life insurance perspective. I've been working as the advisor for the technology application working group inside Life Insurance Association. So it's not about talent transformation, about digital transformation. It's about how do we apply these technologies to insurance scenarios. So we have heard people talking about institutional transformation. However, for life insurance industry, because life insurance industry is a traditional industry, so to really migrate that from the traditional path to the innovative path to the digital path, it's a question: how do we really prepare our clients, our customers, not just our practitioners? That is the question. So a lot of the times, for most of the general public and our customers, they are very used to really have face-to-face contact with people. I want to see my policy in paper. I want to see the actual policy so that I can really put in a large amount of money to buy the product. So we really need to change the mindset internally and externally for the overall environment. How do we digitalize the environment so the general public of Taiwan can really embrace a digitalized life insurance industry in the future? So that is our area we'd like to explore. So for our tech application group, we have accumulated some achievements over the years. Probably you have already heard of it. We are now working on the InsurTech shared platform. So we have heard people talking about it, and debating about it zealously. And first, we have applied the technology of blockchain. So we develop a service and claim platform, so you can own 2 to 3 policies, and then when it comes the time to file for claim, you probably need to talk to individual insurance companies, and for the customers this is actually quite a headache. So with the InsurTech Share platform, our client can actually file one claim and receiving payments from 4 insurance companies. So based on this logic, we would also like to apply this technology to medical insurance. For example, going forward, we would like to work with health institutions going forward for our citizens to go to a hospital, regardless which hospital you go to, and your policy will automatically pay for your medical fee right away. You don't have to take out your wallet. So this is the one-stop service we would like to provide through blockchain. And this is already underway. We have been working on it. And I think we have already taken a path that is going to grow fastly. And we also have e-policy certification and deposit. And this is raised through 7 to 8 years ago. E-policy was developed 8 to 7 years ago because we have so many policies in paper form. So we need to be environmental friendly, and the preservation of these policies can be quite convenient for our policyholders as well. And for us to issue these e-policy, we need to also ensure security, and also it cannot be denied. So we need to also have the certification mechanism in place and repository function in place. And from that, for a customer to have more than a dozen of policies, it's difficult for the customer to consolidate these policies. So going forward, we will have a passbook of policies. At one glance, the customers can see how many policies they have in hand with which insurers, and in the moment of claim, the family members can also use this passbook. So these are some of the areas we're going to cover with our InsurTech shared platform. And in terms of the blockchain technology development, we have 18 insurance companies involved. We are going to have life insurance companies involvement and also non-life insurance companies involvement. And we have 8 insurance companies taking part of e-policy certification and deposit. So we are expecting more of these insurance companies will be listed on the platform, and we're really grateful to FSC's great support because we encourage all the insurance companies to follow suit. And starting from February of next year, we will start to roll out some of the features of Policy Passbook. And for example, we are going to follow the same model of e-policy certification. I think we are going to see a comprehensive development of the structure of the system. So it will be a lot easier for the policyholders to collect and consolidate their policies all together. And in terms of policy, in terms of insurance blockchain, it's not that simple because we also need to work with medical institutions working together with Ministry of Health and Welfare as well as FSC by the bilateral talk between the two government agencies. We can have the connection between medical health sector and insurance sector through blockchain. And for financial sector, it is very important to make sure we have security in place. And when it comes to life insurance, it's about mortality, about human life and human health. And that is of utmost importance to us. So how do we maintain the security at the same time while we are trying to catch up the fast speed of evolution? So we have been talking about identity authentication. How do we really make sure in the process of transaction, this is really the person of, this is the real applicant, this is the real policyholder. So in the very morning, we have OTP, and now we have mobile ID. So this is a portable identification system that goes with you. So wherever you go, whichever insurers you're going to work with, you can use this mobile ID with banks, different insurance companies. And going forward, we only need to have one set of mobile ID. It's going to be secure and safe and convenient. So now we are working on the FIDO. So we are now working very hard to promote FIDO, and you all have heard of that. And also for ILA, we have been working really hard towards that. So we're expecting that by the end of this year or the beginning of next year, we're going to see a more specific guidelines being released in terms of FIDO. And I would like to highlight that for life insurance companies, this is very important. So I would like to stop here. So these are some of the works we have done together in ILA and with insurance companies. Thank you very much for your attention. And thank you, Ms. Zhou, because we know that insurance is a very important financial tool for the general public in Taiwan. I think we have the highest policy penetration rate in the world. And I know a senior practitioner in this field who talked to me that it seems that I have a lot of policy in my hand, but I don't know where they are right now. We have a lot of problems like that. So I've seen a lot of people having a common experience. So you talk about we can leverage blockchain on top of cybersecurity technology. That is actually a very good news for policyholders in the future. But of course, education is very important. So we can maybe one day get rid of a paper-based policy, and they can also embrace e-policy in the future. I believe that going forward in Taiwan, we are going to see the blossoming of FinTech or InsurTech in life insurance industry. Moving on, we are going to move on to the next speaker, panelist, Ms. Guo. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, moderators. Sorry, we cannot hear the sound. Okay, today I would like to speak from the securities perspective because we've been talking about digital transformation for many years, but I think a catalyst is very important. So I think we need to review our past and look into the future. And I think COVID-19 is a catalyst. The digital transformation is all about the environment, whether it's the market, corporate, organization, or in different units. The environment is all are all very important, but most of all, the market environment. And I think COVID-19 has really impacted different industries. So I think digital transformation is no longer a choice, but it's a survival game, and it's very cruel. It's when things strike when you really notice that we are so far behind. So in financial industry, touchless financial services are very important. In the past, people think, oh, we can take time in this transformation. But in the event of the pandemic, we realize that this is something we must do immediately. So it's like a corporate culture. It's like DNA. It's not something that you can just change overnight. You need to really change the entire mindset to really achieve the result of digital transformation. So when we look at the overall environment, even though under the impact of COVID-19, the securities market actually grew tremendously. So in terms of e-commerce, we rose from 60% to over 80%. So how did that come about? I think it has to do with the digital transformation in the market, driving our company and industry transformation. We are all forced into this transformation, so a lot of progress has been seen through over the last year. And I think in the past, the securities is all about, for example, the percentage between 20 to 30 years of age, you see an 11.9% in the employees. But in the past year, we have seen more and more customers that are younger, and moving from 11.9% to over 20% who are in this 20 years to 30 years age group. So because they embrace technology more, and it's because of the pandemic, these young people, they want to invest, so they are understanding the pros and cons of different companies. It's not something that just happened overnight. We can see what happened in our securities market in the past few years. The electronification and digitalization was very important. It was something that our market felt essential, but it was very difficult. For example, how to make it purely online only and how to simplify the process. So from the market push to really changing the industry, we felt it was important to first negotiate amendments in our laws and regulations for purely online transactions. And we've been working at it for many years. And with the pandemic, we have really made big changes, because in May, when the pandemic heightened, we needed to shut down all of those counters, but we had more new accounts opening in those 2 months, more than the past few months. So we can see we're breaking the record over and over again. It was built on the foundation of our efforts in the past, but also it's because of the new system that was made in the market. It was in March 2020 last year, our competent authority also allowed all of these online-only transactions and bankings. And we also looked at some of these odd tradings. You can see in the past, these companies may not be performing well enough, or these companies are performing so well that the stocks has gotten so expensive that the young people cannot participate in it. But because we're allowing these odd tradings, we have more and more of these young people coming in. And in the past, because we had to do the joint credit check, But now we can do this all online, and we can do eKYC. We cannot guess about the information. We need to be accurate right up front. So we worked with the Banking Association, with the JCE, and also with the FSC to see how we can make a breakthrough here, because we can see if securities can work with the banks and the stock exchange can work with the Joint Credit Union, then we can exchange and share data. We will also have better trust with the customers. And also the fifth point, the fintech and capital security going side by side is very important. If we can make sure that the connection is always there to make sure that we are not falling behind in any of the services that we provide, then we would be able to promote the security class and protection standards. So these are all things that we've been working towards, and because of all these efforts, we've been working between the stock exchange or our vendors or our customers. These are all very good cycles. So digital transformation is all about the environment, and it's more important than anyone working solo. So I think this is a critical effort for the government to work with the industries. And of course, the securities is not just about the Taiwan stock market. We also have our reach in these international stocks exchanges. So our proceeds come from diversification and commodity internationalization. And it's because the FSC has been opening up more and more, we are able to work with these diversification and internationalization. Now, as we mentioned earlier on, everyone is online nowadays, so customer experience is very important. It should be customer-centric. Customers are investing not only in stocks, but also in wealth management or asset management. So they need to experience the same in all journeys. So a customer-centric service is very important, and it's all about the horizontal and cross-functional collaboration. Now, cross-industry alliance is very important. So we are also changing this environment as well. In 2020, December, we announced the FinTech Development Roadmap, and now we will also be opening up our securities so that the more open our financial institutions are, the more beneficial it is to our customers, and we will be gradually making our experiences more similar. And we have also been holding different meetings to make sure that when we are in the researches, we can see it's all from open banking, open financing, whether it's open banking or open financing or open insurance in the future. But in the future, we will be integrating all of these financial services. This is something that we have been working on in our promotions, in opening up these units and being more diversified. This is also some of the usage scenarios of open securities to make it more convenient for our customers. And in our previous session, we've talked about how market policy is also very important. So in August 28th last year, we announced the FinTech Development Roadmap. The 8 pillars included these 8 key aspects. Most important of all would be the RegTech, data sharing, digital infrastructure and capacity building. And I think that over the past 6 months or over the past year, it's the competent authority working with the industry, and we are really fully communicating. I'm sure our colleagues have also met other colleagues in other scenarios, all working towards these cross-functional and cross-organizational communication to reach our goal of financial inclusion and also to build our financial resilience so that we will be able to build a more sustainable financial environment. The market is very important, and transformation in a company relies on the market, and it's about the competent authority and the industries and the customers working together to reach a win-win-win situation. Thank you very much for your sharing. As someone who has moderated a long-term research program in the past, I've noticed that young people in Taiwan are very different from those overseas. In their asset management, most of it would be deposits and insurance. So it's very different from the life cycle of financial products or commodities that we have observed in the younger generation in other people. So I think with the pandemic pushing the change, we will be able to see that with these digitalization, we will be able to share with these younger generation the correct wealth management knowledge, just so we can change their portfolio and to build a long-term wealth management concept.
Thank you for your talk. Is there anything else you would like to add on top of the talk of other panelists? Because I think time is up. However, if you would like to add comment, is there anything that you feel that you have to say? Please. Ms. Wong, and I think I can add on. Can I use this? Actually, I have prepared a slide because time was running out, so I did not really present it. I think I can actually go over briefly that from banking industry's perspective, how do we respond to digital transformation trend. So I would like to highlight it. In terms of digital transformation, banking industry always prioritize stakeholders' perspectives. First is user experience, because it should be user experience driven, user experience centric. And I think I can give you a very simple example. I believe you have been using Google and Line service. I don't know whether you're like me, that you feel that you cannot live without Google and Line, because it seems that they're just like air, sunshine, and water in our environment. They can actually just deliver exactly what I need at the right time. To achieve this, to really fully cater to customers and users' needs is something that banking industry has been working toward. And of course, we need to have the support of data collection, data structure, and data engineering. And for the entire banking industry, we see that the FSC has been rolling out this FinTech roadmap, which include application of data. And at the end of the day, it's all about encouraging in banking industry to leverage data to better know their customer and actually know customers better than themselves, so that they can provide catered services and give convenience to customers. So this has been a discussed topic, how to share data between different financial industries and how do we connect the data interface so we can have a better seamless process. So like this book, FinTech 4.0, is banking everywhere but never at bank. So with this development of digital technology, I think for our customers, accessing financial services is not limited to banking industry, is not limited to the channels of banks. It happens everywhere. It can be anywhere. The customers, they can have access to banking services. And that need may happen anytime. So we have this cross-industry collaboration for a multidisciplinary ecosystem is important. So we have turned foe to friends. So we have become friends instead of being competitors. So we can work together to build an ecosystem which is customers needs driven, so we can identify their needs from their daily scenarios. So those kind of needs can be catered to in these scenarios. So right there in the scenarios, customers' needs can be met and addressed. So we see many of the banks have been working on the service provided through ecosystem. And lastly, about technology and talents, I think that has already been addressed by my previous panelists, so I'll stop here. Thank you very much, Ms. Wang. Indeed, in terms of data, I think it's very important a topic and plays an important role in terms of fintech development. I think you all feel that deeply, and my apology because of time is running out. We cannot really give you enough of time to really talk about and share your insight, but we look forward to working together with you in the future. And thank you very much for your precious experience and insight. And we are also thankful to those visitors and participants who are watching online and on site. So this concludes our morning session. Thank you very much.
邀请台上的几位谈人跟主持人共同起身合影留念。与此同时，我们也提醒一下线上正在收看直播的朋友们，欢迎大家可以到 FinTech Taipei 的脸书专页来留言，并且参与我们的抽。
We welcome everyone viewing online to participate in our program and our activity on the FinTech Taipei 2021 fans page. We will now moving into break time. And during this break time for lunch, we would like to thank CTBC, CRIF, Visa, Temenos, Yuanta Financial Holdings, Esun Bank, Cathay Financial Holdings, Taipei Fubon Bank, Huanan Financial Holdings, Dun & Bradstreet, National Credit Card Center of ROC, Central Deposit Insurance Corporation, Sinopac Holdings, Family Mart, Financial Information Services Co. Limited, Next Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, TDCC, Taiwan Futures Exchange, Taiwan Stock Exchange, Taipei Exchange, Taiwan Blockchain Alliance, Asia Silicon Valley Development Agency, and DBS. Thank you very much for your participation this morning. We will now break for lunch. Please take the opportunity to watch the video we have provided by the preceding companies. Please join us again at 2 this afternoon.
"我们以稳健的步伐，不断累积国际肯定，打造世界级品牌，让您看得更高，也走得更远。持续领先同业，推出数位金融服务，优异的经营绩效，赢得国际机构认可。半个世纪以来，我们追求卓越，引领台湾经济脉动。秉持企业社会责任，投入慈善公益及体育发展。我们肩负使命，走向更广的世界。 串联全球各大经济体，建构跨国金融平台，接轨国际。迎向未来，我们并肩同行。中国信托与您一同登向顶峰。
Running a startup is like attending a university where you major in life and business at the same time.
Conventional wisdom is that you couldn't make a business out of a free checking account, and I think we proved a lot of people wrong.
A Trig surgiu para tratar problema que a gente via no mercado, que era de ceder crédito para o público jovem.
Sunium's core business is moving money around the world, enabling usage of money, enabling acceptance of that money.
What we're trying to do at AirWallex is to make a global payment very much into a local payment.
When you look at Latin America, you have 700 million people here, you have half of the GDP of China. You can build really, really important businesses here.
When we look at how our clients benefit from getting these working capital facility, as well as the way in which we help create jobs, is extremely fulfilling.
As you continue to build a company and scale, having partners is very important. Partners that actually go into the trenches, that get dirty, that work closely with the entrepreneurs.
We are one of the first members of the Visa FinTech Fast Track program here in Singapore.
It actually didn't exist when we were getting started, but I think we might have been part of the inspiration for it.
A gente levou essa ideia para a Visa e eles falaram, puxa, tem uma tecnologia NFC que com um chip a gente consegue colocar numa pulseira ou em qualquer coisa.
One of Chime's core philosophies is that our members should be able to move money instantly, freely, securely. And we've partnered with Visa in a number of ways to make that happen.
Because of our deep partnership with Visa, we do a lot of co-marketing together. And I think that's a great platform for Visa to understand the pain points of our customers.
E nosso relacionamento com a Visa é incrível. Tem o nome da Visa como uma empresa conhecida internacionalmente. Isso ajudou muito e continua ajudando muito. Isso abre muitas portas. Isso acaba facilitando muitas parcerias.
Leveraging Visa infrastructure, we are on a path to be a go-to solution provider for the SMEs when they look at a holistic solution for managing their business finances.
We issue debit cards with Visa as part of the RappiPay offering in our 3 largest markets. That has been super important. We use Visa's brand and Visa's resources to also help our growth.
As Chime has grown, it's just been awesome to have Visa there with us every step of the way. It's helped us get our products to market faster and just be a better bank account for our members.
While we were learning and growing, Visa was also learning and growing.
For younger companies like us that are so passionate about what we do, working with Visa opens a lot of doors, not just in terms of relationships, but just the way people view you and think about you.
Since the beginning of time, humans have desired to embrace reality in its entirety with their vision and understanding, treading the endless paths available. Only from an all-embracing viewpoint can complexity be managed and safe and smart decisions be made. The increase in consumer ownership, the acceleration of disintermediation in many industries, and the growing role of business maker technology have created a new, highly complex scenario. A new ecosystem is born, more connected and more dynamic. The ability to see the whole picture and to connect each single element is becoming more and more necessary to create new business opportunities and to ensure that the best services are supplied to a rapidly changing market. This is exactly CRIF's vision and commitment, acting as a digital aggregator to provide added value for all players in the new ecosystem. CRIF is an end-to-end knowledge company with more than 30 years of experience, offering a unique combination of credit bureau and business information, outsourcing and processing services, credit solutions, ratings, and personal solutions. Every day, the people at CRIF serve their clients with knowledge, commitment, and passion to help them grow together to the next level.
每一次科技的进步，都是因为有人问了如果。如果我们能装上翅膀，是否就能像鸟儿飞翔？如果有比马跑得更快的马，那会是什么？如果夜晚可以变白天，我们是否就有更灿烂的明天？如果我们能与朋友的朋友的朋友成为朋友，这世界是否就不再寂寞？就像苹果治愈牛顿，浴缸治愈阿基米德。一个如果敲开时钟想象，时钟想象就能创造无限可能。于是我们问：如果你啃了面包，你戴的手表，你的眼镜，你的牙刷，你的跑鞋，都能帮你更了解你自己。Hello。如果信任是一种嗅觉，气味对了，梦想就能得到支援。如果健康成为一种货币，财富的排行榜可能就要重写。如果送出一个指纹，想要的生活就能出现在眼前。如果歌声能够成为太空冒险的能源，我们就能一飞冲天。如果一个如果接着一个如果，如果所有的如果都有一个行动，24小时后的24小时就会是一个新的世界。如果不问如果，又怎么知道其实我们能够
？eFingo 来了！线上贷款3大步骤，快速取得资金。eFingo 一指信贷，超迅速，
行动支付，随时办卡，立即绑，马上用。绑卡成功 ，eFingo 行动支付超方便。
外币到价通知，不错过买卖最佳时机。eFingo 外汇通知，超贴心，
基金一直选。透过消费者全方位评估，精准找出适合你的5档基金。eFingo 数位理财超简单，
使用更多 eFingo 服务，就能累积更多点数。eFingo 会员集点超好康，
持续给你最超前的数位金融服务。不管是数位理财、
行动支付、
线上贷款、
买卖外币，
体验越多，点数越多，好康也越多。
Keep going, keep smiling. eFingo 数位金融。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。最好的投资就在台湾，存好股，找元大。
存好股，找元大。
人生有时候就是这么直来直往，安稳平和的生活大多得建立在稳定的财富基础上。想象一下，如果从小就开始养一桶金，靠着一点一滴的累积和妥善的投资理财，它能利用复利不断成长。渐渐的，它开始能帮上许多忙，成为你的助力、你的依靠、你安心感的来源。目前全球正处于低利率时代，但台股殖利率表现亮眼，吸引外资投资台湾高股息优质龙头企业。透过国内证券龙头元大投资基金，经由专业经理人严选标的，在获利与风险之间取得平衡。投资必定伴随某种程度的风险，但透过定期定额投资，可以让你省去进场高低点的烦恼，克服贪婪与恐惧，有效降低投资风险，才能获得长期复利报酬。投资就是这么惬意。买基金找龙头，存好股找元大。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。
People crave simplicity when it comes to managing their money, so they can do more of what they enjoy, focus on what matters most, and build their future. Temenos Infinity offers digital banking, with humans at the heart of every experience, meeting customers where they are, with thoughtful guidance, delightful personalization, and access to financial solutions that suit any need, enabling banks to grow alongside their customers throughout their important moments in life, both big and small. Temenos has helped banks form emotional connections with over 1.2 billion people across the globe. Digital banking made human. Are you ready to make the connection?
我一直注意追大机器，我那大好梦，后来我打好梦的一大机乌龙找不到，我告诉保住人员爸爸，告诉我的好梦就到了，就告诉我。
这一次跟富邦银行合作的时候啊，在一开始接洽，富邦的朋友就告诉我说，他们想要建立一个无差别的客户服务的环境。那这一句话让我非常的感动哦。那的确，富邦银行也从真正的听语障的友善环境开始落实哦，尤其是他们很有策略的从各种不同的角度来做手语的这件事情，包括是他们录了手语的影片，然后希望全台湾的富邦的分行的行员都能够一起来学手语。
手语的学习需要长时间的练习，我们并没有奢望每一位同仁都变成手语达人，而是透过学习的过程当中，让他们增强对于听语障客户的一个同理心。假设客户他今天来办一个比较复杂的交易的时候，为了确认我们的沟通是清楚、精准、无误的，所以我们也有与台湾手语翻译协会共同合作，请他们提供我们一个翻译的一个服务。所以我们随时都可以透过专线跟这些老师做即时的会议连线，来满足我们客户。那另外呢，如果他有真人翻译老师的需要的时候，我们也可以透过事先的预约，手语老师会来到我们的分行，来为客户解决沟通上的问题。在我们心中，每位客户都是值得我们真心对待的，所以不断的提升我们的服务品质，是我们努力的一个方向。
The digital world brings an onslaught of data, opening tremendous opportunity to organizations globally. Yet this also brings challenges. What data can be trusted? How can data be made actionable? Organizations around the world trust Dun & Bradstreet for data, insights, and AI-driven platforms that guide intelligent actions and enable a competitive edge, addressing a range of use cases across public and private sectors. From startups to the largest enterprises, privately held and publicly traded. Dun & Bradstreet, helping you compete, grow, and thrive.
"身为台湾顶尖金融机构，我们将巅峰当起点。在这里，每一步都代表一个新的里程，每一个成果都是与客户携手达成的理想。我们以稳健的步伐，不断累积国际肯定，打造世界级品牌，让您看得更高，也走得更远。持续领先同业，推出数位金融服务，优异的经营绩效，赢得国际机构认可。 半个世纪以来，我们追求卓越，引领台湾经济脉动。秉持企业社会责任，投入慈善公益及体育发展。我们肩负使命，走向更广的世界，串联全球各大经济体，建构跨国金融平台，接轨国际。迎向未来，我们并肩同行。中国信托与您一同登向顶峰。
Running a startup is like attending a university where you major in life and business at the same time.
Conventional wisdom is that you couldn't make a business out of a free checking account, and I think we proved a lot of people wrong.
A Trig surgiu para tratar problema que a gente via no mercado, que era de ceder crédito para o público jovem.
Suniam's core business is moving money around the world, enabling usage of money, enabling acceptance of that money.
What we're trying to do at AirWallex is to make a global payment very much into a local payment.
When you look at Latin America, you have 700 million people here, you have half of the GDP of China. You can build really, really important businesses here.
When we look at how our clients benefit from getting these working capital facility, as well as the way in which we help create jobs, is extremely fulfilling.
As you continue to build a company and scale, having partners is very important. Partners that actually go into the trenches, that get dirty, that work closely with the entrepreneurs.
We are one of the first members of the Visa FinTech Fast Track program here in Singapore.
It actually didn't exist when we were getting started, but I think we might have been part of the inspiration for it.
A gente levou essa ideia para a Visa e eles falaram, puxa, tem uma tecnologia NFC que com um chip a gente consegue colocar numa pulseira ou em qualquer coisa.
One of Chime's core philosophies is that our members should be able to move money instantly, freely, securely, and we've partnered with Visa in a number of ways to make that happen.
Because of our deep partnership with Visa, we do a lot of co-marketing together. And I think that's a great platform for Visa to understand the pain points of our customers.
E nosso relacionamento com a Visa é incrível. Tem o nome da Visa como uma empresa conhecida internacionalmente. Isso ajudou muito e continua ajudando muito. Isso abre muitas portas. Isso acaba facilitando muitas parcerias.
Leveraging Visa infrastructure, we are on a path to be a go-to solution provider for the SMEs when they look at a holistic solution for managing the business finances.
We issue debit cards with Visa as part of the RappiPay offering in our 3 largest markets. That has been super important. We use Visa's brand and Visa's resources to also help our growth.
As Chime has grown, it's just been awesome to have Visa there with us every step of the way. It's helped us get our products to market faster and just be a better bank account for our members.
While we were learning and growing, Visa was also learning and growing.
For younger companies like us that are so passionate about what we do, working with Visa opens a lot of doors, not just in terms of relationships, but just the way people view you and think about you.
Since the beginning of time, humans have desired to embrace reality in its entirety with their vision and understanding, treading the endless paths available. Only from an all-embracing viewpoint can complexity be managed and safe and smart decisions be made. The increase in consumer ownership, the acceleration of disintermediation in many industries, and the growing role of business maker technology have created a new, highly complex scenario. A new ecosystem is born, more connected and more dynamic. The ability to see the whole picture and to connect each single element is becoming more and more necessary to create new business opportunities and to ensure that the best services are supplied to a rapidly changing market. This is exactly CRIF's vision and commitment, acting as a digital aggregator to provide added value for all players in the new ecosystem. CRIF is an end-to-end knowledge company with more than 30 years of experience, offering a unique combination of credit bureau and business information, outsourcing and processing services, credit solutions, ratings, and personal solutions. Every day, the people at CRIF serve their clients with knowledge, commitment, and passion to help them grow together to the next level.
每一次科技的进步，都是因为有人问了如果。如果我们能装上翅膀，是否就能像鸟儿飞翔？如果有比马跑得更快的马，那会是什么？如果夜晚可以变白天，我们是否就有更灿烂的明天？如果我们能与朋友的朋友的朋友成为朋友，这世界是否就不再寂寞？就像苹果之于牛顿，浴缸之于阿基米德。一个如果敲开时钟想象，时钟想象就能创造无限可能。于是我们问：如果你啃了面包，你戴的手表，你的眼镜，你的牙刷，你的跑鞋，都能帮你更了解你自己。Hello。如果信任是一种嗅觉，气味对了，梦想就能得到支援。如果健康成为一种货币，财富的排行榜可能就要重写。如果送出一个指纹，想要的生活就能出现在眼前。如果歌声能够成为太空冒险的能源，我们就能一飞冲天。如果一个如果接着一个如果，如果所有的如果都有一个行动，24小时后的24小时就会是一个新的世界。如果不问如果，又怎么知道其实我们能够
？FinTech来了！线上贷款3大步骤，快速取得资金。FinTech 一指信贷，超迅速，
行动支付，随时办卡，立即绑，马上用。绑卡成功 ，FinTech 行动支付超方便。
外币到价通知，不错过买卖最佳时机。FinTech 外汇通知，超贴心，
基金一直选。透过消费者全方位评估，精准找出适合你的5档基金。FinTech 数位理财超简单，
使用更多 FinTech 服务，就能累积更多点数。FinTech 会员集点超好康，
持续给你最超前的数位金融服务。
不管是数位理财、
行动支付、
线上贷款、
买卖外币，
体验越多，点数越多，好康也越多。
Keep going, keep smiling. FinTech 数位金融。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。最好的投资就在台湾，存好股，找元大。
存好股，找元大。
人生有时候就是这么直来直往，安稳平和的生活大多得建立在稳定的财富基础上。想象一下，如果从小就开始养一桶金，靠着一点一滴的累积和妥善的投资理财，它能利用复利不断成长。渐渐的，它开始能帮上许多忙，成为你的助力、你的依靠、你安心感的来源。目前全球正处于低利率时代，但台股殖利率表现亮眼，吸引外资投资台湾高股息优质龙头企业。透过国内证券龙头元大投资基金，经由专业经理人严选标的，在获利与风险之间取得平衡。 投资必定伴随某种程度的风险，但透过定期定额投资，可以让你省去进场高低点的烦恼，克服贪婪与恐惧，有效降低投资风险，才能获得长期复利报酬。投资就是这么惬意，买基金找龙头，存好股找元大。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。
People crave simplicity when it comes to managing their money, so they can do more of what they enjoy, focus on what matters most, and build their future. Temenos Infinity offers digital banking, with humans at the heart of every experience, meeting customers where they are, with thoughtful guidance, delightful personalization, and access to financial solutions that suit any need, enabling banks to grow alongside their customers throughout their important moments in life, both big and small. Temenos has helped banks form emotional connections with over 1.2 billion people across the globe. Digital banking made human. Are you ready to make the connection?
我一直注意追大机器，我那大好梦，后来我打好梦的一大机乌龙打不打，我告诉保住人员爸爸，告诉我的好梦就大了，就告诉我。
这一次跟富邦银行合作的时候啊，在一开始接洽，富邦的朋友就告诉我说，他们想要建立一个无差别的客户服务的环境。那这一句话让我非常的感动哦。那的确，富邦银行也从真正的听语障的友善环境开始落实哦，尤其是他们很有策略的从各种不同的角度来做手语的这件事情，包括是他们录了手语的影片，然后希望全台湾的富邦的分行的行员都能够一起来学手语。
手语的学习需要长时间的练习，我们并没有奢望每一位同仁都变成手语达人，而是透过学习的过程当中，让他们增强对于听语障客户的一个同理心。假设客户他今天来办一个比较复杂的交易的时候，为了确认我们的沟通是清楚、精准、无误的，所以我们也有与台湾手语翻译协会共同合作，请他们提供我们一个翻译的一个服务。所以我们随时都可以透过专线跟这些老师做及时的会议连线，来满足我们客户。那另外呢，如果他有真人翻译老师的需要的时候，我们也可以透过事先的预约，手语老师会来到我们的分行，来为客户解决沟通上的问题。在我们心中，每位客户都是值得我们真心对待的，所以不断的提升我们的服务品质，是我们努力的一个方向。
The digital world brings an onslaught of data, opening tremendous opportunity to organizations globally. Yet this also brings challenges. What data can be trusted? How can data be made actionable? Organizations around the world trust Dun & Bradstreet for data, insights, and AI-driven platforms that guide intelligent actions and enable a competitive edge, addressing a range of use cases across public and private sectors, from startups to the largest enterprises, privately held and publicly traded. Dun & Bradstreet, helping you compete, grow, and thrive.
身为台湾顶尖金融机构，我们将巅峰当起点，在这里，每一步都代表一个新的里程，每一个成果都是与客户携手达成的理想。我们以稳健的步伐，不断累积国际肯定，打造世界级品牌，让您看得更高，也走得更远。持续领先同业，推出数位金融服务，优异的经营绩效。赢得国际机构认可。半个世纪以来，我们追求卓越，引领台湾经济脉动。秉持企业社会责任，投入慈善公益及体育发展。我们肩负使命，走向更广的世界，串联全球各大经济体，建构跨国金融平台，接轨国际。迎向未来，我们并肩同行。中国信托与您一同登向顶峰。
Running a startup is like attending a university where you major in life and business at the same time.
Conventional wisdom is that you couldn't make a business out of a free checking account, and I think we've proved a lot of people wrong.
A Trig surgiu para tratar problema que a gente via no mercado, que era de ceder crédito para o público jovem.
Suniam's core business is moving money around the world, enabling usage of money, enabling acceptance of that money.
What we're trying to do at AirWallex is to make a global payment very much into a local payment.
When you look at Latin America, you have 700 million people here, you have half of the GDP of China. You can build really, really important businesses here.
When we look at how our clients benefit from getting these working capital facility as well as the way in which we help create jobs is extremely fulfilling.
As you continue to build a company and scale, having partners is very important. Partners that actually go into the trenches, that get dirty, that work closely with the entrepreneurs.
We are one of the first members of the Visa FinTech Fast Track program here in Singapore.
It actually didn't exist when we were getting started, but I think we might have been part of the inspiration for it.
A gente levou essa ideia para a Visa e eles falaram, puxa, tem uma tecnologia NFC que com um chip a gente consegue colocar numa pulseira ou em qualquer coisa.
One of Chime's core philosophies is that our members should be able to move money instantly, freely, securely. And we've partnered with Visa in a number of ways to make that happen.
Because of our deep partnership with Visa, we do a lot of co-marketing together. And I think that's a great platform for Visa to understand the pain points of our customers.
E nosso relacionamento com a Visa é incrível. Tem o nome da Visa como uma empresa conhecida internacionalmente. Isso ajudou muito e continua ajudando muito. Isso abre muitas portas. Isso acaba facilitando muitas parcerias.
Leveraging Visa infrastructure, We are on a path to be a go-to solution provider for the SMEs when they look at a holistic solution for managing their business finances.
We issue debit cards with Visa as part of the RappiPay offering in our 3 largest markets. That has been super important. We use Visa's brand and Visa's resources to also help our growth.
As Chime has grown, it's just been awesome to have Visa there with us every step of the way. It's helped us get our products to market faster and just be a better bank account for our members.
While we were learning and growing, Visa was also learning and growing.
For younger companies like us that are so passionate about what we do, working with Visa opens a lot of doors, not just in terms of relationships, but just the way people view you and think about you.
Since the beginning of time, humans have desired to embrace reality in its entirety with their vision and understanding, treading the endless paths available. Only from an all-embracing viewpoint can complexity be managed and safe and smart decisions be made. The increase in consumer ownership, the acceleration of disintermediation in many industries, and the growing role of business maker technology have created a new, highly complex scenario. A new ecosystem is born, more connected and more dynamic. The ability to see the whole picture and to connect each single element is becoming more and more necessary to create new business opportunities and to ensure that the best services are supplied to a rapidly changing market. This is exactly CRIF's vision and commitment, acting as a digital aggregator to provide added value for all players in the new ecosystem. CRIF is an end-to-end knowledge company with more than 30 years of experience, offering a unique combination of credit bureau and business information, outsourcing and processing services, credit solutions, ratings, and personal solutions. Every day, the people at CRIF serve their clients with knowledge, commitment, and passion to help them grow together to the next level.
每一次科技的进步，都是因为有人问了如果。如果我们能装上翅膀，是否就能像鸟儿飞翔？如果有比马跑得更快的马，那会是什么？如果夜晚可以变白天，我们是否就有更灿烂的明天？如果我们能与朋友的朋友的朋友成为朋友，这世界是否就不再寂寞？就像苹果治愈牛顿，浴缸治愈阿基米德。一个如果敲开时钟想象，时钟想象就能创造无限可能。于是我们问：如果你啃了面包，你戴的手表，你的眼镜、你的牙刷、你的跑鞋，都能帮你更了解你自己。Hello。如果信任是一种嗅觉，气味对了，梦想就能得到支援。如果健康成为一种货币，财富的排行榜可能就要重写。如果送出一个指纹，想要的生活就能出现在眼前。如果歌声能够成为太空冒险的能源，我们就能一飞冲天。如果一个如果接着一个如果，如果所有的如果都有一个行动，24小时后的24小时就会是一个新的世界。如果不问如果，又怎么知道其实我们能够
？FinTech来了！线上贷款3大步骤，快速取得资金。FinTech 一指信贷，超迅速，
行动支付，随时办卡，立即绑，马上用。绑卡成功 ，FinTech 行动支付超方便。
外币到价通知，不错过买卖最佳时机。FinTech 外汇通知，超贴心。
基金一直选。 透过消费者全方位评估，精准找出适合你的5档基金。eFingo 数位理财超简单，
使用更多 eFingo 服务，就能累积更多点数。eFingo 会员集点超好康，
持续给你最超前的数位金融服务。
不管是数位理财、
行动支付、
线上贷款、
买卖外币，
体验越多，点数越多，好康也越多。
Keep going, keep smiling. eFingo 数位金融。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。最好的投资就在台湾，存好股，找元大。
存好股，找元大。
人生有时候就是这么直来直往，安稳平和的生活大多得建立在稳定的财富基础上。想象一下，如果从小就开始养一桶金，靠着一点一滴的累积和妥善的投资理财，它能利用复利不断成长。渐渐的，它开始能帮上许多忙，成为你的助力、你的依靠、你安心感的来源。目前全球正处于低利率时代，但台股殖利率表现亮眼，吸引外资投资台湾高股息优质龙头企业。透过国内证券龙头元大投资基金，经由专业经理人严选标的，在获利与风险之间取得平衡。投资必定伴随某种程度的风险，但透过定期定额投资，可以让你省去进场高低点的烦恼，克服贪婪与恐惧，有效降低投资风险，才能获得长期复利报酬。投资就是这么惬意。买基金找龙头，存好股找元大。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。
People crave simplicity when it comes to managing their money, so they can do more of what they enjoy, focus on what matters most, and build their future. Temenos Infinity offers digital banking, with humans at the heart of every experience, meeting customers where they are, with thoughtful guidance, delightful personalization, and access to financial solutions that suit any need, enabling banks to grow alongside their customers throughout their important moments in life, both big and small. Temenos has helped banks form emotional connections with over 1.2 billion people across the globe. Digital banking made human. Are you ready to make the connection?
我一直注意追打机器，我那当好梦，后来我打好梦的一打击乌龙打不打，我告诉保住人员爸爸，告诉我的好梦就大了，就告诉我。
这一次跟富邦银行合作的时候啊，在一开始接洽 富邦的朋友就告诉我说，他们想要建立一个无差别的客户服务的环境。那这一句话让我非常的感动哦。那的确，富邦银行也从真正的听语障的友善环境开始落实哦，尤其是他们很有策略的从各种不同的角度来做手语的这件事情，包括是他们录了手语的影片，然后希望全台湾的富邦的分行的行员都能够一起来学手语。
手语的学习需要长时间的练习，我们并没有奢望每一位同仁都变成手语达人，而是透过学与听语障客户的一个同理心。假设客户他今天来办一个比较复杂的交易的时候，为了确认我们的沟通是清楚、精准、无误的，所以我们也有与台湾手语翻译协会共同合作，请他们提供我们一个翻译的一个服务。所以我们随时都可以透过专线跟这些老师做及时的会议连线，来满足我们客户。那另外呢，如果他有真人翻译老师的需要的时候，我们也可以透过事先的预约，手语老师会来到我们的分行，来为客户解决沟通上的问题。在我们心中，每位客户都是值得我们真心对待的，所以不断的提升我们的服务品质，是我们努力的一个方向。
The digital world brings an onslaught of data, opening tremendous opportunity to organizations globally. Yet this also brings challenges. What data can be trusted? How can data be made actionable? Organizations around the world trust Dun & Bradstreet for data, insights, and AI-driven platforms that guide intelligent actions and enable a competitive edge, addressing a range of use cases across public and private sectors. From startups to the largest enterprises, privately held and publicly traded. Dun & Bradstreet, helping you compete, grow, and thrive.
身为台湾顶尖金融机构，我们将巅峰当起点。在这里，每一步都代表一个新的里程，每一个成果都是与客户携手达成的理想。我们以稳健的步伐，不断累积国际肯定，打造世界级品牌，让您看得更高，也走得更远。持续领先同业，推出数位金融服务，优异的经营。身为台湾顶尖金融机构，我们将巅峰当起点。在这里，每一步都代表一个新的里程，每一个成果都是与客户携手达成的理想。让您看得更高。半个世纪以来，我们追求卓越，引领台湾经济脉动。 秉持企业社会责任，投入慈善公益及体育发展。我们肩负使命，走向更广的世界，串联全球各大经济体，建构跨国金融平台，接轨国际。迎向未来，我们并肩同行。中国信托与您一同登向顶峰。
Running a startup is like attending a university where you major in life and business at the same time.
Conventional wisdom is that you couldn't make a business out of a free checking account, and I think we proved a lot of people wrong.
A Trig surgiu para tratar um problema que a gente via no mercado, que era de ceder crédito para o público jovem.
So NEOM's core business is moving money around the world, enabling usage of money, enabling acceptance of that money.
What we're trying to do at AirWallex is to make a global payment very much into a local payment.
When you look at Latin America, you have 700 million people here, you have half of the GDP of China. You can build really, really important businesses here.
When we look at how our clients benefit from getting these working capital facilities, as well as the way in which we help create jobs, is extremely fulfilling.
As you continue to build a company and scale, having partners is very important. Partners that actually go into the trenches, that get dirty, that work closely with the entrepreneurs.
We are one of the first members of the Visa FinTech Fast Track program here in Singapore.
It actually didn't exist when we were getting started, but I think we might have been part of the inspiration for it.
A gente levou essa ideia para a Visa e eles falaram, puxa, tem uma tecnologia NFC que com um chip a gente consegue colocar numa pulseira ou em qualquer coisa.
A lot of times core philosophy is that our members should be able to move money instantly, freely, securely, and we've partnered with Visa in a number of ways to make that happen.
Because of our deep partnership with Visa, we do a lot of co-marketing together, and I think that's a great platform for Visa to understand the pain points of our customers.
E nosso relacionamento com a Visa é incrível. Tem o nome da Visa como uma empresa conhecida internacionalmente, isso ajudou muito e continua ajudando muito. Isso abre muitas portas, isso acaba facilitando muitas parcerias.
Leveraging Visa infrastructure, we are on a path to be a go-to solution provider for the SMEs when they look at a holistic solution for managing their business finances.
We issue debit cards with Visa as part of the RappiPay offering in our 3 largest markets. That has been super important. We use Visa's brand and Visa's resources to also help our growth.
As Chime has grown, it's just been awesome to have Visa there with us every step of the way. It's helped us get our products to market faster and just be a better bank account for our members.
While we were learning and growing, Visa was also learning and growing.
For younger companies like us that are so passionate about what we do, working with Visa opens a lot of doors, not just in terms of relationships, but just the way people view you and think about you.
See you later, in 1 hour later, okay? Okay, we'll keep in touch. Yeah, see you, thank you. Bye-bye.
Since the beginning of time, humans have desired to embrace reality in its entirety with their vision and understanding, treading the endless paths available. Only from an all-embracing viewpoint can complexity be managed and safe and smart decisions be made. The increase in consumer ownership, the acceleration of disintermediation in many industries, and the growing role of business maker technology have created a new, highly complex scenario. A new ecosystem is born, more connected and more dynamic. The ability to see the whole picture and to connect each single element is becoming more and more necessary to create new business opportunities and to ensure that the best services are supplied to a rapidly changing market. Griff's vision and commitment. acting as a digital aggregator to provide added value for all players in the new ecosystem. CRIF is an end-to-end knowledge company with more than 30 years of experience, offering a unique combination of credit bureau and business information, outsourcing and processing services, credit solution, ratings, and personal solutions. Every day, the people at CRIF serve their clients with knowledge, commitment, and passion to help them grow together to the next level.
每一次科技的进步，都是因为有人问了如果。如果我们能装上翅膀，是否就能像鸟儿飞翔？如果有比马跑得更快的马，那会是什么？如果夜晚可以变白天，我们是否就有更灿烂的明天？如果我们能与朋友的朋友的朋友成为朋友，这世界是否就不再寂寞？就像苹果治愈牛顿，浴缸治愈阿基米德。一个如果敲开时钟想象，时钟想象就能创造无限可能。于是我们问：如果你啃了面包，你戴的手表，你的眼镜，你的牙刷，你的跑鞋，都能帮你更了解你自己。Hello。如果信任是一种嗅觉，气味对了，梦想就能得到支援。如果健康成为一种货币，财富的排行榜可能就要重写。如果送出一个指纹，想要的生活就能出现在眼前。如果歌声能够成为太空冒险的能源，我们就能一飞冲天。如果一个如果接着一个如果，如果所有的如果都有一个行动，24小时后的24小时就会是一个新的世界。如果不问如果，又怎么知道其实我们能够
？FinTech来了！线上贷款3大步骤，快速取得资金。FinTech 一指信贷，超迅速，
行动支付，随时办卡，立即绑，马上用。绑卡成功 ，FinTech 行动支付超方便。
外币到价通知，不错过买卖最佳时机。FinTech 外汇通知，超贴心，
基金一直选。透过消费者全方位评估，精准找出适合你的5档基金。FinTech 数位理财超简单，
使用更多 FinTech 服务，就能累积更多点数。FinTech 会员集点超好康，
持续给你最超前的数位金融服务。
不管是数位理财、
行动支付、
线上贷款、
买卖外币，
体验越多，点数越多，好康也越多。
Keep going, keep smiling. FinTech 数位金融。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。
最好的投资就在台湾，存好股找元大，
存好股找元大。
人生有时候就是这么直来直往，安稳平和的生活大多得建立在稳定的财富基础上。想象一下，如果从小就开始养一桶金，靠着一点一滴的累积和妥善的投资理财，它能利用复利不断成长。渐渐的，它开始能帮上许多忙，成为你的助力、你的依靠、你安心感的来源。目前全球正处于低利率时代，但台股殖利率表现亮眼，吸引外资投资台湾高股息优质龙头企业。透过国内证券龙头元大投资基金，经由专业经理人严选标的，在获利与风险之间取得平衡。投资必定伴随某种程度的风险，但透过定期定额投资，可以让你省去进场高低点的烦恼，克服贪婪与恐惧，有效降低投资风险，才能获得长期复利报酬。投资就是这么惬意。买基金 找龙头，存好股，找元大。投资一定有风险，基金投资有赚有赔，申购前应详阅公开说明书。
People crave simplicity when it comes to managing their money, so they can do more of what they enjoy, focus on what matters most, and build their future. Temenos Infinity offers digital banking, with humans at the heart of every experience, meeting customers where they are, with thoughtful guidance, delightful personalization, and access to financial solutions that suit any need, enabling banks to grow alongside their customers throughout their important moments in life, both big and small. Temenos has helped banks form emotional connections with over 1.2 billion people across the globe. Digital banking made human. Are you ready to make the connection?
我一直注意追大机器，我那大好梦，后来我打好梦的一大机乌龙打不打，我告诉保税人员爸爸，告诉我的好梦就大了，就告诉我。
这一次跟富邦银行合作的时候啊，在一开始接洽，富邦的朋友就告诉我说，他们想要建立一个无差别的客户服务的环境。那这一句话让我非常的感动哦。那的确，富邦银行也从真正的听语障的友善环境开始落实哦，尤其是他们很有策略的从各种不同的角度来做手语的这件事情，包括是他们录了手语的影片，然后希望全台湾的富邦的分行的行员都能够一起来学手语。
手语的学习需要长时间的练习，我们并没有奢望每一位同仁都变成手语达人，而是透过学习的过程当中，让他们增强对于听语障客户的一个同理心。假设客户他今天来办一个比较复杂的交易的时候，为了确认我们的沟通是清楚、精准、无误的，所以我们也有与台湾手语翻译协会共同合作，请他们提供我们一个翻译的一个服务。所以我们随时都可以透过专线跟这些老师做及时的会议连线，来满足我们客户。那另外呢，如果他有真人翻译老师的需要的时候，我们也可以透过事先的预约，手语老师会来到我们的分行，来为客户解决沟通上的问题。在我们心中，每位客户都是值得我们真心对待的，所以不断的提升我们的服务品质，是我们努力的一个方向。
The digital world brings an onslaught of data, opening tremendous opportunity to organizations globally. Yet this also brings challenges. What data can be trusted? How can data be made actionable? Organizations around the world trust Dun & Bradstreet for data, insights, and AI-driven platforms that guide intelligent actions and enable a competitive edge, addressing a range of use cases across public and private sectors. From startups to the largest enterprises, privately held and publicly traded. Dun & Bradstreet, helping you compete, grow, and thrive.
身为台湾顶尖金融机构，我们将巅峰当起点，在这里，每一步都代表一个新的里程，每一个成果都是与客户携手达成的理想。我们以稳健的步伐，不断累积国际肯定，打造世界级品牌，让您看得更高，也走得更远。持续领先同业，推出数位金融服务，优异的经营绩效。 赢得国际机构认可。半个世纪以来，我们追求卓越，引领台湾经济脉动。秉持企业社会责任，投入慈善公益及体育发展。 我们肩负使命，走向更广的世界，串联全球各大经济体，建构跨国金融平台，接轨国际。迎向未来，我们并肩同行。中国信托与您一同登向顶峰。
Running a startup is like attending a university where you major in life and business at the same time.
Conventional wisdom is that you couldn't make a business out of a free checking account, and I think we proved a lot of people wrong.
A Trig surgiu para tratar problema que a gente via no mercado, que era de ceder crédito para o público jovem.
Suniam's core business is moving money around the world, enabling usage of money, enabling acceptance of that money.
What we're trying to do at AirWallex is to make a global payment very much into a local payment.
When you look at Latin America, you have 700 million people here, you have half of the GDP of China. You can build really, really important businesses here.
When we look at how our clients benefit from getting these working capital facility as well as the way in which we help create jobs is extremely fulfilling.
As you continue to build a company and scale, having partners is very important. Partners that actually go into the trenches, that get dirty, that work closely with the entrepreneurs.
We are one of the first members of the Visa FinTech Fast Track program here in Singapore.
It actually didn't exist when we were getting started, but I think we might have been part of the inspiration for it.
A gente levou essa ideia para a Visa e eles falaram, puxa, tem uma tecnologia NFC que com um chip a gente consegue colocar numa pulseira ou em qualquer coisa.
One of Chime's core philosophies is that our members should be able to move money instantly, freely, securely, and we've partnered with Visa in a number of ways to make that happen.
Because of our deep partnership with Visa, we do a lot of co-marketing together. And I think that's a great platform for Visa to understand the pain points of our customers.
E nosso relacionamento com a Visa é incrível. Tem o nome da Visa como uma empresa conhecida internacionalmente. Isso ajudou muito e continua ajudando muito. Isso abre muitas portas. Isso acaba facilitando muitas parcerias.
Leveraging Visa infrastructure, we are on a path to be a go-to solution provider for the SMEs when they look at a holistic solution for managing the business finances.
We issue debit cards with Visa as part of the RappiPay offering in our 3 largest markets. That has been super important. We use Visa's brand and Visa's resources to also help our growth.
As Chime has grown, it's just been awesome to have Visa there with us every step of the way. It's helped us get our products to market faster and just be a better bank account for our members.
While we were learning and growing, Visa was also learning and growing.
For younger companies like us that are so passionate about what we do, working with Visa opens a lot of doors, not just
Mr. Patrick Hess, who is Principal Supervisor of European Central Bank, give us the presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Hess.
大家下午好，今天第一次参加台北金融科技展，我很高兴。I am happy to attend FinTech Taipei for the first time today. 有朋自远方来，不亦乐乎。Let me use this famous saying from the Analects by Confucius, slightly adjusted to pandemic times. It is always a pleasure if friends connect from afar. We live in a world where everything is digitally connected to almost everything. Which brings me, as I work for a central bank that is in charge of a major currency, to the topic of my speech today, which are central bank digital currencies. I have split my presentation in four main parts. What are central bank digital currencies? What are the motivations for them? Then I will give two concrete examples, the ECNY, so the digital renminbi, and the digital euro, which at this stage is only a project. And then I finish with an outlook, a short outlook on CBDC. So actually 5 parts if you count ECNY and digital euro separately. So what are central bank digital currencies? The head of the BIS Innovation Hub, Benoit Curé, has recently stressed that there's a need to face the next stage of central banking, that of digital money backed by the trust in central banks. So around the globe, a growing number of central banks are rolling out CBDC pilots or investigate whether they should issue CBDCs or not. But why is that? And what are CBDCs and what makes them so popular? So I here give some examples of countries that are currently in various stages, let's say, of investigation or already development, piloting. These countries include also major economies and currency areas like Canada, the US, the UK, Sweden, we in the Eurozone, Russia, China, of course, and I guess also Taiwan. Central bank does that, Korea, Japan, and Singapore. So to give a definition of CBDCs, central bank digital currencies are a digital form of central bank money that complements the current offerings of cash and wholesale central bank account balances. They are a direct liability of the central bank, the so-called fiat money, and the digital payment instrument denominated in the national currency. CBDCs have the status, that's very important, of legal tender. So they have to be accepted by a shop, for example, and perform all basic functions of money: unit of account, medium of exchange, and store of value. These benefits that are already included somehow in this definition make CBDCs popular, but they also pose some challenges such as legal issues, privacy, financial risk for financial disintermediation, so banks, let's say, being disintermediated, cybersecurity, and also monetary policy and financial stability risks. First, talk about the motivations for CBDCs in general. So different central banks have different motivations to engage in CBDC projects, and I just want to name them without specifically referring to any central bank. So one motivation is that it offers the opportunity to either complement or even replace physical cash, which of course is costly to manage and to distribute, etc., or to take out of circulation the banknotes. So it is a chance seen by some central banks to move towards a cashless society. So that's one motivation. The next one is that due to the increasing involvement of private actors in payments, central banks, both in the area of wholesale and also retail payments, want to stay in the game. That's the second motivation. Then CBDCs also offer the potential to better reach unbanked people, because you don't need a bank account to pay a CBDC. So this means increase of financial inclusion. In some jurisdictions, not in all, payments are also quite cumbersome and slow. So one motivation is also to make payments faster and more efficient. So by bringing in more competition, potentially also cheaper than for the end user. And one argument is also used as a motivation is that as central bank money is the safest, generally this regarded as the safest asset, because a commercial bank can go bust. Let's say a CBDC is safer than the current way of paying. And the last point concerns monetary policy. So because, depending on the technology, central bank digital currencies are programmable, you could target the monetary policy stimuli, for example, by allowing spending the CBDC only on certain types of services or products. Now coming to the first example, the digital renminbi. As I said, the People's Bank of China is leading the pack, and they have basically the following motivations for their digital yuan. So improving central bank payment system efficiency, complementing the current retail payment service, and we come to that, and also ensuring continued access to central bank money, and at the same time a level playing field in the payments market. So you have to know as a background that the retail payment market in mainland China is dominated by two main players, Alipay and Tenpay, who together have, we'll see that, almost 90% of the market. And that is now the main motivation for the People's Bank of China. Originally, it was more their project, which started in 2014, a response to Bitcoin and Libra. But this is now clearly to break that dominance of Alipay and Tenpay, probably the leading motivation for the PBOC. Then, as I said before, under the general motivations, also the PBOC, while not stopping to issue physical cash, they think they can, by having, let's say, less physical cash in circulation, they can reduce costs. And it is also a measure to improve financial inclusion and to safeguard their monetary sovereignty. The characteristics. So the digital renminbi is a digital version of fiat money issued by the PBOC to authorized intermediaries that transfer this digital renminbi via wallets to individuals and companies as the end user. So it's a tier 2 system with the central bank as the first tier and these intermediaries as the second. It is non-interest bearing, so it doesn't pay any interest. if you have balances in ECNY, and it's a substitute for the physical cash in circulation, normally referred to as M0. So it coexists with the physical renminbi. As I said, that the PBOC will continue to issue, and it mainly serves domestic payment demand. But it could, going forward, also be used cross-border. We will come to that. And then there's the last point, a so-called managed anonymity. So physical cash, then the banknotes are completely anonymous, but this will be a combination of anonymity, but also the PBOC, let's say, for anti-money laundering and other reasons, illicit activities, they will, let's say, look into the payments in digital renminbi. It's to now speak a bit more about technology. It's a hybrid system which has basically a combination of these traditional account-based systems that we have since the beginning of central banking. That has been the norm for centuries, and quasi-account-based systems, as well as new token-based systems. But I will not go too deep into technology aspects, of course. Coming here to the promised slide, you see two platforms, and they are obviously Alipay and Tenpay. Platform number one being Alipay, and platform number two, Tenpay. They have more than 90%. And the chart to the right is also interesting because it shows you how common it is now to pay via mobile phone. It jumped from just around 25% in 2013 to 87% end of last year. So this is really a very strong driving force for the central bank to engage in the digital renminbi, because this is now almost entirely in the hands of private market participants, payment service providers. But the central bank wants to stay in that payments game. And of course, it's also access to payments data for them, I guess, a motivation. Coming now to the digital euro. So in Europe, we are not as far as the PBOC, but still this year, in July, the Governing Council decided to launch the investigation phase of a digital euro project. And here's a quote from our president, Christine Lagarde, that the work aims to ensure that in the digital age, citizens and firms continue to have access to the safest form of money, which is central bank money. So this investigation phase will last 2 years and will focus on possible functional design of the digital euro based on users' needs. So these users' needs have already been checked, let's say, via consultation, which I explain in a moment. And during the investigation phase, the ECB will also continue to engage with the Parliament, the European Parliament, other European decision makers, the citizens, and of course other important stakeholders like payments, industry, banks, and also merchants. So you see on the timeline where we are now in this investigation phase, which has just started in the last 2 years until October 2023, and that is then also the earliest expected point in time for a decision to issue or not the digital euro. So this decision has not been made yet. Then after the decision, there will be potential, if decided to issue it, realization phase, and then also preparations to go live with the digital euro. The motivations for the digital euro are mainly threefold. So support the digitalization in the European economy is the first motivation. The second is to respond to the decline, and also in Europe, in the euro area, the declining use of cash as a means of payment. So with some differences from country to country in the eurozone, it's also, let's say, on the decline, and to preserve the ability for citizens to use convenient and modern central bank money. the digital euro project is currently going on without a decision, though, yet. And the last motivation is to tackle also sovereignty concerns related to these foreign private digital means of payment in the euro area. I think this has also Libra or other things in mind, and possible future foreign CBDC. So the euro systems think it needs to be prepared for the payments future. Coming now to this public consultation that I already mentioned. So this was launched last year and then ended in January, and also this year a report on the results was published, which I have under the references. But just to quickly wrap it up, the main messages, let's say, from this public consultation: what do those respondents, around 8,000, most want from a digital euro? That is, in the first place, privacy, also security was considered important, pan-European reach, that the digital euro causes no additional cost, and that it can be used offline. But you see with the percentages that privacy is really leading, that's, let's say, the most important feature seen by the respondents of a possible future digital euro. And also important in the responses came across that it is to integrate the digital euro with existing payment infrastructures, obviously, and also that the banks, payments institutions, and other intermediaries will have an important role in providing those digital euro services, and thereby also on top, let's say, of the basic service provided by the central bank, promoting innovation. And also what came across in the consultation was the willingness, let's say, of all those stakeholders to adopt, to test, or even to further contribute to the design of a digital euro. Outlook on CBDCs. So it is clear that more and more central banks will consider issuing CBDCs. Some have already done so. For example, the Bahamas or Ecuador was one of the first. This digital dinaro has been, however, afterwards discontinued. But we will see more and more CBDCs going live. But what I think will be really decisive, and these are in a way not views necessarily representative of the ECB, but more my personal views, is that it will what will matter going forward are really the CBDCs of the large economies in currency areas like the US dollar, like the euro, like the renminbi. But for any CBDC, the trust of the users in the digital currency will be key for its success. That can be stated without doubt. Of, as I said, the major economies at the moment, this ECNY is the most advanced. Looking, for example, at the scale of the pilots so far, by September, mid-September, it amounted to 85 billion RMB. That's roughly equivalent to 13 billion US dollar in terms of value. And there has been an announcement that it is probably going to go live next year or the year thereafter on a nationwide basis. So the pilots are in different regions of China, including, for example, also Beijing Winter Olympics next year. But we will probably see this in a staggered approach, and maybe within 2 years it will be rolled out across the whole country. And where the ECB and the Fed, respectively, to decide to issue digital euro and digital dollar, this will for sure, because we have seen the investigation phase already, will last 2 years from now. This will definitely take longer, so more towards 5 to 10 years, let's say. The work on wholesale, because what I explained so far for the digital euro and also the ECNY is the focus is really on retail CBDCs, but work is also going on wholesale CBDCs and also multi-country CBDCs like the EMS CBDC Bridge. This is a project under the lead of the BIS Innovation Hub, where I quoted Benoit Coeur at the beginning. China, so mainland China, Hong Kong, Thailand, and the United Arab Emirates. And this has the potential, in my view, to also help building a global wholesale payment system as an alternative to the current SWIFT-based system of correspondent banking, which is the only available, truly global payment system that we have. Here is the link to the press release of the BIS. And with that, there's a slide with my references. I come to the end of my presentation and thank you for your attention. 谢谢大家.
Thank you, Mr. Hess, for covering the global trend for digital currencies, focusing on ECNY and also the digital euro. Coming up, we'll be covering digital payment trends. For this session, we are delighted to have Mr. Piotr Maki, who is FinTech expert at the National Bank of Poland, share with us his insights on digital payment trends. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Maki.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Piotr Maki, and I am a FinTech expert from the Payment Systems Department of the National Bank of Poland. It is a great honor for me to present you conclusions of one of our latest reports entitled PayTech, Innovative Payment Solutions on the Polish Market. The agenda of the presentation consists of 12 points. Firstly, I will introduce you to the basic information about our report and the Polish banking and fintech sector. Then I will present you detailed PayTech information, including success stories on the Polish market. At the end, I will briefly summarize the whole speech, which should take about 15 minutes. The main aim of the mentioned report is to review the current landscape of the payment services market in Poland in the context of the progressing technological evolution and to indicate possible directions of development in this area. The report consists of 8 chapters, starting from the definitions, classifications, and practical identifications of innovative technologies in the paytech sector in Poland. Then the role of big tech was mentioned. Then we have described the place of Poland in the light of available research of the European paytech sector. The 4th chapter was we have analyzed the paytech sector on the background of the entire fintech sector in Poland. Then moving to the more detailed description of paytech solutions available on the Polish market. Then some internal and external regulatory work carried out in the area of financial innovation impacting the paytech sector in Poland was described. The 8th chapter indicates possible directions for the development of the paytech sector in Poland, EU, and beyond. We made sure that the entire report was very precise and cumulative, so each reader gets a lot of added value from reading it. The document is available on the following website of the National Bank of Poland. Under the conditions of the open market and relatively strong competition, Polish banks have used the so-called underdevelopment advantage. In its development, the Polish banking sector quickly switched to the use of modern IT solutions in banking, which to a large extent resulted in the elimination of traditional forms of operation. For example, checks have never been widely adopted. Banks in Poland have the capacity of fast absorption of innovative solutions for their customers. Nevertheless, the market of financial services, in particular payment services, is increasingly taken over by non-bank entities which offer niche products to customers in the so-called agile business models and compete or cooperate with banking entities. The available data suggests that Poles are very enthusiastic about technological innovation in the world of payments. This in turn might encourage more and more new solutions providers to enter the market. At the same time, innovative payment instruments and services offered by domestic and foreign payment service providers on the Polish market are being developed. The effects of market coexistence of traditional banking institutions and fintech entities include the following examples of technological financial innovations introduced in Poland over the recent period. For example, payments with a smartphone, contactless cards, authorization of bank transactions with a fingerprint, voice login to an account, biometric ATMs, mobile ATM cash deposit machine, loan in an ATM, payment card with a display, pay phone ATM, transfer to a phone, leasing for kilometers, or a full coverage car insurance, third-party car insurance for kilometers. In addition, an emerging trend can be observed that banks in Poland usually treat the fintech sector as an experimental phase of development of innovative solutions in order to incorporate selected ones later into their operations. Maintaining the economic independence of the forward-looking fintech depends, among others, on its market competitive strength. The market in Poland has not yet seen the incorporation of large fintechs or domestic activity of internal big techs on which banks may depend in technological terms to reach certain groups of customers. In Poland, limited cooperation between traditional financial institutions and big techs is currently observed. One of the main premises underlying the relatively modest scale of big tech presence in Poland is in the high level and diversity of innovative solutions for financial services provided by the Polish banking sector, particularly payment services. Innovative instruments and services provided by big techs such as Google Pay and Apple Pay are gaining more and more importance on the Polish market. Their popularity among banks' customers is growing rapidly. This is due to a well-developed contactless payment acceptance network. It is estimated that Apple Pay and Google Pay based payments at POS constitute about 9-10% of all contactless cards payments in Poland. Visa Mobile is a new online card payment method where a user enters his phone number and then confirms the payment in a banking application. Poland is the first worldwide where Visa Mobile was implemented. The following map presents a classification of EU countries in terms of innovation. It was defined on the basis of 3 variables: the number of payment service providers established in the country, the number of payment service providers from other countries of the European Economic Area which can provide service in the country, and the potential export strength payment services. Poland, together with, among others, Lithuania and the Czech Republic, was listed in the group of smaller countries characterized as innovative. FinTech entities are also presented in the context of the fintech sector in Poland in the study entitled The Polish FinTech Map. The third edition of the project covers 250 initiatives of independent companies or projects of financial institutions in the area of modern financial services provided in Poland. These initiatives were separately grouped into 16 categories. Paytech Ventures, so the category payments, represent the largest category 23.4% among all the analyzed initiatives. Taking into consideration new Paytech entrants, one can describe PayEye, which is an innovative payment solution using biometric features during a payment authorization phase. It is the world's first commercial use of an analysis taking into account 256 unique features of the user's scans iris to authorize his payment transaction. The process is supported by proprietary POS terminals that use algorithms to analyze the appearance of the iris in relation to the biometric pattern. It is a sign that the user's profile on the PayEye website or mobile application where user can use top up his system account with funds. The payment initiation does not require the customer to have any device such as card or mobile phone. Secondly, services called deferred payments, for example, PayPal or Twisto, gain popularity in Poland too. These services consist of offering a short-term loan, usually up to 30 days, up to a fixed limit during which the buyer customer has some time to verify that all the purchased goods meet her or his expectations. After this period, the borrower must pay the agreed interest. Deferred payments dominate in e-commerce, but services in the stationary sales networks have also been announced. And thirdly, pilot programs have been carried out for the implementation of soft POS applications to extend the functionality of smartphones and tablets equipped with an NFC module with the possibility of accepting transactions with payment cards. This allows the merchant to accept card payments using merchant's mobile device without the need for additional equipment. According to data extracted from the Register of Payment Service Providers, 106 domestic non-bank entities operated in Poland with a permit or a register entry allowing them to provide payment services. 39 domestic payment institutions also were present on the market. It is worth mentioning that as early as in the third quarter 2019, the number of small payment institutions, 38 entities, exceeded the number of domestic payment institutions, 37 entities. The number of account information service providers amounted to 3. In addition, there was also one domestic electronic money institution operating on the Polish market, which was then the only domestic non-bank entity with a license to issue electronic money. According to our report, among the main paytech solutions available on the Polish market, the following 6 categories should be distinguished. The first, contactless payment cards present in Poland since 2009. Then they are 90% of all card issues, while all POS terminals are NFC ready. Payments made using this solution constitute over 90% of all card transactions. The second, card mobile payments, we can differentiate NFC mobile payments using SIM-centric, HCE, Google Pay and Apple Pay. The third, non-card mobile payment is BLIK, which is a successful story on the Polish market, which will be described soon. The fourth instant payment systems are Express Elixir or Blue Cash. The fifth electronic money is Bilan. The application created by Bilan Solutions is designed to issue electronic money and to perform transactions involving electronic money. The system on which Bilan is based uses the second generation blockchain technology, allowing to make payments using regulated currencies and to transfer and store data. The six other payments initiatives, apart from those mentioned earlier, mobile payments by merchants, for example, Lidl Pay or Żabka Pay, transit payments, loyalty cards, Polish API, P2P mobile payments, digital wallets, bill payments, motorway payments, and direct carrier billing. It is worth noticing that the number of card-based mobile payments implementations in Poland is growing. The methodology used for preparation of the summary is presented in the report. In August 2015, the last launch of card-based mobile payments in the SIM-centric model and the second implementation based on HCE technology took place. Since then, solutions based on the SIM-centric models were gradually closed down. At the same time, HCE technology developments were increasing in popularity. In the third quarter 2016, the number of projects implemented in the HCE model exceeded the number of those in the SIM-centric model. The last solution based on the SIM-centric model was closed in the third quarter 17. In the fourth quarter 16, so the first deployments of HCE payments based on the Google solution. Throughout the following quarter, the Android Google Pay solution became more and more popular, surpassing the number of HCE projects implemented in the classic version in the first quarter 18. In the fourth quarter 18, for the first time, situation occurred where a bank disabled its HCE solution in favor of Google Pay solution. Since then, the number of HCE solutions implemented in the classic version started to decline, both as a result of banks disabling them in favor of other solutions and as a result of bank mergers. In the second quarter 18, the Apple Pay solution was implemented on the Polish market. Also in the second quarter 18, card-based mobile payments offered by the watch manufacturer Garmin Pay appeared in Poland, while in the fourth quarter 18, an identical service was implemented by another watch manufacturer, Fitbit, so-called Fitbit Pay. The most popular solution on the non-card-based payment operating in Poland is BLIK, which is both mobile payment system and payment scheme. It enables its user to perform, among others, online payments, payments from POS terminals, cash withdrawals at ATMs, and P2P mobile payments, as well as contactless payment, so-called BLIK-C. BLIK is based on a 6-digit unique code that is generated by the payment application and displayed on the user's phone screen. The user then enters the code during the transaction, except from P2P payments, which are then cleared by the Express Elixir instant payment system and are not based on the 6-digit code. In July 2021, the implementation of the new BLIK functionality, a contactless payment feature, so the so-called BLIK-C, in the first commercial bank in Poland was finalized. This is the result of their strategic cooperation between the BLIK system operator and MasterCard. BLIK contactless payments are accepted in all contactless-ready POS terminals. There are currently two implementations options of BLIK-C. The first, contactless POS transactions cleared by BLIK, or the second, contactless POS transactions cleared by MasterCard clearing system. Even with the growing popularity of BLIK among customers, the number of places where it can be used is also increasing. The number of such places at the end of June 2020 amounted to almost 800,000. In terms of the number of payments made, BLIK transactions have become a more popular online payment method in e-commerce payments in Poland since the first quarter 19, and in the third quarter 19 in terms of transaction value. The payment cards used in the card not present (CNP mode). At the same time, in terms of popularity, BLIK is approaching another instrument used in a remote environment, which is called pay by link payments. We can observe and anticipate the following 6 trends which can affect the Polish paytech sector. First of all, a trend related to the development of paytech may be the increase in popularity of instant transfers worldwide, including in Poland, and the possibility of their use in payments at physical retail and service points. Such a trend is indicated by the work of the working group of the Euro Retail Payments Board and an advisory body of the ECB, and the retail payment strategy presented by the European Commission in September 2020. The working group received a mandate in February 2020 to prepare the technical and organizational framework necessary for the establishment of a pan-European mobile retail payment system at the points of interaction, including the particular physical retail outlets. The scheme will be based on mobile-initiated instant payments in euro, including through the TIPS scheme operated by the Eurosystem. The results of the work referred to the above may accelerate the development and widespread use of instant payments and increase the competitiveness of payment methods at points of interaction, not only in Euro area countries, but also in the EU countries, including Poland. Second, owing to the development of API interfaces using the PSD2 directive, certain categories of third parties can initiate payments on behalf of customers, offering an alternative to card transactions. Customers can select the open banking payment option during the online payment process, while the bank's online environment can be embedded in the merchant's platform. In addition, open banking payments are authenticated directly between customers and their banks, which means that unlike direct debit transactions, merchants can avoid chargebacks. Accordingly, bank-to-bank transfer between customers and merchants provide better protection against fraudulent initiation of chargebacks without impeding the payment process. Third, the stimulus for the development of FinTech in the near future will come from the automotive industry, particularly in the area of remote payments using the IoT technology, especially in the form of digital car wallets. Fourth, the development of sharing economy services such as Uber or Airbnb and the growth in the popularity of subscription services such as Spotify and Netflix will increase the popularity of seamless payments. Such payments are made by connecting an appropriate application services managed servers and do not require the user to authorize individual payments separately. A trend can already be observed in the emergence of service designed to assist customers in managing such subscriptions. For example, a solution in the banking application of the cooperative banking group, Moje Usługi, My Services, or Revolut. Fifth, technological advances in biometric solutions, for example, techniques for measuring unique human characteristics, physical or behavioral, are likely to have a significant impact on the way consumers validate and complete transactions in the coming years. And the sixth, one of the potential innovative solutions in payment may be the central digital currency, so-called CBDC. Analytical or pilot activities in relation to CBDC for retail payments have been undertaken. The National Bank of Poland carefully monitors the progress of work on the issue of CBDC in the world, so that if necessary, it can take appropriate measures also in Poland. The Management Board of the National Bank of Poland adopted the following regarding the digital issue of the Polish zloty. For many years, the National Bank of Poland has been closely monitoring the progress of work of other central banks with regard to the issue of new forms of money, and assesses the needs of the Polish market in this regard. At the same time, the National Bank of Poland carefully analyzes the potential legal, technological, and economic effects of the CBDC issue. Under Polish conditions, the rationale behind the other central banks when initiating pilot tests for the issuance of CBDC or the implementation of digital money is not currently reflected. So far, the National Bank of Poland has not identified the purpose of the digital issue of Polish zloty of a systematic nature or the specific needs of consumers or business entities that could not be satisfied by payment services provided in Poland, but only by the central bank through the introduction of CBDC. The results of the conducted analysis indicate that there are no clear benefits of introducing CBDC in Poland in relation to the perceived types of risk related to its issuance for the economy, money trading, and the financial system. The National Bank of Poland is cautious about the possibility of introducing a digital zloty, and currently, seeing no convincing justification, decides not to issue it. The current position of the National Bank of Poland on the issue of digital zloty may be modified if there are factors, domestic or international, justifying such a change. The National Bank of Poland considers security of innovative payment solutions for their users as the most important feature. At this stage of the analysis, no measures are proposed of innovative payment solutions. There are already many paytech solutions on the payment market in Poland, and the Polish society is open to innovations in this area. Nevertheless, the National Bank of Poland cooperates with other state institutions, in particular with the PFSA, in identifying, analyzing, and possibly solving potential problems for the development of innovations in Poland. We are going to publish an English version of this report. We want to expand databases for the development of analytics in subsequent editions of the report with automating data collection. We are also developing the knowledge and skills of the analytical team members, especially in cooperation with the MIPC DLT expert network, so-called Eurochain. Thank you very much. Please do not hesitate to contact me via mail or LinkedIn. We are open to new projects with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to Mr. Maki for shedding light on digital payment trends. We will now zoom in on digital payments in Taiwan. So for this session, we are delighted to have Deputy Director General of the Department of Banking of the Central Bank of the Republic of China, Ms. Xie Fengying, to talk to us about digital payment trends. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Xie.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to participate in this forum. I would like to take this opportunity to share the development of digital payment in Taiwan. To provide digital financial payment services, Taiwan has already developed fast payment systems and has done several efforts to promoting mobile payments in recent years. While virtual currencies, such as Bitcoin, are still speculative virtual assets rather than payment instruments. As for central bank digital currency, CBDC, it has attracted much attention recently and still in the research and experiment stage. Now I will go through the details separately as follows. Taiwan has long established a nationwide fast payment systems, including ATM, interbank fund transfer systems, developed as early as 1992. The Enterprise Interbank Fund Transfer System, FSML, launched in 2003, and the EBL e-tax payment systems established in 2004. Those systems are integrated and operated by the FISC. FIC is a payment and clearing institution, joint funded by the central bank and financial institutions. Last year, 2020, the overall system transaction volume was nearly 175 trillion NT dollars. I think it's quite impressive. On the basis of those nationwide fast payment systems, mobile payments have gradually emerged. In 2015, the Financial Supervisory Commission, FSC, enacted an act to open up the competition for non-bank electronic payment institutions to participate in the mobile payment market. In 2017, our government also launched a cross-agency promotion initiative. The Ministry of Finance, the FSC, and the central bank working together to promote the use of mobile payments and improve the following infrastructures. One is to formulate QR code common payment standard and keep it in line with international standard. The other is to establish inter-institutional common platform. Taiwan mobile payment brands compete diversified, include international and domestic brands. But their payment systems are not interoperable. To promote the interconnection between electronic payment institutions and financial institutions, the central bank urged the FISC to establish an interinstitutional common platform. The FSC also completed relevant regulations in July this year. Through the integration of the common platform and QR code common payment standard, mobile payment could be more convenient with a higher usage rate in the future. According to a survey by Mastercard this year, about 64% of people in Taiwan have used mobile payment. I think it's so far so good. As for virtual currencies such as Bitcoin have tried to challenge and change the form of money, but the result is not as expected, mainly due to problems such as violent price fluctuations and speculation. So far, they are treated as risky assets or commodities rather than currencies. Some people might say that Bitcoin is also used for payment, but according to some data of Bitcoin use cases, nearly 90% of the global transaction volume is used in trading platform for speculation or investment. Only about 1% is paid to merchants. It's relatively quite small. I think interesting, this year, the UK Financial Conduct Authority, FCA, released a survey showing the reason why people purchase virtual currency. About 38% for speculation, over 30% for investment, 0 for payment. At present, Taiwan's virtual currency trading volume accounts for a very small proportion of the world, and its connection to the real economy is very low. It has no significant impact on the payment system, financial stability, and central bank's monetary policy. However, there are some risks in terms of anti-money laundering and investor protection. In response to this, the Supervisory Authority, FSC, has decided to supervise the virtual currency trading platform operator and enforce AML regulatory consistent with international standards. In addition, the FSC and the central bank also issued several press releases reminding that the virtual currency is not a currency, but a high-risk asset, and people who buy it should pay attention to its related risks. As for CBDC, although everyone has a lot of imagination of CBDC, while exploring this new field, many theoretical ideality and benefit will face technical and political examinations and challenges one by one. At present, Taiwan's research progress is on the experimental stage. Taiwan Central Bank has completed the phase 1 of the technical feasibility study in June last year and understood the limitation of the DLT application. The ongoing phase 2 of the general purpose CBD experiment project has entered the technical experimentation stage. By building a prototype CBD platform to simulate the application of CBDC in retail payment scenarios, it is expected to be completed in September next year, 2022. The project of phase 2 adopts a two-tier architectures. The first tier is for a central bank to issue CBDCs to financial institutions. And the second tier is for public to exchange CBDC with financial institutions to prevent financial disintermediation. In terms of design consideration, there are two aspects taken into account. One is to preserve the advantage of cash, such allowing anyone to open a CBDC digital wallet, protecting privacy, being available at any time, supporting offline transaction, etc. The other is to utilize digital technology, including features like loss and found, interesting bearing, payment interoperability, and programmable money. In the future, the central bank consider taking the simulation result from the phase 2 as a base of public discussion and broad connecting outside opinion to evaluate the possibility of CBDC issuance for more diverse perspective. In the end, I'll make a brief conclusion. According to data from FIC, the number of digital accounts opened in Taiwan increased by 70% in the first half of this year. About 1/3 of people have a digital account. In the future, to promote the development of digital payments, the central bank will continue to improve the existing electronic payment infrastructure on one hand. And on the other hand, it will continue to carry out CBDC research and experimentation project. In Taiwan, CBDC must have more advantages and function than existing payment instrument that will make CBDC have more valuable to introduce. Therefore, the central bank will continue to explore the position and role of CBDC in the future payment blueprint and ensure more comprehensive planning for future payment policies. Finally, thank you all for participating and listening. Thank you.
Thank you once again to Ms. Xie for talking to us about digital payment in Taiwan. Coming up, we will have a panel discussion also to focus on opportunities and challenges for digital payment development. For this panel discussion, we are honored to have Mr. Guo Jianzhong, who is chairman of Joint Credit Information Center, to moderate the session. We're also very happy to have the speakers of the session and also Yutaka Soejima from Bank of Japan, Keith B. Carter, Associate Professor and also Director of NUS Ripple FinTech Lab, as well as Vice President and Director General of Science and Technology Law Institute, Institute for Information Industry, Mr. Wei-Ling Wang, join us for the panel discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome to Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to topic 3, opportunities and challenges for digital payment development. Now we have 5 panelists, and we have 3 sections for this panel. The first section, we would like to invite Mr. Yutaka Soejima-san, and Mr. Keith Carter, and Mr. Wang Wei-Lin to give a talk about opportunities and challenges for digital payment development in Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan for your own perspective. And each of you have 3 to 5 minutes. And please, Mr. Yutakas Soejima-san, can you go first? Thank you.
And during the international forum, we discussed about the CBDC. Well, let me share my slide to explain the development of the Japanese digital payment. First of all, Japan is a cash economy. It has to providing the statistics. And the money transfer in the bank account, the 40% or 45% of the withdrawal go through the ATM to use the household sector. And so many the fintech company jumping the payment system and payment services, just payment services. For example, the paid type, postpaid type, and the debit type, and the IC card. Basically, the Japan's the money are provided IC card, but now the smartphone is a major device for the cash payment chain now in Japan. So the situation is a very chaos situation. We can find the very interesting the all business group to provide the cashless payment services has their own ecosystem. The top line lists up the payment services which are provided by the individual group like the Yahoo, Line, DDI. So interesting point is that the all group have their own businesses, main businesses, for electric commerce, real estate, home, internet, financial group, transportation. So they aim to develop the ecosystem through their payment service to capture the collect the huge growth that they are. So these are typical case study of typical case of the two-sided market for platform businesses. For example, the payment system have to attach on the two market. First one is a customer, but they also need to develop the merchant network, the store side network. So they are targeted has a two the market, customer market and the merchant market. This is a typical the character for the two-sided market, typical for the platform businesses. For example, computer OS, the computer game, and the newspaper, web media, and the shopping mall. The physical shopping mall and the electric commerce. For example, electric commerce target on the customer and tenant for tenant of the retail store to obtain the profit from the tenant side. So what really happened in the current Japanese retail the payment the cashless payment services? The one two-sided market in a picture, say, provides the platform to the service provider and consumer. But the consumer pool can be used for the other payment businesses, like a platform business, electronic commerce business, or telecommunication businesses, or transportation businesses. So the combination of the many two-sided market can that makes the eco say super platform, yeah, the super platform to circulates the customer pool in individual two-sided market to other two-sided market. This is a very important strategy for the ecosystem strategy. But this strategy, oh yes, yeah. The ecosystem strategy causes a very inefficient the business activity in the payment service. The one customer belong to the many payment platform, like the payment platform A, B, C, D. So now that the Japanese the cashless payment services are very, very fragmented due to the emergence of the new cashless service, and the how to escape from the trap of the competition. They fight the very tough competition in the payment services, aiming at the ecosystem. But the situation caused the payment services very inefficient state. That is the current the problem the Japanese payment system face. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soejima. Mr. Carter, would you like to start your talk? Mr. Carter, would you like to start your talk?
Hello, everyone. 大家好. Hello, everyone. This is Keith Carter from National University of Singapore. So glad to be able to talk about FinTech and the opportunity for payments and what's happening here. Very glad to be at Taipei FinTech 2021. Let me just share a brief view of the FinTech revolution that's occurred inside of Singapore. And so over the past several years, can you hear me okay? All right. Sounds like there's a little bit of audio challenge. Over the past several years in Singapore, we've gone from fax, where originally it was technology which was used in order to replace checks. And that then was updated with unified point of sale, which was great to be able to bring our Nets card, our credit card in, and ultimately Pay Now, which was a interbank collaboration, so that you could easily and without any cost send money between banks. Now, let's move forward into the SGQR code. This has a personal story. So my wife and I, worked with him to change from taking regular money, which could carry along the COVID-19 virus, to now digital payment. And so what it meant is that even an 88-year-old is able to take digital currencies as he continues to enjoy supporting all his customers. Nets moved on, and then finally we went to this non-bank fast and the ability to transfer from not only in Singapore, but also cross-border interoperability. And Singapore has opened up a lane between here and Thailand, and also is going to be doing the same thing with Malaysia and other countries soon. These are game changers. Now, of course, though, Grab has come in and also a game changer with millions of devices on multi-billion-dollar valuation, and not only helping to hail down taxis. As Yukata-san said, hey, is there an app out there that provides a there's a super app that does a two-sided payment activity. Well, it's Grab. So what Grab provides is things like this activity in taking a car, getting food delivery, which was essential during COVID-19 lockdown when companies and people couldn't move around. This was one of the hottest things in e-commerce at that time. And then Grab introduced Pay Later, which is where you can actually take a temporary loan from Grab. Ultimately, Grab has gotten into remittance too. So you can immediately send money from Singapore to the Philippines without ever having to step foot into the bank or the money changer. This is a complete change. The Singapore fintech landscape has also grown from just a few hundred companies several years ago to thousands now, thanks to the Singapore Fintech Association, Monetary Authority of Singapore, and companies and schools all coming together, like where I work at the National University of Singapore FinTech Lab. And so what we know is that the last 20 years is not going to be like the next 20 years. Payments has tremendously changed, and the difference is showing up in every part of our life. Thank you so much. I hope that helps to set some of the context for this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. In the second section, we would like to invite Mr. Patrick Hess from the European Central Bank, and Mr. Yutaka Soejima-san from the Bank of Japan, and Mrs. Xie Fengying from the Central Bank of ROC Taiwan to share the challenges and future development of payment system and central bank digital currencies, so-called CBDC, from your own experience in your country. Thank you very much. And Mr. Patrick Hess, would you like to go first? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So, well, I mean, this is a big topic, digital payments, but just looking at the kind of subset of that area, the future central bank digital currencies. I mean, as I said in my keynote speech, it's important to distinguish between retail and wholesale, and in the case of the ECNY, about which I talked, and also the potential future digital euro, the focus is really on retail. So the declining use of cash that also Mr. Soejima pointed out for Japan, and that has even been accelerated by the pandemic, is also visible in the euro area. I can quickly share 2 slides to show you some figures. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Put it on full screen. So this has been a survey repeated in detail in 2016 and 19 by the ECB on the payment attitudes of consumers in the euro area. And then just last year in July, it was repeated, let's say, on a smaller scale with less respondents, but in any case, it shows the trend. So you see here that already from 16 to 19, the use of cash has declined from 32 to 27%, but then it was accelerated and has further declined. And if you would repeat that same survey now, I guess the figure would even be lower than 25. So this is just to show really an important driver for these central bank digital currencies. So the central banks, in a way, have to respond to that, because it's, I mean, no one is forced to use any payment method, but it's a choice by people. And as Keith has pointed out, the pandemic, of course, created a complete new problem that banknotes can carry viruses. Yeah. So I think that is important to remember. And then you have the area of wholesale CBDCs, where as I said at the outlook, at the end of my presentation, I think that could have really the potential to build, if more and more countries adopt such digital currencies, to build a global payment system. So we have in the different currency areas, like in the euro area, the target system, or in the US, FinTech, different systems that serve one or several countries, but in any case, there are no real links between them. And if you make payments around the globe, it is basically the traditional correspondent banking with SWIFT as the message carrier, and be it payments or be it trade. This is basically the only global infrastructure that is currently existing, and I think to really connect all these wholesale payment systems like FedWire or Target in our case, and the central bank digital currencies could help going forward. But that's really much longer away from now, maybe 10 or even 20 years. I stop speculating on that. So that would be my my statement here regarding CBDCs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hers. Mr. Soichima-san, would you like to make your speech now? Thank you.
Is it my turn?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sure. So I cannot hear your question. So please say again.
Okay.
What is it?
All right. We would like to know more about digital payment and CBDC in Japan, and because last your presentation you talk about digital payment, but there's no CBDC. It's going on in Japan. Perhaps we would like to make some kind of extra point on the CBDC development in Japan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the Bank of Japan started to discuss about the retail CBDC 2 years ago, and we released our stance and the report for the retail CBDC. We did not decided to issue the retail CBDC because we do not have finds the clear the purpose or motivation to issue the retail CBDC. The report, our stance report, showed the three potential the function of the CBDC in the Japanese payment scene. The first is that if suppose the cash circulation decline in the private sector, the central bank should issue the alternative the payment measure for the retail payment. But now as you know, the Japan is a cash economy, and if the people demand for the banknote or the physical cash, the Bank of Japan continue to issue the physical banknote, and so there is no the requirement for or demand for the digital the central bank currency. The second, the potential function, potential purpose of the retail CBDC is that to overcome the fragmented market in the retail payment services. In the last slide, I pointed out the current Japanese payment chain are highly fragmented because the individual non-bank and the bank issue their own money. The money is dead. In the modern economy, the dead as a money has a primary role for the payment services. And the point is that for example, the bank is dead, like the deposit is not convertible to the other bank's deposit. So the central bank provided the deposit services and payment services for banks. So payment system take a two-tiered system. The central bank providing the money, digital money, as a central bank debt to bank, and the bank provided their own debt as a deposit money to the household sector and the corporate sector. The two-tier debt money system is the modern, the framework of the modern payment system. But now the non-bank the payment service are jumping into this market, and they issue their own debt as a money, but they cannot access to the bank clearing house and the central bank money. So the two-tiered system become the three-tiered money system. That implies that the deeper tiered the payment system implies that the higher payment cost. So suppose that the central bank are providing the CBDC, they can use the single debt, the CBDC, the central bank's debt as a payment measure. So this is the second motivation. And the third one is that the function of the money can take the wider role. The bank, the cash, the money is a measure of the value. But now the money can become the vehicle of the information in the digitalized society. So the banking as a services or the embedded financial service, embedded finance suggests that the information system or operation system can connect to the money system, providing the integrated services through the combination of the two systems. So this is a very potential the function of the CBDC law. But we don't have the clear evidence of which of these three the purposes, potential purposes, tend to be important in the Japanese currency scene. That is the reason why we do not decide our stance to issue the CBDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soichima-san. I would like to invite Mrs. Shi. Would you like to make some kind of extra statement about our CBDC or digital payment? Thank you.
In terms of payment, I think cross-border payments in the current finance system involve corresponding banks with high fees and non-transparent information in the process that must be solved in the future. At present, Taiwan FSC has a regulated sandbox, which allows banks to cooperate with fintech players to conduct small value remittance for foreign workers. I think it's the first step to solve the problems of cross-border payment. For CBDC, I mentioned in my speech that although everyone has a lot of imagination of the development of CBDC, it still needs to face technical and practical examinations and challenges, especially how to introduce CBDC to coexist, to interoperate, to compete fairly with existing payment instruments, and to create value and to provide functions that are different from the existing payment instruments, and to meet the needs of the domestic people. So I think it's a major challenge in the future. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Shi. We come to the third section, and we have 3 questions for Mr. Carter and Mr. Soichima and Mr. Hers. The first question for Mr. Carter is that you mentioned that the digital payment is so successful in Singapore. Would you like to talk more about the role of the Singaporean government in the development of the digital payment system? That's the question for Mr. Carter. And the question for Mr. Soejima-san is that you mentioned that the digital payment system is so fragmented in Japan and is so efficiency and so costly, and but you did not come up with your own prediction about whether this kind of fragmentation of the digital payment in Japan is going to be integrated in the future, or it's going to be maintained the current situation for quite a long time. And then what is the government policies going to deal with it, okay? So we'd like to know more about this kind of perspective information from Japan. And the question for Mr. Hurst is that, Mr. Hurst, you mentioned that the CBDC come to alive in Europe will take more than 5 or 10 years. And we would like to know more about why it takes so long for Europe, for EU to make their CBDC come to life compared with the CBDC in China. And then what are the factors behind that kind of delay and postpone in EU for their CBDC? Please, and then Mr. Carter, would you like to go first? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question, what is the Singapore government's hand and strategy and focus in regards to digital payments?
Yes.
First, I'll say I don't represent the Singapore government.
Okay.
But from my observation,
okay, fine,
I can share a few thoughts. Okay. First of all, that the Singapore government tends to lead its strategy from a whole of government and whole of nation initiatives, which is one of them is called Smart Nation. And the Smart Nation initiative is meant to enable the people, the infrastructure, the government, the schools, to all come and work together and to be able to be more data-driven. And so if you think about that from a data perspective, one of the key things that digital currencies provide, regardless of the source, is more data about how the economy is flowing, how things are being done, etc. The second aspect of digital currency is that it enables the last mile of the workflow. For years, we've been using robotic process automation. When I was a boy in the 90s at Accenture, we were already using robotic process automation. In the 2000s, we were publishing quarterly reports at Estee Lauder using robotic process. But the most difficult thing was to get the payment done, because you had to go offline and present your ID to do a wire transfer, or you had to go and fax somebody. Remember the fax machine? And so these are things that still can stop a full end-to-end digital transformation. Now, Expedia and these other types of Netflix, Amazon, they've enabled end-to-end processing, and the last mile payment was the credit card. So ultimately, the government of Singapore, looking at the digital situation, said, look, let's try things out. And Monetary Authority of Singapore, if you've seen how MAS has been interacting with fintechs, supporting the Singapore FinTech Association and more, and certainly it's been driving innovation. It said, we're a regulator, and so we want to make sure people are safe, business is safe, economy is safe, but we also want to play an innovation space. So they have a chief innovation officer at the Monetary Authority of Singapore, they have a chief data officer, and this has been for years. And so with those type of capabilities, it became okay and supported for companies to go to the cloud, for banks to consider some processing in the cloud, for businesses to go digital, for digital signatures to be approved by the Law Society, for schools to all do data science. Every single university in Singapore has a data science program. And so with that, those type of everyone in it helps to get the thoughts around what should be done. And the regulation, of course, too, has attracted so many fintechs to come into Singapore from all around the world. And of course, multinational corporations too. 46% of all the multinational companies have an Asia headquarters in Singapore. So that means there's a tremendous amount of mind share and ecosystem discussion that's going on. How do we connect these things? Monetary Authority of Singapore recently issued hundreds of millions of dollars over the past several years in grants to help companies, startups, individuals, businesses try out digital transformation. and everything from regulatory filings to payments to open banking using application programming interfaces, APIs. All these things have to come together for a central bank digital currency to work, because you have to be, if you roll it out, as I believe some speakers have shared, there is some expense to it. How does the point of sale work? How do you train everyone to use it? What happens if someone wants to present cash? Here in Singapore, there's a number of stores now that just don't accept cash. Yet, let's say you left your wallet at home in Singapore and all you had was your phone, you can take the bus, the train, buy your latte, buy your food, go to the grocery store. You can do everything just with your phone. And so that type of integration is what's here right now. And yet there's so much more to do. We're not done. So for the central bank digital currency aspect is this point. We have an XSGD, which is the digital currency that is following exactly the Singapore dollar. And it's issued by a private company called XVers and is underpinned by a Singapore blockchain company called Zilliqa, which is developed by some of the students and the professors at National University of Singapore. And so that type of, again, multi-function connection is a nice way to test how a currency can follow along with the fiat currency of the country. And Monetary Authority of Singapore is fully behind it. And so those type of test opportunities is what I believe countries and regulators need to continue to support. I don't think anyone has a solid answer about where exactly this is going to go and by when. However, we can get there a little bit faster if we let each other test, try, succeed, and sometimes fail, but get back up again, and most importantly, work together in the fintech ecosystem, which is what the Singapore government has demonstrated again and again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. Wonderful statement. And now, Mr. Soichima-san, would you like to make your statement, please?
Yes, thank you. As you pointed out, the current Japanese the cashless payments market are so fragmented. I think that there is I think that there are two solutions. The first one is the central bank and the bankers association to run the clearinghouse try to open the gate for the non-bank, the fintech company, the payment and non-bank cashless payment servicer to access the CCP and the central bank money. I think it is important to distinguish about the two concepts, the payment services and the payment measure. The individual payment servicer issues their own debt as a money, and their debt is not convertible. So there is the problem of the interoperability, and the first solution is that the opens the door to access the central bank money. And second, the alternative, the solution is the central bank issued the CBDC. This is the single single debt issued by the central bank, and we provided the payment, the IT system to clear our settlements, the CBDC. But the point is that the central bank will not providing the payment services. We can provide the payment measures. The services, payment services should be managed, run by the private sector using the CBDC. It's a point, it's a very important point. And many people misunderstanding that the central bank try to providing the payment services. No, the CBDC is just a payment measure, the single payment measure to make the payment businesses more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soichima-san. And now, Mr. Hurst, would you like to make your point? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
why are we taking longer, if I understood your question correctly, in the euro area
yes.
than in China? So I mean, the PRC started this project on the ECNY on the digital RMB already in 2014, as I said in my presentation, in a way, also at the beginning, at least, in response to Bitcoin and Libra, now DM, and so let's say, all in all, it's also in their case, when they will now go live next year or the year after, almost will be a decade. But in general, the high-level answer is, well, first of all, I need to stress again that we haven't decided yet, the ECB, whether we will issue digital euro or not. So it may well happen that we don't do it. The ECB will only do it if there's a clear need for it. And also, let's say, he's talked about the expenses, a clear cost benefit, because this involves huge adaptation costs for the whole industry, for merchants, for banks, for other actors. So you have to basically, that's why we do this 2-year investigation phase, study that very carefully, and then decide whether or not you want to do it. And I understand that also in the US, for example, it might well happen that they don't issue digital dollar, and Mr. Suijima said the same for Japan. Let's say there's certain hesitation that's also there, but to just assume it would come. The high-level answer is also that in the euro area, don't forget that we have many individual countries. Although we have one central bank and one euro system, where of course the national central banks are also all there, but their habits, the payment habits, for example, in the countries vary a lot. For example, France used to be a check country. Now they are one of the most advanced in cashless payments. That's not by coincidence, because the handling of checks is quite cumbersome. And also the Nordic countries or the Netherlands, they use cash to much higher, to a much lower degree than for example, we in Germany. We are a bit similar to Japan, maybe not as much. Let's say, loving our banknotes, but still, I'm German. You have these differences, and this was just for the habits. So, of course, politically, is also always, and also within the euro system, a negotiation, because different countries with different circumstances have different interests. So that's one part of the story, or one explanation why, be it also payment system development or other things that we have to agree on in the euro area, tend to take a bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurst. And finally, come to Taiwan experiences. Lastly, I would like to invite Dr. Wang Weilin, the Director General from the Institute for Information Industry of Taiwan, going to give a talk about Taiwan digital payments regulatory regime. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Wang.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be here. Today I will talk a little bit about the Taiwan digital payment system, including, could you change the slide? Okay, including the trend and the types, as well as the future development and challenges. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this is the key players within Taiwan's digital payment market. You can see a lot of market players, including financial service, electronic payments, retail, technology communications, like Garmin, like China, like Zhonghua Telecom, and other market players as well. Why there are so many market players in this market? The answer is easy, because the market has become bigger. And like you can see from my slide, the mobile payments increased dramatically due to COVID-19, up to 42.2% in last year. So there are more and more players coming to this market. And right now, we have 29 institutions, including 23 non-specialized institutions, mainly the banks and the post office, and the 6 specialized enterprises, mainly the technical entrepreneurs and the startups. And with the 29 players, with the 29 players, our Financial Supervisory Commission hope that by the year of 2023, the transaction will be 50% more than the year of 2020, and the amount will become 6 trillion, and we believe that this goal can be achieved by the year of 2023. Okay? And this is a comparison between the most important 2 kinds of digital payments, third-party payments, TPP, and electronic payments, EP, in Taiwan. And you can see there are a lot of difference between the 2 systems. First of all, the competent authority. The TPP's authority is Department of Commerce, and the EP's authority is Financial Supervisory Commission. And the amount of market players, the TPP now has more than 10,000 market players. And however, the EP has only 29, just like I mentioned. And there is no minimum paid-in capital at all for TPP. However, there are certain thresholds for EP. And but with this capital, the EP, the customer of EP can store their value into the EP, and they can transfer their money via EP. However, the TPP can't. There's a huge difference between the 2 systems. So to make a conclusion, the competition will become fierce and fierce in the near future. And for the financial institutions, they must get familiar with the technical aspects and adopt and also broaden their marketing strategies to be differentiated from other competitors. And for the non-financial institutions, mainly the technical companies, they must get themselves accustomed to the financial laws and regulations. This is very important. And so we hope that each player in this market can overcome the challenges and achieve better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang. And this panel time is up. And finally, I would like to thank you, Mrs. Xie, Mr. Hess, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Soejima-san, and Dr. Wang to join the FinTech Taipei 2021. Thank you very much, and hopefully we can see each other in Taipei or in Singapore, in Japan, or maybe in Europe. Thank you very much. Farewell. Bye-bye, then. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Much. Thank you, Mr. Guo, and also all the panelists. Before we sign off, I'd like to invite the panelists on the floor to stand together for a group photo. 我们邀请与谈人共同合影留念. And for the panelists that are online, please do look into your camera as our staff will do a screenshot. So 好，我们在现场的几位来宾可以将口罩取下来。我们现在在室内拍照，可以取下口罩。So for the panelists on the floor, please look at the cameras in the room, and also for those of you that are here online with us, please also look into your camera and smile. I'd like to also thank all of the participants that have joined us online for this session on digital payment and also its developments. And we will be taking a break and come back at 4 o'clock, so in about 20 minutes, to focus on the last but not least subject of the day, which is digital lifestyle. And for those of you that have joined us online today, please also take the opportunity to visit the Facebook page for FinTech Taipei 2021 and also participate in the lucky draw. Thank you once again to all the panelists. 再次谢谢这个场次的主持人还有与谈人. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we will see you at 4.
谢谢，再见。
再见。
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers joining us online at FinTech Taipei 2021, welcome to the last but not least session of the day on digital living. For this session, we are very glad to have Mr. Gavin Littlejohn, who is chairman of Financial Data and Technology Association, to shed light on open fintech innovation ecosystem development.
Hello, my name is Gavin Littlejohn. I'm the chair of the Financial Data and Technology Association. The association operates in multiple geographies across the globe, promoting open banking and open finance. So I'm going to start today by exploring the commercial opportunity, and as I go through the story, I'm going to weave in some legal, regulatory, and liability information in the subsequent slides. But let us start by talking about what is open banking. Well, fundamentally, it's the right of the end customer to choose to share their data with a regulated third party. The key thing here is that the customer's rights are there to try to address information asymmetry. As financial services across the globe has become increasingly data-driven, data science-driven, algorithmically driven, if the competing new party does not have access to the data that the incumbent provider has, it becomes very difficult for them to offer a competing product or service. In terms of the opportunity for the incumbents, rather than thinking about this as strictly a compliance exercise, it enables the incumbents who are the data donors to know where their customers are when they're not with you. It enables the bank or the large broker or the insurer to have a better understanding of the end customer's broader financial position, their whole financial life. And that requires the data donor to take up the position as a data recipient and to build customer-facing applications. And the companies that have addressed that well in other markets, who are large banks or incumbents in other financial services provision, have actually been really successful in it. They've been particularly capable in making themselves better at lending to customers. It has removed friction from the lending journey and improved affordability, improved collections. So we're seeing a huge rise in banks across the globe adopting open banking to try to improve their lending. In terms of the broader suite of innovation, there's been an awful lot of work done in the field of money management, helping the end customer as a consumer to better understand their financial life and to make informed decisions. This has been particularly helpful for people who are not at the very top end of the financial spectrum, who don't have access to financial advice and tax advice. It's also helped end consumers make investment decisions and to enable the more intuitive and flexible delivery of their regular savings into investment opportunities. And we've seen, as a result of that relationship between money management and investment and income management via the open banking applications, those consumers get a much more easy experience in managing and paying tax. And of course, in the UK, we've seen a huge growth in open banking driven by the cloud accounting providers. Those accounting platforms are now making up about nearly 50% of the API adoption in the UK market, and automating to a certain extent the bookkeeping and accounting processes from the flow of banking data into the accounting ledger. So huge range of opportunities, and a lot of venture capital flowing into this space. The global flow of venture and private equity into open finance, open banking related applications is phenomenal, as is the rate of acquisition from the large incumbents acquiring and or partnering with various parties in the fintech space. So I'm going to move on to talking now about the essential elements for a healthy and successful open banking and open finance ecosystem. So this is the right of the end customer to choose to share their data with a regulated actor. We're trying to create an ecosystem that reduces or eliminates the chance of bad actors or criminal gangs getting in the middle and having the customer share their data to the wrong place. And the customer being able to, through their own free will, express the need for their data to be ported from their incumbent provider to a new actor. The key thing to understand here is that the choice can only be enabled if all market actors are required by regulation to participate. Otherwise, the customer may have a fintech company they wish to use who's not able to get the data from the data donor incumbent. And that, of course, means that the customer can't express their right. And the other really important thing here is that the data donor cannot pick and choose which data recipients that are allowed to get the data. That is the customer's right to choose where the data goes. And we've seen in New Zealand and Japan and the United States who've been progressive on the technology, issues arising where the customer has not been able to express that right because one bank has chosen to not enable access to one of the data recipient companies, the technical service providers. So the other key thing here that runs in parallel with the customer's right to move the data is how they express that right, and that's done via explicit consent. The customer should also be able to remove consent, and those consents should be written in plain language and easy to understand. Two elements of the consent need to be present in the business model. The first is clear definition of what the data is needed for. So, for example, if the opportunity here is to create a mortgage application, the data should not then be used for something else without going back to the customer for their permission. And we need to also understand precisely what type of data is needed for performing the role. So the data recipient company needs to articulate in the consent request what data they need to perform the role, and they shouldn't, of course, be taking data that they don't need. And then using the modern technology of APIs, that then requires the customer to be sent through the API to the data donor company, where access is provided via the customer authenticating that they are who they say they are, and the customer authorizing the data request that has come from the data recipient company. And then the key thing, and really one for Taiwan to be really aware of is the opportunity here for digital identity. As you move from open banking, where there's quite high levels of connectivity between the customer and their applications, their apps for their banking client, and you move to inventions, pensions, investments, and insurance, there's quite often less digital connectivity there, and a good, strong digital ID that's federated also improves financial inclusion, creating good pathways for know your customer checks and anti-money laundering checks, which in return reduce financial crime. So I'm going to move on now to the liability framework. Most economies across the globe, including the UK, are still working on this. It's not what I would describe as perfectly formed yet. We've got a requirement in a data sharing economy to try and mitigate the issues of loss and misuse. And under typical financial services provision, if you've done the customer an injustice, you're expected to make them whole. So the way we've set that out in the European Union under PSD2, the Second Payment Services Directive, is that the companies have to have some insurance in place and that insurance is there to make the customer whole when things go wrong. And it needs to work well for both the data sharing and the moving money, the payments use case. We need to think as well very clearly about the need to develop dispute resolution without the customer having to go through court. So trying to create a simple method for the customer to make clear that they've had a wrong done to them. And obviously this is quite a more complex ecosystem where the customer could have shared the same data to more than one place. So that needs to be thought through as well. And we need to be able to combine both the data privacy law and the financial regulatory law in a way that doesn't create gaps and inconsistencies. Under, for example, GDPR in the EU, there's a requirement to find the culprit in a data misuse or a data hack, whereas in financial services, we're making the customer whole. So there's a big inconsistency there. And of course, those first three things of customer data right, consent, and liability need to be formed into a proper legal and regulatory system. And a few things of note here. A principle-based legal framework appears to work best with the secondary power being provided to the regulator to adapt and to keep adapting and to take a more agile approach to regulation. The reason for that? Well, very simply, innovation in this field continues apace, and written and deeply prescriptive laws and rules don't adapt quickly enough. So it's important that the companies that are operating in this space are given very clear direction to focus on better customer outcomes and what that looks like without trying to prescribe how that should be done. And as I've said before, all parties within the ecosystem need to be regulated. A couple of additional points. The law shouldn't dictate technology because it keeps moving. I guess the other side of that is that the law should absolutely compel the participants to work together on prescriptive technical standards. So let's think that through. The technical standards here enable companies to easily make connections. It reduces risk, it reduces cost, but the law cannot prescribe what the technology is. So the companies are very good at solving these issues. And in order to make that happen, we need to kind of write these high-level technical standards that include how IDs are used, things on the security profile, the trust framework between the actors, and so forth. And these decisions should be made before the legislation is made, so that technology does not need to have to be unwound. And in terms of governance and funding of an implementation, this is straightforward. All parties should pay in a fair and proportionate way to fund the central orchestration body. We had great success in the UK with the Open Banking Implementation Entity, which has delivered a significantly higher quality product than countries that have attempted to do this without some orchestration layer. And the key stakeholders should be properly represented in that. And when the decisions are reached, they should be binding to avoid execution drift. It's really important that you have some central technology to measure technology that doesn't have a commercial interest in what's found and reported. And that enables the ecosystem to have faith that that all parties have their technology working satisfactorily, that we're able to get to a kind of higher quality delivery. So that's my final comments for today. Many thanks for the opportunity to participate, and I look forward to joining in later in the panel discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to Mr. Gavin Littlejohn. We look forward to you joining us for the panel discussion. And coming up, we will hear from Mr. Per Janssen, Program Manager of Digital Technology at Business Sweden, who will talk to us about international financial lifestyle cases.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me to present at Taipei FinTech. My name is Per Jansson, and I work at Business Sweden, which is the Invest and Trade Council for Sweden. And I work as a program manager within the digital technologies ecosystem, and I'm heading up our global FinTech program. Today, I will present two financial lifestyle cases that has a very important and big impact on how Swedes are consuming digital services and how we're paying and how we're using digital services today. But before, very short about Sweden. Sweden is a country in the Northern Europe. We're part of the European Union, and we're about 10.5 million people. And we've always been quite innovative, and I guess we have to be, as we are a small country. And we're actually this year ranked number 2 globally from an innovation index. And this has enabled us in the last decade, I would say, to build a very strong tech ecosystem. And we have a very vibrant startup scene in Sweden. And this has generated, actually, we're second behind Silicon Valley in unicorn per capita, if you measure that. And here you can see we have a few examples of Spotify, which is a streaming music service, King, which is a gaming application, and Skype, which is communication, that have been acquired by Microsoft. And now our last unicorn, Klarna, which is a FinTech company. And talking about FinTech, we're quite having a vibrant FinTech ecosystem in Sweden. We have over 500 FinTechs in Sweden, and we in all different sub-segments, not only in payment, but also in InsurTech, RegTech, etc. And we have seen a strong growth in number of FinTech, but also in the valuation of FinTechs. And lastly, we have seen iSettle acquired, or PayPal acquired iSettle a couple of years ago, when we have seen Klarna raising over 1 billion euros, and now Europe's most valuable FinTech startup. And lastly, this summer, Tink, the open banking platform, was acquired by Visa. This has gives a ripple effect, and we're having seen now a second and third generation of FinTechs giving birth from other that have started up these successful global companies. One thing that we see also, that we have a modern digital infrastructure, not only in terms of broadband coverage and digital mobile coverage, but also a very robust and modern payment infrastructure in Sweden and in the Nordics. We see this as a good incubator and test market for new types of FinTechs, innovation apps and solutions. And one proof of that is that the Bank of International Settlements Innovation Hub has actually settled their operations in the Nordic and Stockholm as a recognition of the innovation climate that we have. But going to the cases, I will talk about two cases, which is one is the electronic ID, and the other one is mobile payment. And they were both provided by banks, and it's a huge success story in Sweden. Bank ID, which is kind of a passport or identification on digital, and has a huge coverage. 98% of the Swedes are using it. We have Switch, which is a payment platform, person to person, person to business, and has also a huge impact in the population. And we're seeing these two combination has actually drawn and seeing that Sweden is one of the first countries in the world moving to actually a cashless economy. If we're talking about mobile bank ID, it's a digital identity and identification service. Very simple to use. You open up an app and then you can use either your thumb to identify yourself or a 6-digit code, and it's always working, and it's very simple to use. Its own bank ID is owned by 7 Swedish banks, so it's a collaboration model that has been very successful, and it's used by all the governments and the public sector and also the private sectors, and of course the banks, as an identification and advanced digital signature tool. It's a very important, it's an IT infrastructure. Of course, security is main in this kind of services, but it also includes processes, regulatory framework, agreement, etc. And it was developed requirements from the Swedish and the European authorities to enable the e-government really to get digitalized for the citizens, but also to meet the security requirement for using internet banking. And in Sweden, we have personnummer, which is really the identity of each citizen, a unique one. And this is the one that we're using in Bank ID. Nearly all Swedish banks are connected to the Bank ID infrastructure. I think this is one of the things that has been the huge success of Bank ID. Without Bank ID, before, we had to have different ways of accessing the bank or going into your declaration at the tax authorities or the life care system. You had to have different passwords, different apps, etc. Very complicated, very difficult, and it really didn't help the digitalized way of living. With Bank ID now, you can use one app, very simple way to access all these kind of different services, and it's applied by all people. This has to have a huge effect on the innovation of new financial services in Sweden, but also for the citizen to be more digitalized. If we look at some facts about Bank ID, we can see that we have about 5 billion identification and signing annually. It's over 60 per end user and month, so it's very used application. In business to business, it's 5,000 customers today, but this is a growth area for them. And then we see, of course, the availability is a key aspect. It always has to work, and it has to be very secure. But if we look at something we call the NPS score, which is very high, it's a net promoter score, and it's a customer satisfaction index. And this really proves how this service is loved by all the citizens and customers in Sweden. This NPS is kind of a customer satisfaction index, and then it's a likelihood of recommending the brand to a friend and colleague. And if you look here, Bank ID has really high scores, up to Apple as very high score as well. Other brands like Facebook doesn't have that high. And this is really a proof of how they have succeeded with this app. 98% of the Swedish population use it in 2020, and they use it more than 5 billion times. It's incredible. We can see it really took off 2014. It has, together with the smartphone coverage, the payment and other services coming in, and we can see that this has really had an impact on how we are using digital online and mobile banking today in Sweden. This, I would say, everybody in Sweden all trusts and knows how it works. And I think this is a really key point. And I think it's also led to further digitalization of the whole society in Sweden, creating a lot of new services using Bank ID as a digital identification tool. So this has been crucial for the growth of it. If we look at the number 2 case, which is kind of linked to Bank ID, this is also, I would say, the first real substitute to cash. We can see here, there's a lot of micro payments. It's really making it easy to pay. From what is Swish? It's a mobile account-to-account payment between individual, companies, and organization with a mobile number or a specific Swish number. Money transfer in real time, all day, all night. And they are, of course, using it privately, P2P, but also from a private to a business. And now, lately, they have launched the last 2 years an e-commerce part as well. That is their growth area. Some statistics about Swish. They have 8 million private users. And remember, there are only 10 million people in Sweden. That's pretty impressive. They have a very high recommendation from colleagues. We talked about the NPS score. Yes, they have. And It's actually one of the most recognized brand in Sweden today. Behind Ericsson, behind IKEA, etc. Hennes & Mauritz. Very interesting. And if we look how it's used, it's very simple. It's an app. You open up the app, you use open and push, click, pay. And then you enter the phone number that you want to pay to, the amount. And then if you want, you can put a message like, thanks for the lunch, or this is the payment for this. Then you sign in with your bank ID so they know who you are and who you are paying to. And then you receive a confirmation that you paid for this person and the amount, and then you can get a receipt that you can save. Very simple and very user-friendly. I think that has been the key for the success. And how it is used today? Well, we can see it's a strong growth. It really, in the private sector, has been growing all the time. And in the last years, we see also that the person to business and the commerce side is really standing for the big growth in the future. And if you look at a typical day for Swish, then you can go up start using the service at 7 a.m. and it peaks at lunchtime, where people start paying to each other. And it kind of keeps quite high during the whole day, and it kind of going down at 10 o'clock when people start, going to bed, and then it open up at 7 o'clock again. So it's a typical way, and I can see that both the commerce and the business is also following a bit the same as the private way of using the service. So just to start summarizing, the key success factors for these kind of services has been a collaboration model to really make the service accessible to all the people in Sweden. It has been collaboration between banks at these services. And we don't have 6 or 7 different EIDs or 6 or different payment solutions. It has to be super user-friendly, easy and fast. It always has to work, and it has to, of course, be very secure. And I think also it has to be free to the consumer. It can't be have to pay. And I think this has had a huge impact on the digital transformation, both for individuals, how we use digital services, but also as a society at large. As I mentioned before, Sweden are actually very close to be a totally cashless economy. And I think these two of the services has huge impact on that. Just peeking into the future of lifestyle financial services, we have a company called Doconomy. They have an index to kind of calculate all the digital financial transactions that the consumer do. Then you can understand how you are impacting through consumption the environment in the world. And I think these kind of solutions will be the next generation of services that we will see very shortly. And thank you very much. There was a glimpse of different financial service that we have in Sweden, and I would love to present more to you about this. And please feel free to reach out to me or to my colleague, Koka Leo, that is based in Taipei. I am based in Stockholm, Sweden. So if you have any further questions, please reach out to us and we will hopefully engage with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to Mr. Per Janssen. And we will now move on to zoom in on Taiwan financial lifestyle application cases. This is the last presentation of the day, and we are very glad to have Mr. Aaron Chen, CEO of MData Group, share with us the topic of Taiwan financial lifestyle application cases. Mr. Chen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Our honorable guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, everyone online. Hello, everyone. I'm Aaron Chen, CEO of MData Group. Today, I'm very honored to share with you on behalf of our FinTech industry on the Taiwan financial lifestyle application cases. Now, in the interest of time, I will briefly be going to my talk today based on this outline. First of all, the brief of our M-Data group and the services created by open banking, case study of open data application, and the value evolution of open data. Now, the M-Data group is actually consisted of 3 subsidiaries, and our entire group uses open data. The first one is Invos, which is our financial app in Taiwan. We use the API from our Department of Finance to document the spendings and the receipts that incurs from their consumer habits. Currently, we have 5.5 million downloads and 1.1 billion transactions for this app. And the second one is MoneyBook, which is an iconic open banking fintech. It takes the account info so that you can see in your app all of the transactions that are going on in your different bank accounts. Currently, we have over 300,000 active users and 1.9 million plus account links. Our third subsidiary is Nextrack, which aims to serve the small and medium enterprises, help them to keep track of their transactions through our cloud accounting SaaS. So with all of their transactions collected, it is automatically turned into accounting sheets. We currently have over 12,000 paid enterprises. So what are the services created by open banking? We have AISP, which is the account information service provider, including MoneyBook and TapPay, which is another startup in Taiwan. This is more towards info service, and the commerce pattern would be the SaaS or PFM referral and service fee. And the other one is PISP, the payment information service provider, which is more like the electronic payments in Taiwan, including the Pi Wallet, Line Pay, and Jaco Pay. So this is more, majority would be transaction fees. In terms of the actual case studies, in the application of open data, we use the receipt API provided by the Department of Finance, and we collect all of the purchase history of the user, and we provide them a collection of different forms of receipts, and we help them to check if they've won the lucky draw for that month. And we auto classify and analyze their spendings. We collect all of their member cards in the app. They also have point exchange or coupons for different commodities. And our MoneyBook is a part of the open banking policy in Taiwan. The main point would be more and more people have more bank accounts and credit cards held by one person, and they waste a lot of time trying to manage them. Currently, MoneyBook combines 31 banks, 29 credit cards, 19 securities companies, including 1 offshore securities company, 6 insurance companies, 1 fund platform, and 3 e-tickets platforms, all integrated in this app. And we also have integrated a encrypted cryptocurrency exchange platform in it. And so in this one app, we have multiple accounts, and we remind them the bills to pay, including credit card balances or your utility bills. And also, it automatically manages your accounts and remind you some of the investment performances, the foreign exchange that you're interested in, and asset forecasting. We are also integrating open data so that turning the aforementioned data and combine them into, and turn these small, medium enterprise cash flows into entries all automatically, and they come up with Excel spreadsheet reports like this. Now, the value evolution or the value proposition of open data is this is a three-phase of user value. Originally, you would have to write everything down manually, but now everything is drawn from that API automatically, and it naturally automatically aggregates, bringing you convenience, and it provides you a full view, which creates insight for you, for your accounts, and also these actions delivers benefit. For example, in our money book, we help users integrate all of the cash payments required for these credit card bills to avoid revolving interests, because they will be able to prepare cash in ahead for these forward payments. So in summary, in terms of open banking and under the trend of open banking, FinTech is actually a hybrid model to offer both financial and info service at the same time. And also open data, in terms of open data, we can actually help users to integrate the data. In addition to really make it easier for them, we also realize inclusive finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to Mr. Chen for giving us an overview of Taiwan's financial lifestyle application cases. And last but not least, before we wrap up today, we will have a panel discussion on open fintech innovation ecosystem development. For this panel discussion, we are delighted to have Mr. Sherman Lin, Chairman of Taiwan Depository and Clearing Corporation, to moderate the session. And we're also very happy to have the speakers of the session, as well as Senior Investment Advisor of Digital Technologies, Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Gaurav Juri, and also Mr. Ye Yujian, who is Director General of Virtual and Digital at the Business Department of High Life International Company Limited. These panelists will join us to talk about the development of open fintech innovation ecosystem. Please have a seat. So let me now give the floor to Chairman Lin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by thanking each of you for taking the time to join us here for the FinTech Taipei Forum, and tell you that it's my great pleasure to moderate this panel and facilitate our discussions here today. The topic of this section is an open financial ecosystem for a better life. Thank you very much to Mr. Gavin Littlejohn, Chairman of the FDTA, Mr. Pai Yassen, Program Manager of the Digital Technology and Business Sweden, and Mr. Aaron Chen, CEO of MData Group, for your brilliant presentations. Just a quick note that Mr. Gaurav Juri, Senior Investment Advisor of the Ostrich, and Mr. Ye Yujian, Director of the Journal of the Virtual and the Digital Business Department of High Life, are also joining us our panel. While the pandemic has made a negative impact on our face-to-face interactions, it has definitely accelerated the digital world and profoundly change both how we communicate and how we do business. Financial inclusion, open finance, and AI have all transformed the financial service model. Open finance has played a especially important role as it established an open financial ecosystem, which allows all the parties to collaborate and share the profits within the ecosystem. Since 2019, open banking has also a growing trend in Taiwan. the Financial Supervisory Commission adopted a long revision of the law and the long compulsory models that encourage the collaborations of the banks and the third-party service providers. The Financial Supervisory Commissions will continue to promote open banking policy into open finance and the improved market infrastructures to support the market growth. A snapshot of the current financial industry environment shows us that technology giants and emerging financial technology companies continue to expand the business scope. This wave has increased pressures on traditional financial institutions, which fostered this wave and has increased a lot of pressure on them, and which foster the healthy competitions. Digital transformation is an inevitable trend. If the financial industry accelerates the opening up and integrates various application scenarios, people will be familiar with the financial industry and enjoy the benefits of the financial inclusions. This is our shared vision. Now let me start a panel discussion today. First is Guava is there. Yes, okay. We know that Australia had a vigorous financial technology development, and that open banking is also being strongly promoted. Please tell us about the application of the digital in Australia and the current focus of the local policies.
The adoption of online banking, and then after that as well, Australia also saw a very fast take-up of contactless payments. I think more recently, one of the more interesting things that we've seen in Australia is Australia has really been one of the places in the world where buy now, pay later has really exploded from almost nowhere. So in the last 4 years in Australia, buy now, pay later has really increased rapidly. So probably 3 to 4 years ago, it didn't really exist, but now in 2021, I think there are enough buy now, pay later accounts in Australia that cover roughly 40% of adults. And then if you break down the split between younger adults and the younger demographic, the penetration is even stronger. And I think what's been interesting about buy now, pay later is because it's a two-sided market, it's not just an offering to the consumer, but it's also an offering to the merchant. We've seen that buy now, pay later has really, it's really stimulated the growth merchant and SME adoption of digital solutions. So especially what we've seen in the past 2 years is that a lot of especially at the smaller size of the SME space, we've seen a lot of those have very quickly adopted new digital solutions. They've moved from having hardware POS solutions to moving towards a soft POS, so they can integrate the buy now, pay later providers. We now have 5 or 6 in Australia, as well as other offerings such as loyalty payments, points payments, and also increasingly now we're seeing cryptocurrency. Well, you also asked me, I guess, from a policy perspective, and in Australia, the number one priority government's perspective is the creation of an open data economy. So I know many of the speakers, we've talked about open banking, and in Australia, open banking went live last year on the 1st of July 2020. but it's actually known as the consumer data right in Australia. And so from the very beginning, it's been conceived as an open data framework for the whole economy, and banking is just the first sector that it's being rolled out to. And then what's quite interesting, I think, that the subsequent sectors that the framework will be rolled onto outside of finance. So banking went live in July last year. The next sector will be the energy sector. So that's expected to go live in November 2022. And then the subsequent sector to be included within the open data framework will be telecommunications. So I think it's very interesting that we're seeing very different sectors. And I think going forward, it will really be fascinating to see the intersection of the different sectors that will be part of the consumer data right framework. So I think consumers will have a lot of possibility to access and interact the framework in a slightly different way. There may be some consumers who aren't particularly financially engaged, but for example, having benefits to paying their energy bill may be the trigger that gets them into the open data framework and provide the consent to interact. So I think that's a quick summary of what we're seeing here in Australia.
Okay, thank you, Gawa, for the wonderful, great insight. Next question is for Yi Jian. Based on the research by the Fair Trade Commission, there are nearly 12,000 convenience stores in Taiwan. That represents almost 2,000 people sharing one convenience store on average. People go to the convenience store 137 times on average each year. Taiwan's convenience stores lead the world with regard to the penetration rate and their diversity of the services, just behind South Korea, and making the convenience stores a representative platform economies in Taiwan. Yi Jian, would you please walk us through your experience in building a membership economy and the digital alliance? Also, from the perspective of the retail industry, how can financial service providers innovate, and what are the expectations for the financial services?
Hello, everyone. I'm very honored to be able to sit here and share with you on how open financing makes beautiful life and open fintech innovation ecosystem development. So let's imagine this scenario. Through data, we can understand the lifestyle of a consumer. And in this demo, this is a female, Mei Mei. She's Taiwanese, 29 and single. She commutes daily and she has a used car. She works in the office by day and works as an online vendor by night. We can see all these different features about her. Through collecting these digital data, we can clearly map out the lifestyle of a person and a portfolio of this person. And if we look at the spending scenario in a day at our High Life convenience store, starting from 8 o'clock in the morning, they may use the Easy Card to take a bus to the company and purchase breakfast with high pay, and all the way through going back home. And because convenience store is a very unique platform, a consumer visits the convenience store at least 2 to 3 times in a week, and the diversified services provided in the convenience store gives you can buy things, you can pay for certain utilities or different, for example, toll fees and things like that, or you can even send courier packages. So it's very diversified. And in our digital development, you can see as a convenience store platform, if we look at the data that we have collected, we have over 1,500 stores in Taiwan, creating over 1.5 million traffic flow in a day. And imagine the cash flow, the commodity flow, the traffic flow, and the logistics, and also the data flow going through our convenience store in a day. And through our different digital solutions, from the commercial, marketing, logistics, all these different aspects, most importantly, we can identify our consumer and we can help these consumers integrate their account, and we provide them e-commerce services, or logistics services, marketing services, and even microfinancing services. And also, we have at High Life convenience store, we may be a physical store, but we are brick and mortar, but we are also providing a new solution. So even though in September this year, we have turned our services for paying the bills and also these sending delivery, we formed them into a digital alliance ecosystem, and we worked with a car parts store, Teliu, and we work across these different sectors, combining all these different services into our convenience store platform and our app. So through this app, you can be expanded into different industries. Ultimately, we can further understand the consumers, and by sharing the data, we can share these members and really understand the 23 million people living in Taiwan. Ultimately, through High Life, we can gain very quick access to our consumers through more venues and through High Life. And with enriched financial scenario, we can meet the financial requirements of consumers and build beautiful lives for them.
That's a very valuable information. It's quite different from the other world. I mean, except Taiwan. Today, I think we learn about the development trend of the digital life from the vast experience of the 5 speakers. The assessment of the open financial ecosystem will require a lot of the support and efforts in the future. In order to win the trust and the loyalty of the customers, the industry must expand services and link cross-fields information. Next, let me ask the first 3 speakers a few questions regarding their presentations. Gavin, thank you for your wonderful insights on how data creates the business opportunities, as well as the consumers' data rights, and the suggestion of the open banking development in Taiwan, including the issuance of the EIDs and the amendment of the outdated regulations. The development of the open banking in Taiwan is in full swing. However, with the current structure, data donor must be responsible for reviewing the cybersecurity and the personal data protection of the data recipient it cooperates with. In addition, the benefits of the open data for data donor seems to be relatively limited. These are the 2 main factors affecting data donors' willingness to open data. Could you share with us the experience of other countries to suggest how to promote these policies. So that data donors has a stronger motivations to open data.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, so we've got various approaches across the globe. Some are market-led and some are led by regulatory change. In the case of the use cases, the data recipient has been the party that has shown a variety of different methods of using the data to solve customers, leading to better outcomes for the end customer. In many cases, the data donor, who quite often is a financial incumbent, has felt threatened by the risk of sharing their customers' data with a potential competitor. In some markets, such as the US, Japan, New Zealand, and others, which have started off with a market-led approach, they've fairly quickly realized that it creates some challenges, one of which is that the data donor may choose to do a deal with one data recipient and not another, which makes it difficult for the end customer who may have bank accounts in more than one place to enforce their right to be able to share the data with the third-party provider, the FinTech application of their choosing, and not have that chosen for them by one of their banks. So in these situations, we have seen that the regulator has stepped in and begun the process of creating a policy framework that requires the data donor to share data in a fair and even way. And in order for that to happen, you really have to move to a regulated space where the data recipient has a right to be in the market by virtue of having qualified for the relevant regulatory permission, and not by the leave of another party who may not want him in the market as a competitor. The second point I'd like to make builds on that, which is in Europe and in other markets which have had the regulatory lead, we've seen a transition, and it's taken a bit of time, but many of the banks have started off, or other large financial incumbents have started off in the position of not wanting to participate, then being required to participate by regulation, and suddenly discovering that there's a world of opportunity. The opportunity to know where your customer is when they're not with you. I mean, that's day one marketing skill. The ability to better understand your customer's needs, to understand the products, pricing, and customer behavior across the customer's whole financial life, and to be able to execute things with a more frictionless way, including federated identity, to improve know your customer checks, all the way through to executing affordability checks for new loans and mortgages. All of the banks that have learned to really adapt and adopt an API-centric approach to their strategy are now benefiting from looking at this as an opportunity rather than a compliance exercise. So we've seen that transition in many markets, and that's gathering pace with a number of big banks in Australia, Canada, Brazil, UK now teaming up to launch open finance challenges. Happy to build on that later in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gavin, for sharing that. Next, let's move to Skype and Spotify. There are also many successful innovations in the financial industry, including the identity recognition system, Bankit, that you introduced. Using an identity recognition system to link to all the bank services. The electronic payment system, Swish, has also been quite successful. Make it easy to complete a payment or transfer through the mobile phone and all Swish numbers. Your presentations really fits our topics today an open financial ecosystem for a better life. Pai, could you please walk us through your thoughts on these innovations? How does this application reach so many people? What were the major challenges? For example, from the regulatory side, the enterprise side, the user side, etc. And how did you solve those common issues?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to this panel discussion. And yes, the reason why I choose to present these two services that we have in the Swedish market is because they had a really big impact on the way on the digital lifestyle in the Swedish market. And it also has really been important building blocks for fueling the innovation in other parts, and especially within the fintech space. And if we talk about Bank ID, which is the electronic signing and verification solution that we have in Sweden, it's actually reaching about 97% of the population. And it's really important that we have a secure and stable identification solution that reaches a lot of people. It really builds trust, and this means that this is a base for other innovative companies to build on, to have a safe and a very broad coverage on an identification solution. So this has really fueled that ecosystem in that sense. If you look at the payment platform Swish, it also been a huge success in Sweden, and it's about over 90% of the population is using Swish as a payment method. And it actually had pushed Sweden into more or less a cashless economy today. It's hardly anybody that uses cash anymore. And we can see that this really has made some astonishing things on, we don't have any robberies on transportations, for example, because we have no more cash moving around in the society. That's one of the things that is happening. But if really asking how could this reach so many people, I think it's really the collaboration model between the banks in this case. They understood that they needed to do something, a service that really reached the consumer and the consumer side. So if they would launch one service for their customers and another bank for their customers, they will never reach a very good coverage for all the people. For the consumers would be very complicated. So basically, the majority of the banks or the largest bank, they kind of made a company, and then they built these services, both from Bank ID, which is the verification software, and for the payment platform. And the success, I would say, is that now we can reach all the banks and all the customers through these services, and we can see the success today. So if we talk about the challenges that they saw, to be able to do this, you need to have the trust on the service. So it needs to be 100% secure, and it needs to be really, really stable. It can't go down, And then on the second part, it has to be super, super easy to use and intuitive. If these two cases is not, in a very high standard, these services will not fly. And I would say we talked about regulation, and these two services has not been driven by any regulation at all. It has been kind of consumer driven. So we have seen that. I think also one of the reason behind the success is that it has really, adopted into where the consumers saw that this was needed, so they kind of had this service into that. And so that's I think how they solved it is they really made an easy, secure, and really good apps that kind of reached the majority of the population in Sweden. And we can see now that Swish is actually the second most known brand in Sweden, which is kind of amazing for a payment platform, I guess. So that's my comments on this, and yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pai. That was incredibly useful. Next, I would like to wrap up by asking Aaron some questions. MData Group is a role model of the business operations for all financial technology companies. MData Group realizes financial inclusion through the data and provides one-stop integration service for all assets. In early October, PC Home and the China Trust Venture announced their investment in MData Group. Oh, this is not easy, huh? May I ask, what was the biggest challenge the MData Group encountered when cultivating Taiwan's third-party financial database? And how do you plan to expand your service in the future?
Okay, thank you, Sherman. As you know, that open banking policy in Taiwan is non-monetary, which means all the banks can decide whether they want to join or not due to different concerns. So definitely the biggest challenge is we need to find out how MData can create values for banks. And to solve this issue, we have some clues from similar aggregation service providers in neighboring countries. For example, in Japan, the dominant player, Money for World, it has account information API connected with major banks. Maybe because it has more than 15 financial institution shareholders. But at the same time, they provide white label aggregation service to the banks and accelerating their digital transformations. And in South Korea, the iconic AISP, Bank Sela, they provide digital acquisition of credit card users for banks. So back to Taiwan, MData is still on the path trying to create different values for banks, for our future partner banks. So of course, this model will be fully compliant with current regulations. And for your following questions, indeed, we recently, Moneybook achieved 600,000 users with almost zero marketing budget. That's all because we solved the people's pain point, which of they're not knowing how much totally they have in few accounts and how much they spend per month. So we will still continue focusing on make more application values of open data to solve people's pain point. That's our growth strategy for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Was very informative, but as I know, because fintech development in Taiwan is quite difficult.
Yes.
So I think the MData Group, because Aaron has, we met quite several times, and I know he really run a very difficult time. Yeah. Very good. Okay. We still before finish our panel. There are 20 minutes left. So now I have some questions to ask five our panels within the 20 minutes. Okay. The first question is, what do you think about the future of digital life? This is the number one question. What do you think about the future of digital life? The second question is, what are some challenges, and most importantly, what are the opportunities of digital life applications globally? Gaura, would you like to start us off?
I think for me, what I see in the future is I expect that we'll see more cross-sectoral use cases that come up, and that we will see that open data really enables almost a digital concierge type service for individual consumers. So I think, to give you an example, here in Australia, I mentioned earlier that the consumer data right is being expanded to the energy sector next year. So, something that I expect we could see is, Australia is a very sunny country. We get a lot of sunshine here. And so, for example, you may get your energy company suggesting to you, if you have a high energy utilization during the day, that perhaps you should install some solar panels on your roof. And then the financing of the installation of that solar panel could come from a lender or from your bank that is chosen to be a data recipient, as we're starting to see here in Australia. I think another example is the largest retail bank here in Australia, Commonwealth Bank. They recently made an acquisition of a healthcare software provider, which I think was very interesting. And I think what we're expecting to see come of that, the integration of your bank helping you with your interaction with the health sector. So, for example, after you make your payment, after you see the doctor, your banking app could feasibly help you in terms of making a claim with your health insurance provider, or interacting with the government in terms of your health service is eligible for a rebate. All of that can happen in real time without any friction. So I think for me, that's where I really see the future of digital life. I think for a consumer, it would be great if, you consent to sharing of data and you end up with this concierge type service where, across different aspects of your life, you're given offers that allow you to save money, get better service, and have less frictions. That's very much what I see as the big opportunity in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Gaura. How about Yijian? What do you like to comment on this?
好的。
All right, thank you. I believe that in the future, the environment follows the consumers, follows the person. Through identification, we can see what's going on with this person. So you would have this account, and this account is like watching this online game. If you played online games, you have this character who has a bag full of these virtual treasures. But in the future, these virtual wallet will become your real commodities. You would have the real estate, your money, your points, and everything in that wallet, and everything is connected to your life. So in every aspect of his life, the mobile phone could be one of the vehicle, or through another electronic device, we will know who is approaching you, and this person could authorize his consent to be used in the next place that he goes to. And it could be applied to every aspect in life. But in Taiwan right now, what we're seeing is that the supply and demand and legislation, it's a triangle relationship. Our industry is gradually digitalizing, and our mindset and or everything that we're imagining will take a longer time to be realized. For example, recently we have this we have the voucher to stimulate our internal demand, and we have these e-vouchers for them, but we also have physical vouchers. But in certain shops, you cannot use the e-voucher, or in certain shops, you're required to use e-vouchers. It's because of the different infrastructures and because the regulations in Taiwan still require, to a certain extent, the protection of our privacy. So right now, these new fintech cannot be widely applied to every aspect in our life, and that's what we're looking forward to.
Opinion on this? Given?
Yeah, from my perspective, I think the financial services vary in complexity from really simple things like making a payment right through to really complicated things like investments and pensions and buying a house. And the variation of different types of product in the market is enormous, and the needs of customers is individual. Customers have different personality traits, different life events, different financial circumstances, and the combination of the uniqueness of individuals and the complexity of the financial services that they face mean that it's very difficult for customers to make informed decisions. But computers are really good at doing mathematical problems, which humans are not good at that scale. And the only way that you can therefore solve for providing the required advice and information to consumers is by enabling the data about them to flow to applications that can also access data about the market. So I see the future as one where you're able to get whole of life financial advice and information based on that unique ability of an aggregation service to combine products in the market and individualized, tailored services for customers. And for me, that's the most exciting opportunity in financial services.
Thank you, Kevin. That was helpful. Pai, any input on this?
I agree with all the speakers, very interesting aspects. And maybe just to add on this, I believe that not only Sweden, but in globally, we will go more to electronic currency. And I think this also will change the way that we do in the whole financial, will impact a lot how we do in the whole financial sector. I think that's one way, and one other I see that all these machines like cars will have different ways of doing automatic payment without we are interacting in this. So I think a lot of cross-sector integration of payment or fintech solutions we will see in the future.
Okay, thank you, Pai. Aaron, what would you like to add anything?
Personally, I believe open data is the opportunity and key factor of digital life in the future. This is what we are working for. Once when people can use their own data, control their own data flow, and they can use their data more easily, they can get their insight of financial statement more efficiency. Then they can make their financial decision better. So I believe open data is the key factor of a digital life in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Pai, this is questions from audience. Okay, we'd like to ask let's say in Sweden, there are app, the application of the app is so popular, ranked like 90% use the app. But the question is how to promote the kind of the innovative app to the senior users. Can you give us some comments on this?
Yes, I understand the question is that how can we promote these services to senior citizens? Is that correct?
Yes, because the app applications is quite high, so popular. But you know, for the senior person, maybe they are not. I don't know in Taiwan, they are not familiar with to use that kind of the device. The how to promote it in senior citizens.
That's a very good question, and I think it's one of the kind of challenges that we have. But we see that maybe over 70, 75 years old, we see a decline in usage of these services, and of course that is a problem, and we have seen this, for example, with the pandemic, where you have to use, for example, a digital identification to book a vaccine booking, for example. And then it's very difficult to reach the elderly. It has been done specific campaigns to these target groups. But of course, we haven't reached everybody. And I think also from a digital payment perspective, we need to kind of set regulation to not be 100% cashless, because or there need to be stores that really takes cash. So these are the things that the government is looking into, to really, putting in regulation and saying that yes, you need to really for this transition period, you need to be able to have cash in and receive cash.
Okay, thank you, Pai. Okay, thank you once again to all of our speakers here today for sharing your wonderful experiences and the insights, which are truly inspiring. There are 3 layers of openness in the financial ecosystems. Meaning business openness, technology openness, and most importantly, mindset openness. I believe open finance will definitely change the people's digital lives and the operating the models of the financial industry as a whole. If we keep working on it, let's work together to promote participations in the digital financial ecosystem to create benefits for everyone. That brings us to the end of today's sessions. So I would like to thank each and every one of you for your participation here today. Take care and stay safe. Thank you, all of you.
Mr. Lin, we do have one final question from the online participants. Can I read out the question?
Yes, please.
好，我们现场有最后一个提问。
So we have one final question from our participant online, from Jenny Yan. The question is that there are benefits and drawbacks of open data. So the interpreter is not receiving the sound from the floor. So there are benefits and drawbacks of open data. So who gets to decide how to use open data? Sorry, the interpreters are not receiving any sound from the floor.
The interpreter cannot hear anything.
service provider， 它必须有一定的规范，在包括资通安全的部分，所以 cyber security 在这样子的一些的要求情况下，政府都有一定的要求。
So now we hope that for example, identification, authentication, we are now working on EID. The issuance of EID is actually something that our government is working on. We are actually now talking to our working group within our FinTech Development Roadmap working group. We have a identity authentication discussion. Now we are deliberating and researching on this topic. Therefore, in terms of data sharing, we focus more on open data, which means that we can have these data available anytime, anywhere. And as in terms of ID authentication or personal privacy concerns, I think on this roadmap of fintech development, we do have dedicated working group for those issues concerning legality and cybersecurity. And in terms of data sharing, public data sharing, it's available anytime, anywhere. So I think our concern is more on ID authentication, and because if each institutions and we have, for example, interest rate information, these are all available at different financial institutions. In terms of personal data for FSC, we do have a roadmap which covers different concerns and issues. With a dedicated working group. So for the next stage, we will talk about how we are going to share data in terms of cybersecurity, taking cybersecurity and legality into consideration. So this is what I know, and this is all I can share with you. So that is actually the direction FSC is going to take. Thank you, Chairman Ling.
Section is the end to the end, right? So
right.
I give the microphone to the MC.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Chairman Lin as well as all the panelists on the floor and also online. Before we sign off, I'd like to invite all of the panelists and the moderator to stand together for a group photo. And for those of you online, please also look into your camera and smile. We'll have our staff do a screenshot.
So this marks the conclusion of FinTech Taipei 2021.
FinTech Taipei 2021 International Forum. Today's program, we'd like to thank all of the participants for joining us today. Thank you for your very active participation. And tomorrow we will begin the program at 9:30. So please do join us again tomorrow. 我们在明天的话，同样的也是
Please join us tomorrow at 9:30. We will start our forum today. So we welcome you to join us online. Thank you.
谢谢，非常谢谢今天最后一个场次的语坛人还有主持人。Thank you once again. And we'd like to thank all the speakers as well as the panelists that have joined us online today. And thank you to you all.